We had to do something else, do a little different tonight. Frosty the Snowman.
How about it for Ron Jackson, Pete Zimmer, and Dan Chase? Good evening, I'm Leslie Harrison. How's everybody? A pleasure to be here in your wonderful, warm city.
Little warm up.
Is that? I'm coming from the other fork. I live on the North Fork, yeah. Yes, indeed. So I take the ferry boat.
Known as the other fork. You took the ferry?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay.
You know, to drive around is like an hour and 15, 20 minutes each way. So, take the ferry. It costs a couple ducats, but it's okay. It's a nice, you know.
Hey everybody, it's Ron Jackson. And how's everybody doing? This is a Patreon only and lesson for my students. I'm going to have a few guests up today. So my Patreon account is an exclusive account where I give lessons like sheet music, all kinds of stuff like this that students can actually watch. And they can actually download these lessons. You know, they come with tabs, exercises for jazz improvisation. And the cool thing now is I usually just, I'll do a live lesson every month, just broadcasting my lesson just to Patreon. But now I use StreamYard. So today I'm going to be inviting some people that are on my Patreon if they show up. I know a couple people are going to show up at about 2:30. And if they want to go live with me, I sent you guys the link already. My patrons and my students, you should have got the email last night. And then you could actually just go hit that link and you can go live with me. So please do that if you can. So I'm just going to be basically teaching about jazz improvisation today. So what I do is I do very basic lessons that are very important for your fundamental skills in jazz improvisation. And all these lessons in my Patreon account are all about that. Like this lesson right here is about playing over a blues. Okay? Now, a jazz blues. So in the key of C, you know, the chords in the jazz blues are basically like a C7 chord. Okay, C dominant 7 for 1 bar, 2, 3. These are the chords I play for you. Now this is a jazz blues, so the chords are a little different. I'm sure you see this a million times on YouTube. So today, I'm only going to be taking questions and comments from my patrons themselves, because this workshop is usually just my patrons, and once a month, or my students, or special guests I invite that they've won a contest to be able to become to come on my live lesson. So any patrons that got my link by email, you can actually join me now. Hit the StreamYard link, and you'll go live with me, and everybody can watch you on YouTube as well. So today is public, okay? So when I teach somebody a blues, like a C blues, you know, the blues chords are C7, 2, 3, 4, F7, C7, G minor 7, C7, F7, F sharp diminished 7, C7, E minor 7, A7, D minor 7, G7, then C7, A7, D minor 7, G7. So that's how you actually play a jazz blues. You know, the jazz blues actually is just the history. Back in the old days when the blues started, it's just an evolution of the very, very first blueses that came out. I heard that the first blues was just one chord. I got the blues, yeah. I got the blues all day long. You know, whatever. And then when they get to the F chord, they never changed. I got the blues, yeah. And someone said, man, you gotta throw an F chord in there. I got the blues, yeah. And then, when you get to the 5 chord, I'm just shortening it. I'm just making it shorter. I got the blues. But before all that, they actually just played the same chord, I heard, until they started making it more complicated. Then they made the traditional blues, which is the 1-4-5 blues, which most guitar players know. And then some guitar players know the jazz blues, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 5 of the 4. 4. Sharp 4 diminished 7. 1, 7. Then 2, 5 of the 2. 2, 5 of the 1. Then a 1, 6. Or 5, 7 of the 2. 2 minor. 5, 7. 1. So that's the traditional jazz blues. So when I teach improvisation, I teach you how to play over changes. Now, jazz is all about playing the changes, they call it, okay? So in this workshop today, it's all about learning how to play the changes. And also, this workshop is for my patrons and my students usually, but I have this open for the public today, so you can all watch, okay? So these are the things I teach my patrons and my students, and my private students online. And my patrons get all this sheet music about learning how to do this stuff. Okay, so you just if you're interested in my Patreon, just go here to patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. It's just like my YouTube channel and all my channels. Okay, so I'm going to be taking questions only from my patrons who are going to be on later and who are watching if they want to send me a comment. Also, I'm going to have a guest with his son. He's a jazz guitar student. I don't know exactly how old he is, but his son is about 8. He just turned 8. He's a guitar student. He's going to be a great guitar player by the time he turns 18 because he's studying with me right now. He started when he was 7. So you're going to see him. His name is Morrissey, and it's going to be Malachi, his father. So, they're really great people. And also, this is what I use with my students, too. This book is called Chords at Your Fingertips, okay? It's a very popular book. I've sold many copies here on YouTube. And a lot of my students who are my actual students on Patreon have this book, actually. So I'll talk about this book a little bit today. So learning how to do walking bass lines, chord melody, all kinds of stuff, okay? And also, right now you can get this book discounted. You'll see the link on my description here. You can get this book at 20% off because I'm actually doing an Indiegogo for my new album. So you can actually get this book 20% off if you get it right now while it lasts, okay? Right now I have about 20 copies. I'm going to have to reorder some more if I run out here on Indiegogo on my campaign. So just hit that over there. And hey, Glenn, okay. Glenn is one of my patrons. Let me show this right now. How you doing, Glenn? If you want to join me, Glenn? Well, I don't know. Actually, I don't know if you are one of my patrons. You're welcome, Glenn. But thank you. You're welcome. I'm here to show this to the public. Glenn, if you want to support me, definitely be a patron. This is mainly for my patrons, but also I'm doing that campaign for my new album. So you can actually, see the link. Someone's going to post a link probably soon about that too on the comment chain here. Okay. And so let's talk about playing chord changes. Yeah. So for example, if I'm playing changes over a blues, you have to be able to play the scale through it. So one of the exercises I like to use that I teach all my students is just playing 8th notes to scale on each chord like this: 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and, or 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and end on 4 and going up the scale. So this is on a C7 chord. It's a C dominant scale, or mixolydian we call it. Some scales have 2 names, okay, or more. Sometimes some scales have more than 2 names. So on a C7, I play a C dominant scale. So it's very important, everybody. When you play the guitar, you just don't play up and down the scale like this in the same octave. You got to be able to play this all the way across the neck, up and down the neck. Watch it. Because you're going to be very limited. See what I'm doing? So now, somebody would say to me, look, Mr. Jackson, is this just a F major scale starting on the C? Yes, it is. But you can't think like that if you're playing jazz. You're going to have to actually use, make sure that you're actually playing the scale. You have to know which note to change to make it a flat set. So you have to be able to play it up and down all over the neck, It's a very good idea to really learn the neck. So if I'm playing a C7 here, I'm playing all these different C7s. So when I'm actually playing over each chord, I'm actually thinking of the scale for each chord. That's what jazz musicians call playing over the changes. So it's very important to learn how to play over the changes and know what scale you're playing. Okay. So I'm only taking comments and questions from my patrons today. I'm doing this open to the public. So look at this. So when I get to the F7 chord, I'll play the F dominant again. See, I'm playing it everywhere. Oh, Tom is one of my... Tom, thank you for joining me. Tom is actually one of my patrons. How are you doing, Tom? Hi. He's watching on his other YouTube account. Just switch so you can see. Just thanks for the invite. Sadly, I don't have a mic or webcam at the moment. We'll enjoy the stream though. Cheers. Okay. Oh, that's too bad, Tom. It would have been great to have you on the live stream. Okay. Now, Tom is actually one of my patrons, and I appreciate you, Tom. For, right now it's been very busy, Tom. If you look very carefully on my Patreon, I'm doing an Indiegogo campaign trying to raise money for my new album. And Tom is one of my longtime patrons, really great guy, and I really appreciate him. And please, if go to my my link in my description here, and you can actually support my Patreon account, where you can actually get this book that a lot of my patrons have and my students, called Chords at Your Fingertips, at a very reduced price. And you can take guitar lessons with me very cheap on my new, on my campaign to help support my new album. Okay, so you just go to the link here. Just go to Indiegogo / Ron's new album. So let's keep talking about this. And let me see this right here. Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. Oh, nice, nice. So now let me go. So when I'm playing chord changes through a blues, I'll go like this. So if I'm playing a C7, 1, 2, 3, 4 to F7, then I'm doing the C7, then I'm doing the G minor 7 to C7, going to the 4 chord. So I'll play the scales for each one. Watch this. Now, what I did was I played through all the chords of an F blues, okay? And what I did was, I'm going to move over here a little bit so you can see my neck better. What I did was I played through all the chords, all the scales, and that's a really great exercise to learn how to improvise, everybody. So, but you have to be able to you can't just play it in one area. You can't just start on the root. You have to be able to go like this. What I did was I played the same exact thing, but I did it in a different position. So now I'm going to do it here. See, what I did was I tried to figure out every possible position to be able to play the same scale, okay? And so, it's a really great exercise to do, to be able to execute when you're trying to play changes, okay? So that's what you would do through a blues. So, but you can't just play like just the same scale starting on the root. You could go like this. So what I'm doing is I'm just basically just playing through the scale. Huh? So in a way, watch this. We're gonna clean the camera up for a second, everybody. So so it looks better. I don't think it's gonna do anything. So that's actually how you actually play through changes. Now what happened was I was actually playing the scale for each chord in time and in eighth notes. That's how you really play changes, okay? And I'm playing an eighth note. That's a Barry Harris method I teach, okay? But one thing you have to be able to do for playing changes as well is to be able to play the scale through the chords without getting lost and without actually having to start from the root. So let me try to show you this. It might sound kind of weird on my. I'm going to try to play through my computer, but if I play through a blues in C or F or any key, I should be able to play. I'll show you. I'm going to show you right now. Let's say I play now. So if I play a blues in F, like a Charlie Parker one, watch this. See what I did, everybody? I actually just basically just played through the chord changes of a blues, but I just basically played the scales all the way through it. Sometimes I put passing tones because sometimes it's hard for me just to play just a scale. But you got to be able to play through the chord changes without getting lost in your scales and be able to move through the chords, not making it sound like an exercise. Like when I start doing things like this, if I start playing it sounds like an exercise, but if I go like this, if I start doing that through the chord changes, it starts to sound like music, even though I'm just playing scales. It's not exactly jazz yet. So your goal is to be able to play through the chord changes of a blues or anything just like that, using, just not just playing really basic stuff, being able to use your knowledge and just not starting on the root all the time. A lot of guitar players, when I start teaching them jazz, they can only start from like the low note because they don't know the notes on, on the higher strings or higher up in the neck. So they'll tend to play. They'll tend to go like this. They'll do an arpeggio like this. I mean, the thing is, when you play in that register, everybody, what happens is you're playing in the bass register, basically. That's what the bass player is playing. It's too low. And the guitar is a low-pitched instrument. It sounds an octave lower than the piano. They're playing the same note written on the staff. Okay? So you got to play higher. Like, you got to go. You never see, like real, like you never see, like the master guitar players, like George Benson. They never play down here that low. They play up here. They tend to play in this register up here, okay? Oh, I forgot to tell you guys, I'm playing. Usually I play my D'Angelico, but it's funny. I have this set up because one of the perks of my Indiegogo, I'm raising money for my new album, and you'll see it on the link here, where you can actually get a discount on this book as well, 20% off. If you get it now, okay, and it'll help support my new album, and you'll get it signed by me. It's 20% off. Just go to Indiegogo.com, and then you look for Ron's new album. Now, this guitar is actually, I'm playing this guitar a lot today because this is one of the perks you get that you can actually get on that campaign. I mean, it's not a cheap perk, but you'll get this guitar signed. It's a really great guitar. Take a look at this. You know, there's a couple little bumps here just from me putting it on the guitar stand that I have right here. But otherwise, I've never taken this out of the house. It's a brand new guitar that I got from Eastman. And then, you know, this is actually a part of one of the perks I'm giving. You know, that someone could actually buy if they join my Indiegogo campaign and help me with for my new album. Okay, so this is a Patreon only lesson. I'm not taking any questions or anything other than my patrons who are here. And one first patron that's watching right now is Glenn Michael Thompson. No, not Glenn Michael Thompson. I'm sorry, Glenn. I keep thinking you're a patron. It's Tom Rogers. Sorry, Tom. Now, Tom said he's watching from his other YouTube channel, switched so he could see. And he, you know, I invited him and some of my patrons, so some of them are probably watching and don't want to want me to invite them. But I'm going to have a student of mine too that's coming up in about 5 minutes, and he's going to be actually, you know, joining me to play show me some jazz guitar that I'm showing him. He's going to be live in the studio here. It's going to be like a little studio. And his son, who's 8. Watch out, guys. This kid's going to be great in about 2 or 3 years. So all you adults, you know, and the reason why he's doing so good, because he's taking lessons with me. You know, so I always tell everybody watching me on YouTube, are you studying with a guitar teacher? If you're not, this is the time to get your lessons with me on my, you know, on my Indiegogo, because my lessons are really much cheaper. Actually, they're going to be buying some lessons from me, you know, my guests, because they're so much cheaper than what I usually charge. Okay, so just go on my on the link on my bio. It's everywhere, and check it out. Okay, so let me go right now and show you my book a little bit. So anyway, so for my patrons, there's a lot of patrons who have this book. It's a really great book if you want to learn how to do walking bass lines. So I have a lesson in here called Pass It On. Okay? Now, remember, you can get this book on my website, but particularly on this Indiegogo site. So look at this. There's a picture of Freddie Green. It's actually one of my, you know, popular articles that was written, too, on Acoustic Guitar Magazine. It's a really great book. And so I do a thing about walking bass lines here. So it's in the key of G blues, just a jazz blues. Like I've been doing a jazz blues the whole day today. I did jazz blues in C, then jazz blues in F. And so this is really cool. So take a look at this. So what I do is, in this book, for my patrons, they actually have a lesson kind of like this already. And so what happens is, if you're playing a blues like in the key of G, so this lesson in the book, basically is this progression. It's just a 3-note voicing like this: a G, the root of the chord, and you put the 3rd and the 7th on top, which is F and B flat. Now I'm playing. You can play the 3rd here, the B. Sorry, and a B natural. Sorry. Looks like that. Okay. So if you want to do walking bass lines, you got to know how to first play the bass line. The easiest bass line. This book starts up just like this. It's just quarter notes on the roots. So those are the bass lines for a blues in the key of G. Now you put these two notes on top. Okay? That's how you start doing walking bass lines. So I put the third and seventh of each chord. Before you put the third and seventh of each chord there, you have to learn how to do the third and seventh without the bass line. So I see my chords without the bass note. You have to be able to see the chords without a bass note. 2, 3, 4, like this. Now you can hear the chords with this actually. See that? So that's a G blues with all the chords now. Just the root, which is the bass line, and the third and seventh. So I'll put them together. Watch this. So that's actually how you do a walking bass line with chords in a blues, a jazz blues in the key of G. Now the thing is, that's just roots. So the next step up, and I show you this in this book, right here, Chords at Your Fingertips. Okay, this lesson right here that I'm going over right now, it does that progressively through this book. The next thing you do, you'll do root and fifth, for example. You can go like this. So first you have to be able to do bass line by itself. Like this. So here's the... Like that, you see that? So the next thing I would do is put that together. Like that. See what I did just now? The thing now is to put a bass line together while you're playing those notes. Now, you can't hold, it's really hard to actually hold those notes. Let me show you this before we keep going. Biker Chick put up, you can get lessons at a deep discount right now if you go to the link in my bio in YouTube, because I'm actually having a sale on my lessons through my Indiegogo for my new album. I have a new album that's coming out, and actually we're going to be recording it on November 3rd and mixing it the following week. And it's going to be a follow-up to my last album called Standards in My and Other Songs. It's going to be called Standards in My Songs. And so you can actually pick up the book, and you can also be like, you can actually come to the studio if you're in New York and see us record or mix. And you could be an art director to help design this. You could be a producer, arranger, a producer, and name a song. Those are some of the perks you can get other than getting this book at a deep discount. So go there right now and check it out, okay? Let me hide this. So let's do this with a walking bass line. I don't know where my student's coming, but he's going to be coming soon to be on the broadcast with me. So watch this. Now I'm going to do the walking bass line with the chords together, but you can't hold the chords the whole time because at first it would sound weird. Like I was going like this. It sounds weird to hold the chord the whole time, so I'm going to be holding it somewhat and then playing a bass line. Watch this. what I did, okay, is that I actually played the walking bass line completely. So that's actually one of the cool things you can learn from this book, okay, is to play the walking bass line and the chord melody. And also we get into chord melody here. One of the very last lesson, which is the ultimate lesson in the book, is my lesson. There's a bunch of teachers in this book actually that wrote material for this book too. Adam Levy, Sean McGowan, Jane Miller, and Jeffrey Pepper Rogers. Jeffrey Pepper Rogers was one of the editors of the magazine a long time ago when it started. Acoustic Guitar Magazine, who I write for actually. So I'm one of the writers. I'm actually writing an article for them right now, and I'm gonna have to work on it later on tonight. Okay. So look at this. One of the songs I do is like we do Billy Boy, and I actually do like a chord melody thing with it. So before my guests come on, which I hope they're coming on soon, let me see. Let me see if they're contacting me and they're having a problem getting on. Let me see. Hopefully they'll be coming on very soon with me and to join my broadcast here. So look at this. I do this chord melody thing right here. Look at this, everybody. Okay. Thank you, everybody, who's watching. There's a lot of people watching today. I know it's a Saturday, it's September 11th, and I'm sorry for what happened. I was actually here during September 11th, and I didn't know anybody who passed away there, but it really affected everybody here in New York City when that happened. I saw the buildings, the towers actually. I could smell the towers in Brooklyn where I was at actually. Living at the time in Brooklyn, I could see all the fires and everything from over there. So let me do something. I'm gonna fix the light a little bit better. So watch this. So everybody. So this is actually. I'm not responding to anybody who's not a patron or a student, because this is like a private lesson for my students that I usually give if you're a patron on Patreon, excuse me, and also if you're a student of mine, you get all the sheet music. All this stuff I have right here, everybody, is available on my website. Now, I show this to everybody right now on camera because most of my guitar players and most guitar players don't know how to read, so they wouldn't be able to read this. They need tabs, so it's important to learn how to read. When I created my Patreon account, what happened was a lot of my students, I have to write the tabs out, so I had to rewrite all this music that I already have with tabs. So for my new album that's coming out, and if you support it, I'm gonna have the whole record with the lead sheets, which are the melodies, with the tabs, so you can be able to play it like me. Okay, so thank you everybody for watching, and I'm glad everybody's. I'm seeing that everybody is really enjoying this. So hopefully, I'm gonna have one of my patrons or students come on right now. It's also for people who bought my book. So you know what, Dario, next time, I know Dario's watching. I'm gonna have to have him come live with me because he did buy one of my books. Let me show that to Dario. Dario bought my book actually. So next time, Dario, I'm gonna send you an email and you're gonna go live with us. Okay? Sorry about that. I'm sorry I missed you. I mean, since I have this campaign going, I haven't been able to keep track of all the people who bought my book who haven't. But we'll get you on next time, okay? I want to invite people up to play for me, and the whole world will be watching, okay, when you do this. So look at this. So this song right here, before my guest comes up in a second, I hope they come up soon, is one of my arrangements that's in this book for Billy Boy, okay? So it's actually a full chord arrangement you see here. Look, it's in the book, Chords at Your Fingertips, that you can get right now for a big discount on my Indiegogo campaign. Link in bio here, which is right here. Okay? This book you can get there right now. And I'll play this for you a little bit so you can see it. Okay? Let me hide that for a second. Watch this. So I'll play a little bit for you. Looks like this. my guests are here, everybody. Let's bring them up. Let me bring them up. Hey!
Okay.
I can't see you. You're cut off now. So these are my guests. So welcome everybody. These are my two students from California. First, Malachi and Morrissey. So Malachi is actually my jazz guitar student, and his son is Morrissey. Malachi, how old are you?
I'm 40.
Oh wow! And his son is 7.
Eight.
Yeah. So before we keep going, Dario, check your email. I'm going to invite you up if you want to be on this live stream too. There's instructions because Dario actually bought my book. So this live stream is actually exclusive to my students and my patrons. And so Morrissey just been studying with me for just about a month. No. So Morrissey already knows how to play a song from his book. Let's have him play something. Now, Morrissey's a beginner student, but by the time he's about 13 to 14, he's going to be a monster. He's going to be scaring everybody on YouTube. Now, this is important, everybody. Morrissey wants to study with the real teachers, so it's very important to see Morrissey in action. So, want to play Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star?
Okay.
Go ahead. Yay! Everybody on YouTube, give him a hand. This is gonna be public, so everybody's watching right now live. Morrissey, great job. Yeah, so Morrissey's only just turned 8, like last week. So he's a student of mine, and he's gonna be a really great guitar player. So Morrissey's actually studying out of a book. He's learning how to read, like everybody should be doing. You know, I teach kids and I teach college level, and he's a really great student. And so he's learning how to read and also play the notes on the guitar, all the scales. So it's very important to have a teacher, especially, you know, at any age. And his father was actually my student too. So as a jazz guitar student, so he's a guitar teacher too. So, and actually Malachi, his father, who's right there, found me on YouTube as well on my channel and became a student of mine. And he's been a student of mine for a few months already.
Yeah.
Yeah. So and then when Morrissey saw me teaching your father, he said, "I want to study with Ron too." So thanks Morrissey for being a student. You're a great student, a great kid. Yeah, Malachi, you want to try to play something for us now too? Come on up. Yeah.
Okay.
Switch chairs, guys. Switch chairs.
I'm gonna play. Oh gosh, I'm on the spot.
You want to play something?
Yeah. Sorry.
Do you have like some of the jazz tune you want to play with the play along, maybe?
Oh yeah. Here, I'll use
so,
the
So
app.
Malachi, talk about your experience with me with me teaching you.
Oh, well, so I found Ron on, I think it was actually YouTube or TikTok. And then I reached out to Ron and he got back to me. And I was thankful that I was able to start classes with him. And I studied classical guitar, but I didn't really know much about jazz at all. And a lot of the chords like C major 7 and like sharp 11 and flat 5th, stuff like that kind of confused me. So I wanted to reach out to Ron because I could tell from his playing that he knew what he was doing.
Most of the time. Not all the time.
And then he turned me on to this iReal Pro. And one of the songs, let me see.
Which one?
Love Walked In was probably one of the first ones we did.
You mean like Love Walked In?
Yeah, Love Walked In.
So you know what, everybody, on YouTube, I've been teaching Malachi about jazz improvisation because he wanted to work on jazz improvisation. So there's Dario too. I'm going to invite him after. I have another a person that bought my book. I want to see how he plays my books after. So, Dario, you're in the green room. I'll get you up in a minute. So, Malachi, want to learn about jazz improvisation. So, actually, I was showing him the method that I showed everybody earlier about playing the scale on time, on the right chord, different positions, learning the melody, learning the chords and melody everywhere. Learning the chords everywhere and learning the scales everywhere. So listening and transcribing, all kinds of different stuff. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Malachi.
Oh yeah, sorry, there was a delay.
Yeah. There's a delay. Also, I think next time you go live with me, you have to change the settings so you don't have an echo. But it's okay.
Yeah.
So, do you want to play something for everybody?
Yeah, I can play along. I can do the chords for Love Walked In.
Oh, you want to play the melody with the play along? It's okay. It's only live on YouTube.
I know, that's the thing.
Your son just said, okay, so it's your turn now, Daddy.
All right, I'll go through it one time here.
Okay.
I'm not sure. This is the first time I use it. I'm not sure how to get rid of that echo.
Oh, you have to go to settings and then hit echo cancel. Go to audio settings and hit echo cancel.
Let me see here.
You know how to do that? Go to where it says cam and mic on the bottom there, I think.
Okay, echo. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Try it now, yeah. Uncheck it.
Uncheck it?
No, check it.
Oh, it is on. I think it's because of the YouTube. Maybe I should turn the YouTube off.
Yeah, turn the YouTube, if it's on the computer, down so you don't hear the echo.
How about now?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, that's what it was.
Oh yeah, good. So try that. Malachi, I keep mentioning your names up.
All right, here, let's see. Let me try here. Here's Love Walked In.
Here we go. Yeah. Like father, like son. Yeah. So great. Yeah. So when you started studying with me, you wanted to get Malachi. You wanted to get more into jazz because you never did that before, did you?
No, never.
So what happens is when you study classical guitar, everybody, they lock you into like certain scales and fingerings. Where in jazz, you have to really know your scales all over the neck. Like when I started playing classical, the C major scale was like this. Everybody, watch this. That's the typical C major scale in classical, isn't that? Isn't that Malachi?
Oh yeah.
And the G major scale is like this. I think it's a great exercise for switching position. Because if you want to play fast, you got to go. You know what I mean? Like, it's a really good exercise for pivoting your fingers. Some of these things. So I think both methods are good for what they are. But for jazz, you really have to know your skills all over the neck. So that's what we've been working on with you. And
Yeah.
it's, it's really great to have you as a student, and that you're learning jazz, improvisation. And so that's how you play, if you're playing through chords like this, everybody, Malachi was basically going. He's playing through those chords of Love Walked In, like as a scale exercise, but the goal eventually is to be able to not only play the scale, but to actually improvise. Try to make your solos sound more like, not like scales, but from the roots, but like musical exercises, and then eventually learning solos and improvisation over that. So, yeah, this is great, guys. So, thanks for coming on the show.
All right, thanks for having us, Ron.
And Malachi actually has this book. You've been working on this book?
Oh yeah, we got that one right, Jackson.
Yeah, so just so you know, everybody, I'm doing an Indiegogo campaign, and actually Malachi is one of my big contributors. He owns this book, and he's going to pick up some lessons for his son at a discount right on my at my Indiegogo. So everybody, if you want to get lessons with me, now's the time.
We got an autograph by Ron Jackson.
Oh yes, thanks. Oh yeah, that's me. yeah. So you can get a book right now on YouTube. Just go to the link in my description, and it's at a discount. And also he's going to be picking up a bunch of lessons from Morrissey and himself at a really even cheaper price than I'm charging him now.
Yeah, great price.
Yeah, so thanks for coming on the show, and also Malachi, you have your own YouTube channel too, don't you know that?
Oh yeah, Mr. M's Music.
What's it called?
You can also find me at MalachiHernandezMusic.com.
Yeah, so MalachiHernandezMusic.com. What's your Instagram? What's your YouTube again?
Mr. M's Music.
Mr. N. Oh, that's your company?
Well, Malachi Hernandez Music, but my YouTube, you can find me at Mr. M. Or if you just put in my name, Malachi Hernandez, you can find me.
Yeah, so Malachi does lessons too, so I want to help him out with that too.
Thanks, Ron.
Yeah, so thanks for coming on the show, guys. You guys are stars now on YouTube.
All right, have a good one. Thanks, Ron.
Morrissey went up there and said, I'm not scared. Okay, see you guys.
See ya.
Bye-bye. Okay, so everybody, thanks for those them coming on. Where's Dario? Dario, you gonna come on? Because I'm gonna be going off soon. Because I'm getting tired. I need to eat lunch. Dario? There he is. I think Dario is coming on soon. So anyway, so this is what I do on Patreon every month, everybody. I have guests coming on now. We play together. I can hear them in person. So this is something everybody should be able to do now on YouTube. Or, if you want to become a Patreon or take a lesson with me, you can actually learn all these cool things. Go live with me, like I just did. Invite people up to play. I have students of all ages. So let me add Dario to the stream right now. Dario,
how's it going?
Hey, good man. So where are you located?
I'm in Grand Prairie, Texas.
Oh, it's really funny.
What?
I had a patron from that area recently.
Really?
Yeah. He was a patron, and he took a couple of guitar lessons from me. Yeah, so you want to play a song for us real quick? I can't see your guitar, though. You got to show your guitar.
Yeah.
You got to move back. You got to move back, actually. Move back, like that way. Yeah, because that's... Cause I'm like about 4 feet away from the camera. Yep, I'm a pro at this.
I get you.
Yeah, great. play us something real quick. Nice. Oh, that's supposed to be So What? No? Yeah.
It's the only jazz standard I know.
Oh, wow, cool. So, Dario, how long you been playing guitar?
I've been playing since I was about 10 years old.
Cool.
It's been a long time, but I took some time off, and I really got into it when I was about 20.
Oh, cool.
I'm 51 now.
Oh, yeah, great. So, do you play out over there?
What's that?
Do you play out anywhere?
No, I just play. I'm a bedroom guitar hero.
Bedroom guitar. I never heard that one before. That's a good one. I gotta use that one actually. Yeah, Dario, you're one of my big fans. You're always, every time I go live, you're like, that's Dario again.
Yeah, man. I love jazz, bro. I love your playing style. You know, jazz is one of those last genres for me that I need to learn. You know, and it really helps with rock, and it really helps with flamenco that I love. And I'm really a big fan of Paco de Lucia, who melded jazz and flamenco together.
You know what's really funny?
What's that?
I have seen him perform before live with John McLaughlin and Al Di Meola.
Oh, yeah. I have that album.
Yeah, but I saw them live. I mean, I saw them a few times, actually. They were amazing, man. I saw them when I was in high school. And I actually know John McLaughlin. I've met him, you know, I mean, I've hung out with him. Really nice guy, man.
Cool.
You know, and, you know, it's so sad that Paco de Lucia died, you know.
Yeah, he died suddenly.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he wasn't even that old, you know.
See, I have his album here. I have Paco de Lucia's.
Oh, yeah, he's great, man.
So,
yeah, so, you know, thanks a lot, Dario, for buying my book and stuff. And,
yeah.
How do you like it?
I like it. I left it at my office. Otherwise, I would have brought it home over the weekend. But I teach some co-workers a few chords here and there. You know, I'm just trying to take great credit for some of your licks.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah. Thanks for coming on, Dario. You know, and everybody, you know, check out Dario's YouTube channel and what YouTube. And you know, you want to play us one quick one, real quick, before we finish?
Sure. I'll do a few chords here that I learned out of the book.
Good.
Here's one of my favorites.
Oh, that's a nice chord. Yeah. There's a lot of chords. This book has a lot of chords in it. I mean,
I love
to learn. There's a ton, but it's all about chords. So it's not only from me, from a lot of great guitar teachers. So everybody, you can pick up that book right now on my Patreon. I mean, excuse me, on my Indiegogo campaign that's happening right now at a discount.
Okay.
You know, and hopefully one day, Dario, you can take some lessons with me.
I'm gonna take lessons from. That's the plan.
Yeah, right now I'm telling you, I'm having a sale right now on my Indiegogo. It's actually like about 40% off my lessons. So
okay,
go check it out.
Sounds good, bro.
Yeah, so thanks for coming on the show, everybody, and I'll see you soon. Okay.
Okay, my man.
Okay, thanks, Dario.
Okay, buddy.
Have a good day. So that was Dario, one of my students. You know, I mean, not one of my students, but one of the people that follow me here on YouTube. He bought my book. I really appreciate him. And he got my book, you know, I think he got it actually on a sale price too, but right now I'm having a sale. Go to my Indiegogo. Right now, I think, here it is. I'll show you. It's right here. I'm offering lessons, all kinds of stuff there, at a deep discount. My new album that's coming out. And this was actually a public showing for my private students, people who bought my book and my patrons. This is public. I put this public so you can see how I teach people online, and you know, and I encourage them to play. So please follow me if you don't. Share my page. You know, support my new album on Indiegogo, which is on the link here, and you know, and join my Patreon if you'd like at patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic. It was fun going live for you guys and doing this live stream for my for everybody. So we'll keep in touch, and thanks again, everybody. Have a great day, and I'll see you guys very soon. Okay? It's Ron Jackson. Follow me everywhere at Ron Jackson Music as well. Share my page to everybody. So it's really fun, and it's really hard to go live and talk and play and all kinds of stuff. So I give myself a lot of credit for that too. I'm just kidding. So have a great day, everybody, and thanks for watching. And I'll see you guys soon on everywhere. Okay, have a great day. Bye bye. I'm going live right now if you're watching. So let me just hit this link on my other page here. Hopefully you'll see this. Yeah, I'm live right now. I see 4 people up here. Thank you for watching. Now, definitely, if you're on YouTube, just definitely send me a chat and make sure you can see me. And if you're on Patreon, try to send me a chat through YouTube, okay? Just because it's easier than I'm navigating between both sites right now. And if you want to join the conversation, you can actually, click on here. Great. Hey, Todd. Great to see you, Todd. If you have any questions, please let me know. So today, I have some special guests from my people that bought my book called Chords at Your Fingertips. Okay? And we're going to go through this book a little bit today, most of the live lesson. Now, this book, I'd like to thank Acoustic Guitar Magazine. I write for the magazine called Acoustic Guitar, and I have about at least 20 articles from them. The last 2 issues, the first 2 issues of the year, I have an article. This one is about sweet picking. In this article with Ben Harper on the cover. This came out in January, so you can check that out. But these 3 lessons in here are from acoustic guitar and from Hal Leonard Music, and I have. Okay, and we're going to be doing. We're going to go over some the first lesson here, which is about walking bass lines. So what I'm trying to do is I'm going to I'll talk a little bit about this stuff on here, but if you have your guitars ready, take them out. I know that we can't really do like a whole live Zoom kind of thing like I would do, but this is really good for you guys to see me and ask me some questions. So send me any questions or comments when you get a chance. Okay, let me see. This is a private link too. Unlisted link. So let me see all the messages if there's any. Okay, so let me get started. So the first lesson we're going to go over, just to go over briefly, we're going to go over all 3 of them. Is really just a lesson about walking bass lines, it's a real mystery for a lot of guitar players to play bass lines, who want to play jazz. So we take this in this weekly workout. And if you own the book, remember you have videos that go along with this book. Okay. It's just right here in the beginning. It tells you right at the beginning. You go right here. You'll see right at the beginning of the book, in the contents at the bottom where to go to find the videos to go with the book. Okay, and it's really cool. So you have all the videos. Actually, I play everything through these videos, all my lessons, and the other guys on the book too. They have some great lessons in this book too. We're going to go over my lessons particularly. So let me start with number 1. Let me see. Hi, everyone. Oh, hi, Michelle. So let me get started here. So, when I was getting into bass lines, I was at Berklee College of Music. I saw Joe Pass play. He actually was like, he was doing a clinic, a workshop, and he was like he's a real monster, that guy, with the walking bass lines and chords and soloing. So the hard part, one of the things, one of the first things I learned at Berklee was to walk a bass line, and there's a couple ways you can do it. On the guitar, I do, on this lesson particularly, I do a blues in G, and the most important thing I want you guys to know is to simplify it. Hey Dan, good to see you. Dan, one of my great students. Great to be here. Dan got the book too, and so look at this. So when I'm walking a bass line, you should know how to do a bass line. And now doing a bass line is not even easy. You have to know how to connect chords at the right time, at the right place. So the easiest bass line, I start off in the lesson here. I talk about Freddie Green and comping and all kinds of stuff. It kind of comes from that, comes with the comping. But the most important thing is to be able to do a bass line by itself. Okay, first, so I would go like this. So I'm doing a blues in G, like in this blues here in the key of G, it's just a typical jazz blues. A 4, 1 to 4 to C7 to G7, 1 bar, then D minor 7, G7, then C7, C diminished 7, C sharp diminished 7, excuse me, G7, B minor 7, E7, A minor 7, D7, G7, E7, A minor 7, D7. Now, for example, you should know this progression by heart. Never, when you're playing jazz or any style of music, you don't see like, well, some jazz bands you see a lot, like you'll see them reading music. But in general, you don't see a rock band or any famous pop band play with music in front of them. It looks bad. And, and people can't groove to the music if they're looking at music. One of my friends who plays a lot of these famous bands like Bruce Springsteen said, one good thing is not to look at music when you're in the band. So you should memorize these songs. Memorize the blues, particularly in jazz, or any kind of jazz tune that you're learning. Now, this song is very common. I did it in the key of G just to make it a little bit easier. But, the same chord progressions for songs like Billy's Bounce, Now's the Time, Sunny Moon, for all the typical jazz blues tunes, okay, that you find. So the hard part is playing just the bass line and quarter notes. Now, when I play the quarter note, see how I'm emphasizing the 2 and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. So that's really hard to do, okay? And, you should be able to go through that. And then the next thing to do is do root fifth when you're taking solos, for example. When you're playing a bass line, I'll go like this: root fifth, root fifth, root fifth. Now 2 beats each. You can't do it there. So I'm going through the blues. Sorry. I gotta think about this. Now, just to do that, it's really hard to do. Okay, so what I do, the next important aspect. So that's a real simple bass line. That's a hard bass line to actually do, and do it right. You see me, I was flubbing it up a little bit because I'm talking and playing at the same time. But so root fifth and root. Keep the steady beat though. Don't. When you're playing a bass player, if you're a bass player, you go. And then you miss a beat, the whole band's gonna go down the tubes, So you gotta make sure you keep that bass line going, even if it's a mistake, just keep going. So the next thing is this, okay? If you have any questions, please send them. Let me see. I don't see any questions yet. I'm just trying to see. No, not yet. Okay. Just checking in here. So the next thing is, I showed you here on the Acoustic Guitar Magazine week 1 article that you're going to play the 3rd and 7th of each chord. So the 3rd and 7th is very important in 7th chords harmony in jazz. So what I mean by the 3rd and 7th is that the root is 1. So in this case, if it's a G7, it's a G. Then the 3rd is B, and then the 5th is D. And the 7th, or flat 7th in this case, is a F, okay? So what we do is we use those 2 notes together. So, okay, so what I did was, when you play bass line, you walk a bass line on the guitar, or when you're comping in general, like the Freddie Green style. I didn't get to Freddie Green too much. There's an intro about him here, but in this article, in this lesson, but I did talk about him. He did a lot of comping, which is the root and 3rd and 7th. He did that kind of stuff like this, okay? So that's very important to know that voicing, the 3rd and 7th, over the bass line. That's why I had you start like that, because if you want to walk a bass line, you should really know the 3rd and 7th separately from the root of the chord, okay? Because then you'll get the bass line under that chord. That's what I actually do in this lesson. So Freddie Green's comp like that, actually, okay, and that's a hard thing to do, actually, too. Things like that, okay? Okay, that's an exercise actually, but the point is you should know where your third and seventh is in the chord separately. That's what I'm trying to say. If you're going to comp a blues, you should do like this. First, you do the bass line like I told you. Then you would just do the third and seventh by itself. Like that. You see that? That's what I have written out here in week 1 of this the Pass It On, which is page 35, everybody, just in case. Sorry about that. I forgot to tell you the page number. That's the walking bass line. It's the first lesson in the book. Pass It On, page 35. I do it this way. Right now, I'm not playing the bass that's written because you should know that separately. And when we do these articles, there's not enough space to write all this stuff. Okay, so what I did was I separated. I just played the third and seventh of the chord. Now, you should know how to play the third and seventh of all your chords in general in diatonic, in diatonic major, for example. If I'm playing in the key of G, G major 7, A minor 7, B minor 7, C major 7, D7, E minor 7 flat 5, E minor 7 sorry, F sharp minor 7 flat 5. So I should be able to play the third and seventh. Now usually you can play the third and seventh this low if you want, but I put it up an octave and play the third and seventh up like that. See what I did? Now I put the bass there. So you have the fifth missing, and it makes it easier to play actually, to play it like that. So you should know your diatonic thirds and sevenths. Now, what's really cool is I have an exercise for this actually that I'm going to put on my Patreon because some of the people are watching who are on my Patreon. Just in case people on the book are watching, from the book are watching, my Patreon, you're actually streaming, I'm streaming live to my Patreon patrons as well as you guys, who get these lessons all the time because they're patron, okay? Different kinds of lessons, not the same as this book, of course. So what's really cool is when you play that third and seventh and that bass note, you can actually do. See that? I can go like that. Then I can do root fifth. See how I'm stopping the bass or the chord? So to be able to do a bass like that root fifth, you have to adjust your fingers. So remember the common chords that you play and the fingerings that you learned don't apply anymore. You just got to know where to put your fingers. Watch this. See, I'm adjusting my fingers. So that's how you come up with bass lines on that kind with the third and seventh and root. Now, so when I'm doing this exercise with the blues in B flat in G, excuse me, like the blues is like this. So that's so this is a blues in G that we're going over. So when I put that bass line in, I'm going to be doing this. I'm going to go. I'll hold that chord out to do a separate bass line. See how that third and seventh is easier now? I mean, that bass line is easier with that third and seventh. Like that. Okay. Any comments or questions yet so far? Nothing? Okay. Let me see if anybody's live chatting with me right now. Nobody? Okay. So, what's happening is this. Let me see if there's any questions or comments so far. Nothing yet. Loud and clear. Someone, Todd, said loud and clear. Dan Elvo. Oh, what bass line can you play over G major? Oh, sorry, I missed Reggie's comment. What bass line can you play if G major 7 is 2 measures? Oh, that's a good question. you could do is just walk up the scale. So I'm doing approach note. Now that's the hard part. Walking a bass line over the same chord is really hard if it's just the same chord over and over. It's easier if you have a bunch of chords because you can just kind of walk through all the chords. When it's just one chord, you gotta kind of make up the bass line. See what I'm doing? See, I'm kind of like walking around. So I can actually go even fancier. Now, I'm doing a lot of fancy stuff now. I'm doing passing tones, approach notes. Those are part of bass lines, but it's hard to put those in if you can't just walk a very basic bass line first. You got to start throwing all the other stuff in later. So that's what I would do if I'm walking. Sometimes I'll reharmonize. See, I'm just trying to stay on the G, but I'll just maybe throw a 2/5 in there. So that's how I would actually throw something like that in there. So that's a really hard thing to do. Then I'm just staying in one position, but I can actually go. So see, I'm kind of mixing it up now when I'm doing the G major 7. So that's a great question, Reggie. That's the hard thing, to do a walking bass line over the same chord and making it creative. Okay. Now bass player we'll just go. He'll just do something like that. Now they don't also end on the root, everybody. So that's another tricky thing about doing bass lines. You don't want to just end on the root all the time. They might end on the 3rd or the 5th, or 7th or something, and not very common. Like Ron Carter, if you listen to that guy, he does a lot of great bass lines. So it's very important to check out bass players and learn real bass lines from them. So let's get back to this exercise, weekly workout number 1 out of the book. So if you have the book, this is a great opportunity for you to get, to check it out. If you don't have the book, go check it out. It's on my website at ronjacksonmusic.com. So watch this. So I'll do that bass line like this. And what I started doing is, I actually have it written like this in the lesson. You should be able to do both ways. Okay, I have that written first, so you get the Freddie Green thing. Then I start doing the bass line like this. To do this is hard. That's the next part. All roots, etc. I'll go through the whole thing. Yeah, so let me see something here. I'm going to check someone's making a comment, just to make sure everything's going okay. So, does anybody know how to walk the bass line already? Now for the book, let me know. Please let me know. Send me a message. Does anybody have any questions about how you place the 3rd and 7th and how you do the fingerings? No? Please send me a message, everybody, if you do. Okay. Let me see what else is going on here. I don't see any more messages. So good. So so let's get to the next part. Please send me more messages and questions if you have any. I'm gonna I'm just looking at some. So the next part of this lesson here, just to do a walking bass line like this. I have this written out. I'm just playing it separately. what I have written. I mean, sorry. Like that, okay? So what I'm going to do next is that's the baseline I wrote on week 3 of the weekly workout. Can anybody play that already? Yes. Okay. If you can, let me know. And if you have a problem playing that baseline, so what I did was you got to separate the baseline from these third and sevens, and you have to be able to play them separately. Okay. And so watch me. Now you got to put that third and seventh in there. Now what happens is, if you look carefully, if you look at between week 2 and week 3, you notice that the third and seventh is only for 2 beats now. Why? Because you don't need to hold that chord that long, actually. Because when you're comping a baseline, you're not going to go and hold it that long. Usually guys will go like this. They do different kinds of comping behind that. And that's another goal you have to get to, is not to just play these whole notes and half notes, but to do actual comping rhythms. And if you're a Patreon on my account, there's a whole lesson at the, like from last year. If you go to archives, if you just go back and, in the posts, I have this thing of all these different kinds of comping patterns from the Charleston, okay, which is very common in jazz. The Charleston comping pattern, which actually I show here in week 4. So if I'm going to play that bass line, I would do it real slow right now. So I'm going to play the week 3 bass line. Watch it. See, now I'm only playing for 2 beats. So what I did was, now I started doing these bass lines that connect. They do. Actually, I stole these from different bass players that I've transcribed. So what I did was I just played a bass line, split up the scale, then went up chromatically to get to the C. These are almost like chromatic approach notes, but they're on bass lines. Okay, and I have a whole lesson about chromatic approach notes in my Patreon, all 16 of them. Then I went back down. To the C, to the B flat, which is the flat 7, and then went back chromatically back to the G. And then I went up the scale, root 5th, then root 3rd, then I went to the C7, flat 7, and then I did C diminished. Then I did an approach note to G. Then I did a chromatic notes going up to the B, to the E. Then a chromatic approach note to the E7. Then a chromatic approach note from above to the A minor. That connected the A minor to the D7. Then down the scale, back to G7. Chromatic approach to the E7. Then a chromatic approach from above to the A minor. The chromatic approach from below to the D7. Does anybody have any questions about chromatic approach notes? Now, if you don't know what that is, I'll talk about it for a minute. You can approach a chord tone like a G. Let's say you're playing a G chord. An approach note would be actually playing a note above each chord tone. So I'm playing a half step below each chord tone. So G, I'm playing the note right below F sharp. Then on the B, on the arpeggio, I would play A sharp. On the D, a C sharp. And then back to G, F sharp. So it sounds like this. You should be able to do that over any chord, actually. Usually you do it on the root 5th on root third and fifth on most chords, not on the seventh, but you can. Okay, it gets kind of weird when you play the seventh, but it's possible because I do. When you're a jazz musician, you kind of do everything once you know how to do it the right way. Okay, so you have to learn these rules and then break them eventually. Okay, let me move this camera down just a little tiny bit. Okay, so you can see my guitar better, and my head's cut off a little bit. Okay, so yeah, so that's the next bass line. So what's happening on week 4? Because I don't want to spend too much time on this because we have a couple more weeks to go, a couple of more lessons. So the last lesson is basically a Charleston rhythm. It's actually like that. Sorry. I phrase these things so differently sometimes. I'll go, I might make it short. It's the same rhythm, but I'll go, this is a dotted quarter note to an eighth note. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. So what I'm actually doing is I'm doing a walking bass line under that. So that's hard to do. You got to go. Oh, someone had a question. Oh, I want to get this question. What's this person saying? Oh. No questions? Let me see. Let me see who's saying a question here real quick. Oh, looks good. Someone said looks good. Okay. Okay. So what basically you're doing a Charleston rhythm. So you got to learn how to do what I also. If you have any questions about how to pick and hit the notes with your fingers, please ask me. I'm using hybrid picking. Okay, you can actually do with this picking with this bass lines. You can actually even do just all picking if you want. It's harder. You could use hybrid picking, which is pick and fingers, or you could use your fingers. Sometimes I use my fingers too. Actually, the easiest way to play this is probably with your fingers altogether. I mean, in my case, I'm switching when I'm actually performing or recording whatever I'm doing. It's good to have my pick handy. So I usually use hybrid picking, but you could actually go. Watch. It's actually easier. So. Now, I want to show you guys something, just so you know. You'll notice how the chord, when I actually go from the D minor 7, now you go, what happens is, when you change a chord, let's say you go into D minor 7 to G7 for 2 beats each, and you're hitting a syncopation, you've got to hit the syncopation note before you hit the chord because it's actually approaching the next note. So I'm gonna go, instead of going 1, 2, 3, it's 4. Instead of going, I have to go to get to that G7 note chord. Okay. So that rhythm, whenever you do a syncopation and it's syncopated up, you've got to play the next chord before you get to the next. You got to play that syncopation before you get to the next chord. So it sounds like this. Or it's hard to do. How to do it slower. See how I'm anticipating that? So I anticipated those chords just like that. So that's how you actually do the walking bass lines in the weekly workout for Pass It On page 35 of my book right here that we're going over, called Chords at Your Fingertips. So this is actually for my patrons so they can learn bass lines. And if you don't have the book, please pick it up on my website. And these are for the people who already bought my book. They're invited guests today. I have guests from all over the who are private students sometimes on my live lesson, not on my Patreon account itself, where they get all the free lessons that they want that I put out in videos, etc. So I just want to let you guys know, if you all my patrons and everybody whoever's a patron, I started a new thing. I'm going to give you shout outs on Instagram and YouTube on my YouTube end cards. I'm listing you on all my new videos, all my current patrons, okay? And of course, when you join, it might take a week or two just to get your name at the end card, because I got to put your name on the end card and then then edit it into video and everything. But I'll include you and definitely give you a shout out within a week. So thank you for watching. If you're a new patron, okay, and if you want to join, just let me know. People who are just go to my Patreon at patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music, and you can just join. Now watch this. So the next lesson that I have in here is called Spicing Up Your Playing. It's out of my book, okay, and so jazz is it talks about jazz is full of harmonies and all that kind of stuff, okay, that sound foreign to most people. Oh yeah. So someone was mentioning about the new benefits I'm going to be offering through Patreon. I'm going to try to feature some patrons, for example, things like that. Do more interactive stuff with my patrons. So I'm going to be announcing that very soon on my Patreon and in public. On my Instagram and TikTok and everywhere everybody follows me, subscribes to me. If you don't subscribe to me on YouTube already, please do. Thank you for 20,000 subscribers on YouTube. I appreciate that. I just passed that, getting close to 21,000 soon. Okay, and so I'm going to have some new benefits coming up with Patreon. Okay, because my Patreon's starting to get bigger and bigger. So now let's get back to the playing here. So in this weekly workout lesson, okay. So each lesson lasts for a week here. And we start talking about how to spice up your playing in jazz. So we start off with knowing your diatonic chords. I talked about a little bit about it on a minute ago. You should be able to play like a C major a chord progression in thirds. So that's what I basically do in this first exercise. So this is something that's very common that all students should know how to do. So the diatonic chords in C are just C, D, E minor, F, G, A minor, B diminished, C, okay? You should know that if you want to play music in general, okay? And then I see how I played it across the neck. You can do it that way, or up and down the neck like this. And from any root on the string too, like etc. Now, the next thing to do is learn your major sevenths. Like this.
1 sec.
Okay, so what I did was I just went up this scale like this. These are closed voicings, we call them, or drop twos. Now I have them written out like this on Acoustic Guitar Magazine, the book here. I mean, kind of, you should be able to do any kind of fingering from any root on the string. So you should be able to do from here. See how I just went right to the 4-string root, and from here too. I'm gonna go backwards. So those are the diatonic seventh chords. You should be able to play those. Let me know if you know how to play these, and if you don't, if you have any questions about it, I'll show you how to use the fingerings. A lot of this stuff is trial and error, so you need to really practice this, just like I'm doing it right now. Like I haven't done it in a while. It's a real basic technique, and it's not easy. It's kind of tricky. Now the fingerings change, of course, according to the string you're using, of course. So the next part, I start showing like a typical 1-4, 1-4, 1-5 progression, okay? So it's like this. I'll do it fast. So, you know, that's a lot of jazz tunes, just so you guys know, are just a very basic progressions, just reharmonized. So a lot of jazz musicians like myself, we just like to reharmonize everything. You got to do it in taste. Sometimes if you over reharmonize a song, it just starts to sound like it's like an exercise or something. So your goal is to be able to like reharmonize like this. Just instead of going straight from a C to an F, you could just go throw in that C7. That's what I did in this exercise. Then make the F to a minor, 4 minor, 1, 4, 1, back to G7. Okay, so that's example 4 number in week 1 of this exercise. So that you have to start working on this and doing different keys and different exercises and try experiment with that. And then the next thing to do is to reharmonize this. This is all about reharmonization, adding flavor to your chords and progressions. I can go like C. Instead of hitting the C7 with just the root, I can go to the and add the third. See what I did? And I went to F minor. I went to the C. And then what I went to C over G, then C7 over G, then I went to F over A, and then I went to F minor over A flat, and I went like this. C over G to G7 back to C. Or you can do it this way too. I have it written out like this. So when I read the chord symbols too, I can translate it to different things. What's written here is like this. I can do it this way. See what I did? I did exactly the same progression, but I started doing all these reharmonizations. And then the next example, week 2. So this is a great exercise. All these exercises take a week to learn because you have to memorize these and internalize this stuff. Okay, so now week 2. So that's the end of week 1. That's 5 examples. So week 2, we start throwing in the 7th chords. Okay, let me see if there's any questions. No questions so far. I guess people are just like like what I'm talking about and don't have any questions. Okay, so the next thing is so now we'll do this 1-6-2-5 progression. Okay, so you should know how to do that this way. Okay, so you should be able to do that. Then a reharmonization for that is basically replacing the 1 with the 6, with the 3rd, excuse me. So you make 3 E minor to A minor to D minor to G7. Okay, that's a very common replacement for the C major 7. It could be the 3rd. Okay, now the next example, you could just make this. The C major 7 to the A minor 7, 1-6, just make it a dominant. So they call it the 5-7 or the 2, which is D minor. These are very, very common chord progressions that you see in jazz. Okay, and that you could just reharmonize. What we like to do is instead of playing like the 1-6-2-5, the diatonic chords, we could just go all dominant. We could just do an A7 there, then go D minor to D7, or you can make it all dominant. So they all lead to the next chord, okay, and go back to the 1. And then of course then you go back to the 3rd, E minor, and go A7, D minor 7, G7. So that's very common. So if I'm doing a song like I Got Rhythm, so I made a comment. see who said that. Can we go down here? I can't figure out how to go down. So someone made a comment about benefits. Let me see. Let me go to live chat. Uh-oh. See live chat. I can't see them. Oh yeah, Patreon. Just so you know, Patrons, you will get a dedicated discount code for use on discovery calls and tangible benefits, and additional live workshop every month for DIY music marketing, etc. Okay, so we'll talk about that too. So you can read about that in comments after. So when you're doing a song like "I Got Rhythm," so the typical progression is 165. C major 7, A minor 7, D minor 7, G 7. But what we do is we kind of mix it up now. I'll replace the C major 7 with this. Oh, and then. So what happens when you start reharmonizing and putting these extra chords in, you have more of an arsenal to take a solo with. So I can just go. And so we reharmonize. That's why we reharmonize. So we can just, instead of doing that, we can go. I changed it around or. Okay? So basically that's what jazz musicians reharmonized and spice up their chords and playing and notes so they can spice up their solos. That's what they really want to do at the end. Okay? Then you can also do dominant 7th on the E minor now instead. And then do this thing called tritone substitution where you replace, instead of playing the A7, I play an E flat 7. Now, I don't want to talk too much about tritone substitution because we can talk about that for one lesson. Tritone is basically just a tritone, which is like a flatted 5th or sharp 4 away from the chord that you want to play. So an A7 would be E flat, and they share the same 3rd and 7th. Okay, so instead of doing that, we can go. I'm just replacing this chord and this chord with this chord. And it sounds weird. It's really symmetrical. Back to the C. So that's a very common progression. So with the tritone, okay? And I actually show that in example 12. So the 3rd and 7th are the same. These notes are the same. It sounds like a song. So I do that a lot in my walking bass lines too. I mix them up. Etc. Okay. Now, example number also we can do this too. What I did is we can do the C major 7 and do the tritone substitution of the A. Do the A, E flat instead. The D minor 7 to the D flat. Now, if I'm losing you guys, please ask me any questions about all these tritone substitutions because I'm getting lost talking about them too. I mean, I know what's going on, but if I was watching this, I'd be going, "Whoa, that's going by fast," and I go by pretty fast because we're gonna finish at 3. So, now example 4 is just you just instead of playing like the straight C major 7, you just put a 9 in there. Okay, to make it more interesting. So I'm playing a C major 9, like that, and then I'm doing, or you can do this one on the D minor 7. You can play a C major 9 like that too. Only thing about the C major 9, there's no 3rd to make it sound like it's a major, that defines if it's minor or major. It's a nice sounding chord. Okay. So that's example number 15 of week 3. I'm just skipping by here to go get through this quicker. And the thing is now, instead of playing dominant 7th with just like a straight 7th, you You can spice it up by putting like a 13 and 9 like this. That's a really nice chord. Okay. I did that. I actually did, sorry. And then, so this is a C13 flat 9. And then an E over a G, which is actually what we call also in jazz. Let me see this one to make sure I'm playing it right. It's also called a G7 13 flat 9. Okay, and then you can. Then I'm doing a G minor 7, a D minor 7 to that chord. So I did a 2-5-1 with all these fancy reharmonizations now. You can play like this. Instead of going, sounds boring, you can do this. So there's a D minor 7, G, E over G, they call it, or G7 13 flat 9 to C major 9. Okay, now that's example number 16. Number 17 is just a C dominant like this. Now to spice it up that chord, I can just put a flat 5 or a sharp 5. So that's very common, and you can just resolve to F major 7. Now the F major 7, example number 18, to make it sound more interesting, you could just put a major 7 sharp 11 or sharp 5. So this is the note you're changing. So just so you know, I'm going by quick here. You're just changing notes in the chord. So if I'm playing a C7, the 5, I can just make a flat 5 to make it sound cooler. Or I can take that note and raise it up one note to a sharp 5. The major 7, just change that note. The C, F major 7 to sharp 11 or sharp 5. So you have to really know your chord tones to be able to play all these fancy chords I'm playing. And also, if you're playing like a regular C chord, these are actually called line cliches, just so you know. Like, so if I'm playing this next example, example 19, and I go to the I can just raise the G, make it augmented, and make that a 6 and go back down. And you hear that a lot in songs, everybody. Like, I believe the children are our future. Da, 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 da. You know, it's like a very common progression. There's a lot of songs like that. But what about this? If I do that in minor, you know what that is. James Bond. So those are called line cliches. So a lot of jazz musicians like to spice up their chords like that because when they're taking a solo, they'll use that line in their solo. They'll go like this. I'm trying to throw that note in like a solo. It's kind of weird. So it's very important to know these lines and chord shapes just to be able to do cool reharmonizations. And then, of course, you get to the major 7th one like this. That's example number 20. And the example 21 is a common one. You know, My Funny Valentine, My Fun, or Stairway to Heaven. This is the same line. From Stairway to Heaven, it's the same minor, major 7, minor 7, minor 6. And then this one I showed you earlier. Example 22. Okay, so that's my adding flavor. So we're going over my book here, everybody. And just so you know, I think I have a code still. If you want to get on my website, you save 20% off. If you're, you know, I think a lot of people bought my book on sale. You'll save 20% off. You go to my website if you use the code Sunday. I think it's still valid. Use code Sunday, and you get an autographed copy. Now, the last week I'm gonna try to go through this kind of quick. Is we harmonized like Chet Atkins. He was one of my favorite guitar players. I used to know Les Paul, and Chet Atkins was like a great, you know, guitar player that knew how to harmonize and do fingerstyle stuff. So this basically, you know, you take a simple melody in the beginning, you start reharmonizing it and making it more and more fancy. So we take a melody like this. Let me play it for you. Oh, Mary had a little lamb. Okay, Mary had a little lamb. Okay, so you could just do things. We basically just make it into a chord melody thing. So we're gonna go like. See what it is. See? Now, it'd be easier if I use my fingers because there's so many notes. That's the good thing about fingers. You don't have to worry about the notes in between. So I would go. This is example number 2. Oh, let me see. There's a comment here. Ooh, a comment. I'm looking for your comments, guys. Let me see. Oh, London Bridge or Mary Had a Little Lamb. Mary had a little lamb. Actually, I'm getting hungry. Ronnie wants a little ham. So, sorry about that, guys. I have dumb jokes. But anyway, yeah. So that's London Bridge. Now, here's what we can do next. In this exercise, we start really harmonizing this song in chords. So we do this now. Watch this. Example 3. I'm using triads. Different kinds of triads. I'm sorry reading this. I don't know this by heart. See what I did? So you should be able to do that with your melodies in general. Especially diatonic thirds that I'm doing right now. That's what I just did. Okay? And then the next page, it gets really, really fancy here. I'm trying to do this quick. So now what happens is I start doing this. Watch this. If I do this slowly, it goes like this. We look at this carefully. Now this gets much harder. Watch this. Watch this. See, what happens is now we start putting the notes in different places, okay? So we're going to go. Now watch this. Okay, now example number 5. We're going to go to this part. Watch this. So the melody notes everywhere now. So what happens there, everybody? The melody notes on the bottom now. Now the first example number 4, just so you know, you don't always need to play the melody on top of the chord. The melody note in example number 4 is actually below the root, so it's like this. So it's hard to get that. You got to make sure you have that melody note come out when you're playing it in the middle. So that's example number 4. You hear the melody in between? I'm trying to gonna play that melody note right in between. So, and the example number 5, we're gonna put the melody note at the bottom. Watch this. It's really interesting. And I actually like this exercise because I gotta work on it myself. So it's like this. So everything's on the bottom now. Now watch this. Oh, let me see. There's a question here. Hey, Dan. Hi. Oh, so yeah, Dan said hi. Okay, good. So you see what I did? I learned this from like hanging out with Bucky Picciarelli also, and they all knew each other. Bucky and Howard Alden, another great 7-string guitar player. I actually had him on my Sunday evening jazz show a couple weeks ago, and you could put a melody in between the notes of the chord, on the bottom of the chord, on top of the chord. They don't have to be on top of the chord all the time. That's what I'm saying. That's how you really get into chord melody. Really deep into it. Oh, someone's asking a question. Let me see. Okay, live chat. Let me go back to this question here. So Dan, let me see. Is this voice leading? Is this voice leading, or you misunderstand the concept? So lame fire. So what's happening is I took a melody like Mary Had a Little Lamb. Okay, and what we did was in this weekly workout. It's the last weekly workout in the book that I have called Chords at Your Fingertips. If you don't have the book, because this is like from the owners of my book, like a workshop, also for my Patreon, so you can learn some new stuff too, about reharmonization, and all this stuff is in my book. You could take a melody like that and you could harmonize it with chords, and then start harmonizing, then putting the chords under each melody note. Different ways, and then you can start putting the melody note in between the chords. So what? So I put the melody note in between each. I have it actually. This part I have it in the middle. I mean, one note below the root. So, see, I'm playing the chord like this. Now, I'm putting the melody note not on top this time. Now, that's really hard to do, everybody. See, the melody note's still in there. Can you hear the melody notes? Okay, the next part is, okay. Hear that? Hear that? Now, next one. So what I'm doing is, now you can put the melody note on the bottom too. Now watch this. So the point is to be able to play the melody on top, middle, or the bottom of the chord. Here's the next one. See what I'm doing? Melody notes on the bottom. so I can do it like this now. Let me start again. It's tricky. Hold on. Okay, so this is out of the book. It's called Harmonizing Like Chet Atkins, okay? Page 65. And that was week 2 example number 5. So week 3, we take a melody like this and here B flat and goes like this. Which is called Billy Boy, okay? And we start doing a reharmonization. This is a really hard one now. We're going to start reharmonizing that whole song into like one big chord melody thing. So it looks like this. Let me play for you. Okay, so that's Billy Boy. So basically, I'm doing a chord melody. I took the melody and I just started doing the 1-6-2-5 progression. Put the chord changes under this. So this is the whole goal of you playing chord melody in my book, is to be able to do all this stuff. Let me see if there's any other questions here. So I'm trying to see the chain here. For any game theories, I'm pretty sure the background Zelda Palace's theme is good. Oh, okay. Dan said interesting comment. I don't quite understand. We'll talk about that later. Let me see what's on live chat. Great. You should be able to harmonize a song with a melody on any string. Yes, that's the whole point. Just so you guys know. Okay. I'm going to go over the last one exercise before I finish up. So if there's any questions, please. Someone had a question here. Let me see. Okay, good. So now in week 4, now this is a really hard exercise. In week 4 of the book here, it's like you do the complete chord melody harmonization of this song. And I haven't played this in a while, so I'm going to try it for you. So we're going to do, this is like a real complete chord reharmonization. So you should be able to do chord melody and build up to this. This is like the finale of the book, my piece. So it's going to sound like this. And I actually have this videotaped professionally in the book for Acoustic Guitar Magazine. So let me drink a little coffee before I play this. So watch this. I'm going to play it for you. I'm going to use my fingers to make it a little easier. So this is week 4, and I'm going to be basically sight reading this. It's going to be like this. I don't even look at the tabs. I always look at the notes because I know how to read notation, and that's pretty hard. Then it goes. Then I go. Then I go like this. Oh. Yeah, almost perfect. So I basically played almost reharmonized every melody note on that piece for the very last exercise. So that's pretty complicated to do. So watch this. There's some parts here like let me try it one more time. I'm going to show you some specific parts before I finish up. So I start off with a minor 9, and then I do a C diminished, and then I kind of do like that implies F7, so you know. Then I use a sharp 2 diminished, B diminished, C minor. Then I do a 6 chord, okay, F6. Then I do a passing chord. I like doing this. Then I use a minor 7 flat 5 instead. Then I do like a little G flat major 7 reharmonization. Then I do so I did like a chromatic passing, descending chord progression like this: B flat major 7, A7, A flat 13, G13, G flat 13. Okay, no G13. Sorry, G7 flat 13. A lot of chords right by here. So it goes like this. So I did a chromatic chord going through that melody. Then I went like this. I did a line cliche. Then I did this cool thing. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of inversions here. Then I went. I like a lot of these passing chords going down. So that was the finale of the book, Chords at Your Fingertips. And you learn how to reharmonize all kinds of different things. And there's also kinds of other great exercises from great writers in this book too. So that's my second Saturday live lesson. Now, if you enjoyed this, and you're not a Patreon already, please join my Patreon. I have all kinds of lessons related to this and all kinds of other new arrangements that I have that aren't as fancy as this, but they're simpler and easier to play. And so if there's any questions, please let me know. Send me an email at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com, which you probably have. If you want to study with me, let me know privately. Also, there's some tiers on Patreon that are cheaper than studying with me privately because it's pretty expensive to study with me privately. You get less hours, but you get all the benefits, and get all the music through Patreon. You pay a higher price, but it's a better deal than studying with me privately if you want to go that route. But if there's any questions, let me know. Thanks for watching. I'm just trying to see if there's anything missing here. And I really appreciate you guys on Patreon and everybody else and everybody that's been following me. Reggie, my great student who's studying with me for a couple of years. Dan Olivo, a new student and used to be a former student, now another student. All these great people watching. I appreciate you guys. And if there's any questions, let me know. So these are my 3 lessons out of my book called Chords at Your Fingertips. I got to work on this too. Just kidding. Always have to work on something. because you know some of these lessons I've written, I wrote, like maybe 6, 7 years ago, at least. So you know, it's always good to go back and relearn things, and I'm always studying anyway. So thank you everybody for watching, and keep in touch. If you want to join my Patreon, just it's www.patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. I have it written here. Let me see. Let me just show you real quick. It's right here. Just join my Patreon right there. I think it's the right direction. And also, I'm having a sale. Because it's my 20th anniversary. I mean, my 1 year anniversary of my show. You could buy the book and everything here, and other sheet music there. Use code Sunday and CDs and everything else. Use code Sunday on my website at ronjacksonmusic.com. Okay. Thank you everybody for watching. And there's a playback on this too. So before I release it to the public, the playback's gonna last for a couple of months. Okay, and or at least a month. And thank you again. I'll be posting more stuff on Patreon as well this week. Coming week, I do 1 or 2 posts at least a week. Okay, and thank you everybody for watching. I'll see you guys very soon. Have a great day. Bye bye. Jackson. I don't know what's happening with my link. It's not working, and it looks correct. So I'm actually going live public now. So sorry about that, guys. It was kind of weird. I went live, for my unlisted account on Patreon, and what happened was no one was seeing me, but it was the correct link. I could see it was the correct link, but no one could get on. So. Hey, Umir. Sorry, I always say your name incorrectly. I'm sorry about that, Umir. It's such a bad habit. But my great student Umir is going to be is on the show, and I'm going to actually just take questions from people today about anything, any kind of subject on the guitar. I'm going to start off with playing a tune. Just so you know, guys, some of my other students that are that are supposed to be tuned in, I sent an email to. I need to send them. I just need to send them. I don't know if I can even do that now. The correct link, but if they just go to my YouTube channel, they'll see I'm live. Okay, and you guys can ask any question. Okay, good, Nisios. Where do you live, Dionysios? In Greece or in America? I have no idea. But let me start by playing a song that I was trying to play earlier, solo guitar. It's called Del Sasser, and then you can ask me questions about anything you want today. Let me do it on my 7th string. Okay, cool. Hey, guys, this is a public Patreon live event just because I couldn't figure out how to why my link wasn't working to do this unlisted lesson today. But so everybody, this is a public lesson, and my goal today is just to take any questions that you have. Yeah, so you know what, that Count Basie ending, Umir, is actually not correct. I heard the correct ending is this one. Like, let me see. So if I'm in the key of F, it would be like this. So that's the correct ending for the Count Basie ending. Okay. So it's like and you gotta play this note. You gotta play this note. You gotta play those notes there. Keep the six down there. So that's the correct Count Basie ending, okay? So that last song was called Del Sasser by Sam Jones. I've never really played it as a solo guitar piece. It's kind of like a big band song, okay? And if you look at the music, you know, it's not that easy. This is actually backwards, guys. But that's what Del Sasser looks like. And you know, that's it's a great song. So I was just kind of do solo guitar with that. It's kind of it's not a complicated arrangement if you're playing in a band by yourself. It is. So I'm planning to do that on my show tomorrow night on Sunday Evening Jazz, and do it solo guitar like that because it's one of my favorite songs. Okay. Now, does anybody have any questions so far? Because this is about yes, I'm taking questions today. Yes. So I'm taking questions. I'm gonna make that taking questions. Any question you want. You know, so I'm going to put that in the chat right now. And if you have any questions, please let me know about picking, soloing, practicing, anything you want. Okay, and this was supposed to be a Patreon sponsored live event. You know, only for unlisted. So oh, so Emir, I think that's how you say it. Emery. Sorry, Demixi. Okay. Has a question about tritone substitutions. So you know what? I actually have a long YouTube video about that already posted, but I could talk to you about that now if you want. Let me fill this out first. Okay, hold on. So I'm going to put this here. I'm going to put my Patreon link so you guys have that. Is that correct? Okay. So that's my Patreon link, guys, for this this live event. So tritone substitution is basically the tritone is actually taking the octave and dividing it in half. So let's say I'm playing a C major scale. I'm gonna take my other guitar so you guys can see better, because this is a 7-string. Some people can't see this guitar too easily. So let me get my 6-string Eastman out here. Okay. Make sure I'm in tune. So the tritone is actually, if I'm playing a C major scale, okay, I'm gonna go to the F sharp and divide the octave into exactly a sharp 4 or flat 5 over. So that's a tritone. C to F sharp, okay? Then C to F sharp, etc. Okay. Now what's unique about that is, let's say I'm playing in the key of C. Okay, the C major scale, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. Now the 5/7 chord of the key of C is the G7. That's 8 notes away. I mean, 5 notes away from the C, sorry. Okay, so that note is a 5 away. And now, if you play the G7 chord, okay, you get the 1, 3, 5, flat 7, okay. Now, the 3 and 7 are the actually the tritone in that chord. Okay, we call it the tritone because that's actually a flat 5 away from this note. It cuts the octave exactly in half. So that's our tritone, okay? Just so you know. So the tritone is the F and the B, okay, on the G7 chord. Now, when we resolve that, those two notes resolve to the C chord. Now, dominant 7th chords are really strong. They resolve to the next chord usually, like this. F to E and B to C. Now, that's a really strong cadence. Okay. Now, the reason why it's called tritone substitution, because I'm using a bass note here of a G and ending on C. Now, that tritone is what we call the flat 7 and the 3. Okay. And that is also common with the D flat 7 chord. This is that note. Now, in the D flat 7 chord, that the F becomes, which is the flat 7 on the C. Okay, that becomes the 3rd instead of the flat 7 on the G. So that's a 3rd of D flat, and the B is actually the C flat in the D flat 7 chord. Okay, that's the flat 7 of the D flat 7 chord. So it's actually the same exact notes. Okay, so G and D flat have the same tritone. So when you do a substitution, you're actually substituting the bass, which is G to D flat, and you're resolving. You see that? Okay, see that? So that's a tritone substitution. You can play that anywhere. I would end it like this. So I did a G7 like this and ended on the F chord. I mean, I did G7 to C, sorry, or D flat 7, which is a tritone substitution. So you can do that with in any key. So the key of F would be C7 to F. So I could do C7, G flat, same chord, same tritone. Okay. So the guitar sounds very distorted. Oh, maybe it's too loud. Sorry about that, Tony. Let me turn it down a little bit. How about now? I'm gonna play softer. Sorry. Is that better? So now I'm actually doing the tritone substitution like that. So that's a very common progression. And just so you know, when you're doing tritone substitution, you can use different scales. So if I'm playing a G7 like this, let me get a different kind of pick here, a lighter pick too for this guitar. So the scale you would use on let's say you're doing a C7 to F, C7 to C, G7 to C, like that. So the scale you would use on these G7 is a mixed Lydian or dominant scale. Now, when you get to if you do the tritone substitution, you would have to use a different scale. You have to use a Lydian dominant or a dominant 7 with a raised 4. So this is a D flat 7 scale with a raised 4. So the chord tones are 1, 2, 3, sharp 4 or flat 5, 5, 6, flat 7 to 1. You have to change the scale to play the Lydian. To play the tritone substitution, the chord that you're playing on. And that's based on the melodic minor scale. This is a lot of stuff to learn in like a few minutes, but it's very common, this kind of stuff. Yeah. So sorry, I have a new camera, and the mic is probably stronger, so my guitar might be a little distorted. So I'll turn down a little bit. Okay, good. So that makes sense. Thank you. You're welcome, Emery. How would you implement triads and arpeggios in a song like Autumn Leaves? Oh, that's funny. I'm working on that with my student right now. Who's I don't know if he's watching, but I'm actually I hope he's watching. One of my students is going to watch right now. Let me just check one thing. I got a text because I had a problem trying to get online. Anyway, there's something weird with YouTube because someone just sent me a text saying that I streamed 1 day ago, but I haven't streamed a day ago. So this is kind of weird. Anyway, so hopefully people are watching. Oh, there's Sean. Great. Hey, Sean, my student's here. So I want to ask a question about how do you do arpeggios in a song like in Autumn Leaves? That's Dionysios. Okay. No. You're talking about chords, Dionysios, or arpeggios, literally arpeggios. So let's think about that for a second. So I'm working on a song right now with my student Sean, who's up here listening, watching right now. You could do an arpeggio like this. Now, if I'm playing a song like Autumn Leaves, and I'll play the melody. See? So when I'm doing these arpeggios, yes. So you're talking about solos, okay, or chords. Now arpeggios, I'm going to do. If I do an arpeggio, working on the song, I would go like this. You could go like this. You could first do the triad, which is. Now I'm doing this in low register, but you should have to be able to play that everywhere. The D7. These are just triads, everybody. So that's 3 notes only. Going through the chord changes, you see. Every possible. So I'm only doing triads right now. Every possible way. play through the changes just like that. Okay, and then so play triads first, then arpeggios. So triads and arpeggios are basically the same thing, but depends how you play them. Okay, a triad can be played like this or like this. So you could do the triad and then the arpeggio. Now that's a really simplified version because in Autumn Leaves, actually, the chords are seventh chords, so you have longer chords. So I'm going. So you can do seventh chords. I mean, it's hard to do it on guitar like this, to play them like straight like this. So you have to use closed voicings. No, these are really simple voicings I'm playing right now. But if I'm soloing, you can use triads or you can use seventh chords. You can go through the whole song like this. Now, when you're practicing these kind of exercises, everybody, you need to be able to play these fingerings different ways. So here's like an A minor 7 arpeggio. I'm playing Autumn Leaves in the key of E minor. So the first chord is A minor 7 to D7 to G major 7 to C major 7, etc. So the first chord is A minor 7. So you should be able to do the arpeggio like this. Okay, that's one way. I can play it like this too. In the same octave. See how many ways I play that? Because that's how you really learn how to play the guitar neck, all over the guitar neck. You do it on one string. Oh, sorry. See how many ways I play that? You can even play it on the same string. That's how you really learn your guitar neck. And then I would transpose it up an octave. Well, I'll do it here. See how many ways I just played that? And someone said, Mr. Jackson, play some giant steps for us. You guys are funny. I'll tell you a story. I was taking a workshop with the great Joe Pass years ago when I was in college. And there were like 100 guitar players in the room. And you know what people were saying to him? They were saying, Mr. Pass, could you play giant steps? And like Mr. Joe Pass said, you know what? I'm not here to prove anything. I was just laughing my butt off. That was pretty funny, man. Oh, yeah. So Dionysios. Oh, yeah, so you're in a different key than me. So he's doing Autumn Leaves in the key of G minor. So that's the key of G minor. So you just do it the same key. You have to do this in every key. So this is Autumn Leaves in the key of G minor. So in a different key. So if you know a song really well, everybody, you have to be able to transpose the song, on the fly. That means like just this key. So I was doing E minor, but now I had to go to G minor because that's the key Dionysios does it in. So if you do the arpeggios, Dionysios, you have to do it in this key too. And then S up. Everywhere. So I just basically played the arpeggios through that song, okay? And hey, David from Montreal, how you doing? So that's how you actually play through changes. I'm taking questions today in my workshop. It's public because somehow my private link couldn't work for my special guests. So sorry about that, guys. Now, Adam, so someone asked me to play some giant steps for us. Let me play a little bit. So you can do that way. So that's a little giant steps for you. Okay. So Adam, how would you turn these triads into phrases that you would typically hear when improvising? So, okay, that's a good question. So let's say I'm playing through Autumn Leaves, everybody, or giant steps. I'm just kidding. So I would actually do this. I would actually, you gotta have to learn how to play different devices in jazz. So one thing I would do if I'm doing an arpeggio, let's say I'm going C minor to F7 to B flat major 7 in Autumn Leaves. I'm not. I would actually do things. I would do more than just the arpeggio. I would go maybe. I could actually do half steps. Well, now what happens is I'm playing real simple right now, but I would actually start doing passing tones and approach notes like this. I did an approach note. So I'm actually playing a half step below. But it still sounds like an exercise, doesn't it? So what you have to learn with jazz, you have to start learning jazz lines. So, I mean, I can't just play like a half step below or just an arpeggio. I would go like something like this. So what I'm doing is actually, I'm doing a bunch of different things. Like I'll play the note up in thirds or something, or maybe do a passing tone, which is really important in jazz. So I'm passing. I'll be playing between the whole steps. See, now I'm starting to use really jazz phrasing. What I'm doing is I'm actually combining the arpeggios with passing tones, thirds, all kinds of different techniques. But I learned all this from learning solos and playing many gigs and using trial and error. So trial and error is basically you're experimenting with different, different techniques that you learn from playing on gigs. So, I mean, I'll try different scales. I mean, there's so many things you can actually do with jazz, but I use passing tones instead. So if I'm playing on C minor, I can use a Dorian scale. And I have lines that I have worked out too. That means these are lines that I practiced for years and years and years, and I play them. Now, those are things I kind of know from playing for a long time that I know work. So I'm just doing an arpeggio. This is actually a type of 2-5 lick we call it. This is a 2-5 progression, C minor 7 to F7. So I'm actually doing, there's a lot of these licks called a 2-5 lick. You probably heard of it. I'll go. So this is like a type of 2-5 lick that I have worked out in my solo. And I can play it slow. Or I can go. So I'll play it fast. You have to have it worked out at different tempos. You could throw them all in, actually, and just fit them in. I mean, it's just a lot of practice and trial and error. So that's how I approach different arpeggios. Let me see what some of these questions are. There's a lot of questions coming up here. Oh, Ellen's watching. Hey, Ellen. And Alon from Amsalah, Israel. Hi from Israel. Okay, let me see. So let me ask you some questions. So I answered Adam's question. Burke, Mr. Jackson, I have one small question. How can I improve my transcribing by ear? Where should I start? Okay, Burke, Barak, Bayaki. You guys have some really difficult names today. What is this? So when you're transcribing, what you do, for a person, first pick a song that, that might have some music so you can figure out at least what the chords are. But if you don't have any chords, you have to, one of the best things to do is actually try to find the note, find the key that you're playing in. Now, if you're doing it by ear, I'm using my computer unfortunately today, but I would try to show you. Let me get my phone here. Like, let me get my phone. Let's say I pick a song, any song, like off. Let me just pick any random song right now, guys, and live from you. That let's say let's pick up a pop song. Now you could be a jazz song too. Let's say you're trying to transcribe something like a solo. So let me go to YouTube right now and pick like let me see. Let me pick John Coltrane or somebody. I don't know. John Coltrane. So I'm going to try to show you how I start transcribing using my guitar. So John Coltrane. I'll just pick one solo from him, something like anything. I don't want to pick something too easy. None of his stuff is easy. But let's say I pick a song. So I try to find the key I'm in first. You got to do that. You got to find the right note. Okay, so they're playing. Let's pick like John Coltrane, something else, like a song list here. Blue Train. So this is a typical jazz song. So let's say. So he starts his solo off. So I know this is a blues in B flat. So it's in B flat, E flat. So you got to find the right key. So when he starts taking a solo, you got to find the right note that he's playing at the very beginning. Okay, and so that's taking off music. Let me see if I can start the beginning of this. Okay. So he doesn't look good. So there's a lot of licks I know from hearing them. So that lick he just played right now. Let me see if I can go back a little bit. I know it's an E flat 7 chord, so I know what scale he's playing. So that note. So I know that's a second. So you have to know your intervals as well. You know, I mean, I'm trying to cram this into like a few minutes, but this is like a lot of practice actually, learning how to transcribe. So you got to be able to hear intervals and be able to find them on your instrument if you don't have perfect pitch. And then the whole different story is to be able to write this down. See, I know how to write these things down too. I used to transcribe a lot when I was at Berkeley. So he starts off with like the second of the chord. And you can hear him play that note right now. Let me play it. You try to sing back. He just did that in his solo, John Coltrane. And you have to pick out every note and try to find them on your instrument and make sure you're in tune and try to find chords, songs with the chords you already know. So at least you know how to find, you could try to find the scale and the key you're in. Now, and just takes a lot of practice and trial and error. Now, none of this stuff is easy. You know what I mean? It takes a lot of hours of practice, and I need to do this stuff still too and practice. So transcribing is a whole world. So you could either write it down or play it back like Wes Montgomery did all of Charlie Christian solos, and Pat Metheny did of all Wes Montgomery solos when he was a kid. So I heard, and so you could actually do that yourself, but you have to. It takes a lot of time and a lot of effort. Now let me see here. Let me keep going here. Have you ever heard of Maurice Williams and the Zodiacs? I don't know these guys. Sorry. One former member sang at my wedding. Okay, great. I don't know these guys, David. Where are you from, bro? I'm a lefty player. Oh, sorry about that. I'm not a lefty player. Just so you know, I think that YouTube is transmitting me the other way. It should be. I'm a righty, so this is wrong here. So, so just in case you guys, are kind of confused about this, I'm a righty. Okay, so I'm in New York. Okay, so David, just so you know, so let me go down to these questions here. I've been to Montreal, but I've never played at the festival though. I've played up there before, but not at a festival. I played up there with Jay's Blood Ulmer and some other people. I can play rock and some blues. I'm trying to learn some jazz. Cool. You're welcome, Adam. So my last name means a person with a huge beard. Okay. Um, yeah. Also, Adam asked me if you're transcribing, is slowing down cheating? No, because if you know what's really interesting is it's hard to hear the notes when it's going by fast. So it's okay to slow it down. Actually, at the time when I was trying to learn how to transcribe, you couldn't do that. When you slowed it down, everything slowed down, at the pitch, everything. But now with digital technology, you can actually slow things down and actually and not even notice that not even change the pitch. So let me get some water here. So that's a great question. You can do that now. Hey Ron, what's your best tip to be able to play? This is from Bert Clifton. What's the best tip to be able to play an interesting improvisation with major modes and not just make it sound like it's up and down the scale? Okay, yeah. So what I was explaining before, let's say we take let's go to a different key. Let's go to A flat. So if I'm playing an A flat major scale, let's say, because there's 6, 7 modes in the major scale. Let's just say you're playing just a major scale. You can do different things. You can run up the scale in seconds. That's just one note at a time. Then you can do thirds. Then you can do thirds as arpeggios. And backwards, etc. You know what I mean? And then you can do sevens. That's 4 notes in thirds. Now you can do this in any mode. And then you can do, there's all kinds of things you could do. You can start using approach notes. Now I have a bunch of videos on YouTube here with all these different techniques, and one thing you could actually do is you can play approach notes. And approach notes, basically, you approach a chord tone with a note, like half step below, or half step above, or 2 steps from below, or 2 steps from above. So if I want to play a half step sequence, I can go up the scale like this. And I'm starting with the first note only, and I'm doing thirds instead. Now I'm just going up, just 1 note. I could do 2 notes. I mean, you could do so many different things with your imagination too. You just don't have to listen to what I'm saying. You can do the half steps and make up your own half steps. You can go backwards. I could do triads and do that. Now, I mean, we talked about running up and down the scale. Also, you can use fourths, fifths, 6, 7s, etc. Go up and down the neck, every key, every possible fingering. Also, what we start using in jazz is a lot of what we call bebop scales. So we use passing tones between the whole sets. Remember the major scale? Let's go to the key of F now. If I played it on 1 string, between this note and this note is actually a note in between. So we could do passing tones in between. Now the half step, then whole step. So I'm doing passing tones in between. So when I'm taking solos, I use those scales a lot. I'll go like. And I'm using passing tones and half steps and approach notes, okay? So there's so many techniques you can use to actually not just run your scales up and down. Okay, someone's saying, nice guitar. Yeah, this is actually Eastman TV T49D/V amber guitar that I got from Eastman directly. Now, if you want to, if you're interested in these kind of guitars, you can actually go to my. I actually have a store on Amazon. I'm an Amazon influencer. and you can check out my guitars on the store there. Where is that? I can't find the sheet right now. Oh, it's this one. You can go to my Amazon store and check out my guitars there. Amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music. And check out my store. And I have a bunch of guitars. There's Eastman guitars, all kinds of stuff. I have to update the store, actually. And so let me see this. Let me see this on the question. I'm taking questions today, guys, everybody. And let me know. Yeah, I'm in New York City. It's not cherry red, guys. It's like this is similar to an ES-175, a Gibson. Okay, just so you guys know. Let me see. Any other questions that you want to? Maurice Williams wrote "Little Darling." Oh wow, okay, cool. Okay, so Dionysios asks, can you explain the 2-5 and what the meaning behind it? Okay, so the 2-5. So let's say you're in the key of G this time. So the one chord, or the one chord in this case is a 1 major 7, a G major 7. Then the 6 is E minor 7, and the 2 is A minor 7 to the 5/7. In this case, so it's A minor 7 to D7. Okay. So this is called the 2-5 right here because that's the in the scale. It's the second degree. So it's 1, 2, A minor in this key. 3, 4, 5 is the D7. So 2-5s are very common chords because they can resolve back to the 1, or they can just stay there. So what we do is we usually do these 2-5 phrases. So they can be arpeggios that do the chord like this: A minor arpeggio, A minor 7 arpeggio, to D7 arpeggio. And now if I'm going 2-5 and it goes back to 1, I'd have to resolve that lick. So that's called a 2-5 lick. So that's a lick that you would use on these kind of progressions like this. This is a really basic lick too. I'm only playing like arpeggios. And they go every 2 beats. 1, 2, 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 1, and 2, and 1, and 2, and 3. Now that's a great lick. If you don't know how to play over that chord progression, you could just play that everywhere. Every fingering. So I'm just experimenting how to play that lick. So that's called a 2-5 lick, and that's a very common phrase to see in jazz, to play in jazz. So when I'm playing, I'll go like everywhere. I have a bunch of these 2-5 licks. Oh, this one. See, I just did a bunch of the 2-5 licks. Now, 2-5 licks are very important because if you're playing through a song, the song will have a lot of 2-5 chord progressions in them. Let's say like I Got Rhythm has a lot of 2-5s. So I'm doing D minor 7, D minor 7, G7, C minor 7. So I'll just run a lick like that, like this. Etc. It's just a really easy lick to get through the changes, and that's used on a 2-5 progression. So I'll mix those licks up like this. So I'm just doing a bunch of 2-5 licks through that quick progression like this. So that's what the 2-5 is. So, okay, any other questions, people? Let me see. I see some more lessons. I see some more questions. Oh, so someone's asking about 7-string comping. Can you play Take 5? Okay, there's a few questions here. Similar guitar to a Gretsch. Yeah, so So let me take a little sip of my coffee. So what gauge strings do I use? So this is actually this guitar. You know, doesn't can't really take heavy strings, so I have 12s on here. You know, it depends on the guitar. I have my 7 string. I have, just so you guys are always scared when I say this, I have 14s on top. I call that the man string. So these are 14. So when I play that guitar, I use a thinner pick. On this one, I use a heavy pick because the strings are heavier. So these are 14 on top and 79 for the 7 string. Okay. And I can bend these. So I can bend these strings too, actually. So, you know, I'm actually used to playing heavier strings than lighter ones. The lighter ones are too light to me. And my action has to be a little bit higher because, you know, guitars aren't meant to be played with low action, actually, and really thin strings. You're supposed to have heavier strings. One of my guitar teachers, one of my mentors, you know, who passed away about 10 years ago, named Alvin Sparks, he suggested that I switch from 13s to 14s, you know, and people like George Benson use those kind of heavier strings. You know, you don't, because when you play thinner strings, you sacrifice sound. Okay, so it's important to you know, be able to do that. You know, to be able to switch between those kinds of sounds. So let me go to the next one. Play take 5. Oh yeah. Okay, I haven't played that in a long time. Now the sound of this neck pickup is amazing. Oh, thank you. Hold on. Oh yeah, you know, these are Seymour Duncan pickups. I actually have an endorsement with Seymour Duncan. So this is a Benedetto 7-string pickup that's made by Seymour Duncan. And these come stock on here, but I actually have a Seymour Duncan endorsement, and I have a ton of their pickups on all my guitars. So you know, so this is a great sounding pickup. These cost about $200, I think. And these probably 150. I'm not quite sure. I didn't pay for them. But they're great pickups. Okay. Oh, now someone has questions about finger picking. Oh, 7-string comping, before I forget. Adam asked about any 7-string comping. Are there any shell voicings you would like to use? So, Adam, the best thing to do is if you go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, I'm gonna write this in right now. It's on my page here. I have like a couple lessons that cost $2, etc. You know, that have typical voicings. But when you're doing 7-string, you know, I'm using a low A, so you know, because that's the way George Van Epps and I studied with Bucky Pizzarelli. That's how George Van Epps tuned his guitar. So you know, I have some exercises that cost a couple dollars on my website that are downloadable printables, and you know, all the basic open string chords like this, like a C with a low C, A minor. You know, now when you're using a 7-string, I like to make sure I use the 7-string as much as I can in the voicing. I'll go like this. So that's a common voicing for a C bar chord, 3rd fret. A form, you know, it's a cage system like this. C minor, major 7s, minor 7, minor 6, minor 7 flat 5s, diminished. See that? So these are very common chords like that with the 7-string, and you can use them as bass notes too. Like, let's say I'm playing a C F chord, and I want to play like a low note, like a things like that. Put the inversions on the 7th string. So I have a bunch of those exercises and comping things on my website if you want to learn more about that. Okay, on the 7th string. If you want to study with me too as well. Now finger picking. Finger picking is really good. Let's say, well, I just released a video last night, a live video about finger, picking styles. So I use a bunch of picking styles. I use alternate picking, so which is down and up, and I use a George Benson picking technique where I'm kind of slightly turning my wrist up this way. Okay, so you can pick the string straight like this, or slightly up like this at an angle, or this angle, like more like Pat Metheny does and some other people I know. So I go like this, okay, and I pick up the up angle. Okay, now I like to use hybrid picking, which is I use my pick and my fingers, so, especially when I'm comping or doing some kind of like bossa nova rhythm. Or when I'm walking a bass line. So, and I'm also doing tapping with my fingers. So then when I do fingerstyle, one good way to learn fingerstyle guitar playing is study classical. I used to study classical guitar. Little exercises. I'm using my 7th string right now. Now, when I do fingerstyle, there's all kinds of exercises in these classical books. Different. So you have to practice these exercises and then learn how to use them in songs. There's tons of ways to actually fingerstyle guitar pick, and that's just classical. And you could do like little, more like Chet Atkins kind of stuff like I do. So that's more fingerstyle playing. Like there's a Travis picking style and all that kind of stuff that I need to be more familiar with myself. I need to practice. So there's all kinds of stuff you can do with finger picking. And you can do, if you're doing classical, you use your nails. So that's a whole different world too. And flamenco and all that other stuff. One of my good friends who's a great flamenco guitar player, he super glues his fingernails so they don't break and all kinds of crazy stuff. So it's a whole different world that I don't want to get into because too much effort to keep your nails up. Let me see some other questions here. Have you ever played any metal music? I played a little bit of metal music, and I love that stuff actually. But I've never really tried to use it. I like the progressive rock guys like Toshi Nabatsu. He's a bad dude. Now, I'm trying to get people to play 7th string. So if you want to learn about 7th string, let me know. Also, if you want to get the chords, someone's reminding me about something here. Let me get this book. I have this book right here that I saw on my website that is through my Acoustic Guitar magazine. I write for them, and it's called Chords at Your Fingertips. It's all Hal Leonard. And you can pick up that book on my website at www.ronjacksonmusic. I'll send you an autographed copy. All kinds of stuff about chords, about bass lines that I did in here. There's some great writers in here too that did the book with me. That are in there too. Like Adam Levy and Sean McGowan. It's a really great book, and it comes with audio and everything, and you can learn how to play all kinds of bass lines and chords and stuff. Now let me see. The man string. Yep. Yeah, the man string, guys. Oh, someone's asking me, well, Biryani from Pakistan. Yes. Biryani. Now let me see. Someone just asked me, DNS said, have you played 13? I used to play 13s. I actually have a pack here. so the strings I use right now are these, guys. These are jazz tapes. You see they're 13 and they're 14 to 79 for my guitar, for my 7-string. Then when I deal with Elixir, and Elixir, these are the 7-string light. These are 10s. I use them on my solid body 7-string PRS. I have the 11s actually too, and I have these other strings too. Let me see. I use the George Benson ones from Tomastic. I have a deal with these guys too. I have an endorsement with Tomastic, and they give me the George Benson ones. Now the George Benson strings are great. These are flat wounds. These are 14 on top, the man string. and these are pretty thick strings, but this is what George uses. You know, that's why he has that great sound. He has those nice thick strings. You know, and so these are 14 to 55 flat wounds, nickel flat wound. It says they're great strings, you know. But I use them on. That's just for my 6-string guitar. But I don't have a big 6-string box like I used to. I used to have a big Gibson L5, but I don't have one now. I sold it. But I use primarily a 7th string like this. So so those are the strings I use. Let me see. Now let me see. There's some other questions here. Let me keep going down here. You're welcome. You're welcome, Alon. For that's what this is workshops about. You know, if you really enjoy what I'm doing, please definitely. Let me show you a couple of my signs here before I finish. This is a Patreon only workshop, and let me show you my little sign here. Yeah, so this is sponsored by my Patreon account. If you like this, please definitely join my Patreon account, which is at www.patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic, and you get lessons like that. For this, you know, for $3 a month, you get like 1 lesson, and for $9, you get like 3 or 4 lessons a month for free, and you get the workshops and stuff like that, and all kinds of other cool things. And here's the thing: some of the stuff I talk about, the picking exercises, chords, all of that's on my website. And it's sold on as sheet music for a couple of dollars if you want to pick up those things. It's all on here on the link. I'm going to put that at the end, okay? Now, polishing strings. So someone's asking me, play some nice old American blues for us. Okay, someone asked me to play some nice old American blues. Let me see. Let me try something. Oh, too many jazz licks. So let's a little bit of blues. Now, yeah, so some arpeggios with sweeping licks. Oh, sure. So like you could do things like this. You could do things like that. Sweeping arpeggio licks like this. Or the. So I'm doing a half step below these arpeggios. Someone was asking about doing sweeping arpeggios with approach notes. With an approach note below, you can go like this. I'll take like a B minor arpeggio, and go down the scale in the key of let's do the key of D. Change the keys up. So I can go like this. G. I'll go from the G down the scale like this. I can go like this. So I'm going half step below. So I gotta do it slow. See what I'm doing? I'm trying to play in the same string and go up and down the neck. Now you can try to go across too, like this. So I'm doing half step. So I'm going sweeping up and sweeping back down. Etc. So that's the type of sweeping lick you could do. What do you think of John Mayer? My first chord I learned by watching was E minor, A minor, G. Played it for 3 hours. Okay, that's great to know. So, everybody, I was answering a lot of questions here. So just so you know, thank you for watching. This was actually a Patreon only video that was supposed to be for only my patrons. But someone's asking about what in the wee small hour morning, John Mayer, Dave Letterman, most underrated performance. Okay, that's great to know, Durya. So can you do some Chuck Berry things? Oh yeah, of course I can. I used to play Chuck Berry. Let me see. So yes, I can play some Chuck Berry. I can play a lot of stuff, but you know, I just play mostly. When I get paid to do other stuff, I'll play it. But most of the stuff I do my jazz stuff. You know, and if you guys are enjoying this, please definitely follow me everywhere. Follow me on TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter. I mean, I'm everywhere. Facebook. It's Ron Jackson Music is my tag. Please play some John Mayer if you know. I don't know any John Mayer tunes, unfortunately. Sorry. I should learn his stuff. I love John Mayer. Wes Montgomery thing to give us a kick. Oh, Wes Montgomery. They call me Les Montgomery, guys. You know, also, guys, if you're enjoying the show, I mean, I'll have this on my YouTube. But if you want to donate $1 or more, that would be great. You know, to my PayPal, Ron Jackson Music. If you want to give a small donation for what you saw today, at Ron Jackson Music at Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App, and Zelle is ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. So if you're enjoying this and you learn a lot of cool tips, please send a donation. Thank you. And I'll put that in my comments after. So let me see. Oh, you're making a Patreon. That's great. Great. It's a great thing. I'm getting a bunch of patrons now. I appreciate you guys, and I appreciate you guys watching. And so I'm going to put this on my comments right now. And then I'm going to play you one more song, guys. It's we're going to play a little Wes Montgomery. I got to go and eat lunch now. So I'm going to send you this little comment here. So my PayPal, Venmo, Cash App is Ron Jackson Music. So you have that. So let me play you a little bit of Wes Montgomery. Someone wanted to play something like that. Let me try it on my 7th string. This should be interesting. 7th string. Okay. So everybody, thank you very much for watching. So that was my Patreon only live lesson that I had to make public because we had a problem with the link. So thank you for watching. Thank you, Deborah, for sending something on PayPal. At Ron Jackson Music, and remember to please follow me if you want to donate or anything, or join my Patreon or pick up my books. My latest album is right here. I'm about to record another album soon, and you can pick that up on my website too, Ron Jackson Music at www.ronjacksonmusic.com. And this is a great record. It had great reviews on Downbeat, and I had I was featured in Jazz Times with this album, Standards and Other Songs. I'm going to be doing another album very soon. And, so please follow me. Everything is on my website. If you want to get sheet music or if you want to study with me. Thank you for watching, everybody, and let's keep in touch. And you can watch this live stream after it's going to be replaying. And and someone said play some fast arpeggios. Let me see. I'll play some fast arpeggios real quick on the 7th string. Oh, let me see. Watch this. No, a fast arpeggio. I'll do this. I'll do a sweep picking thing. Hold on, real quick. I got to eat too. Let me see. So a real fast one I could do is like this one. Okay, that's crazy. Do you have any printed lessons you want to learn on your own? Oh, yes. So if you go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, I have printed lessons over there. ronjacksonmusic.com. Let me write that in. ronjacksonmusic.com, and go under the store, and you can get printed lessons if you want to learn anything about that. Okay, about some of these things I'm showing you right now. 40 ounces of polyphony. There's so many songs I need to learn. Drew Roof. I can never say your name. Everybody has hard names today. Sweep picking is crazy. I've been working on sweep picking. I still need to work on that stuff. But we can talk more about that. I need to practice. It's kind of weird on the 7th string. So I'm actually just doing a lot of sweeping stuff. Oh, Drew, thank you. I was transcribing your song, Mr. Evans. I was trying to figure out some of the theory behind it. Oh, wow. Thank you. Kobe was transcribing something off one of these albums right here. I got this album right here. He was transcribing something off my Dream I Had record. And that song was dedicated. The song he's talking about is called To Mr. Evans. And that song, actually, I've got a, if you want to email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com, I could talk to you about the harmony. It's been a while since I've looked at that song. It's been a while. I wrote that song quite a while ago. So that's a great little song. And it was actually some of the harmonies that Bill Evans used in his piano playing, because he was one of my first heroes when I started getting to jazz when I was at Berkeley when I was about 18 years old. So, we could talk more about that later. But that's a great question. Yeah, thank you, Drew. I'll check that out. There's so many things to check out. I'm going to screenshot some of these comments and questions. And, I don't know if I got to everybody, but I try to get to everybody as possibly can. So thank you, everybody. Is there any last questions before I leave? Because I'm going to take some screenshots right now. Yeah, send an email, ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. Follow me at Ron Jackson Music everywhere. Okay. Yes. No problem. I'm overloaded now. I'm so hungry now after talking to you guys for all this time. I've been on here for over an hour now. And, again, thank you. Thanks for for watching. Please support me. Support artists who are stuck inside right now until the pandemic's over. And, and follow me everywhere. Share my stuff with all your friends. Okay. Tell your friends to go to my website, check out my music, join my Patreon, and send a donation at Ron Jackson Music at PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. And that's it, and I appreciate you guys. And, and I hope I'm helping you somehow. I got to practice the stuff I'm showing you too, because I need to practice. I still have a lot of work to do. And I feel like, I don't practice enough these days. So I'm going to be working on a new album, everybody. And so you can look on the link here. Miss Biker Chick just put up like my my printables for some of my lessons. I started posting all that stuff. It's available on Instagram and Facebook and on my website. It kind of cross posts all that stuff. So there's a lot of stuff. The most important thing, it's great to watch me do these videos, but the best thing to do is have a real teacher, like I've had. Always have a real teacher to show you what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong and what you can improve. And also always record yourself, because the recording yourself, videotaping, or you're recording in the studio or at home, the tape never lies. So when you listen to yourself back, you can hear everything that's wrong, right, and where you can improve. Okay. So thank you very much for watching me. Let's keep in touch. And, I really appreciate you guys. And I'll be doing more lives. I'll be doing live, 2 or 3 or 4 times a week on YouTube, particularly, because I need to do that more. Are you learning right now, taking lessons, Ron? Oh, yeah. So just so you guys know, yes, I'm taking lessons with a drummer. So about rhythms. Okay, so he's having me sing, tapping my foot in different ways, singing each beat, and subdividing them into 1 and 2 and 3 and, or 1 and 2 and 3, or 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and while I'm playing. So I'm really trying to get my rhythm together, which I feel like I need to work on the most. So there's a lot of stuff to work on, man. It's never ending. So keep in touch. Tomorrow night I have my show called Sunday Evening Jazz on Instagram. That's live, and I have a couple of great special guests. No, I'm not. Tomorrow night, sorry, it's solo 7-string guitar on Sunday Evening Jazz. So check me out on Instagram at Ron Jackson Music. And if you have any questions, please email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And you could reach me on Instagram everywhere at the same places. Okay, and we'll see you guys soon. Okay, thank you, and have a great day. And no problem, guys. It was really fun. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. everybody, it's Ron Jackson, and welcome to my Patreon-only video on Barry Harris rhythm changes. Now, Barry Harris makes everything really simple when he's actually playing over rhythm changes at a really fast tempo. So I'm going to be showing you how he actually does that. For example, rhythm changes is based on the song called I Got Rhythm, and a lot of songs have been written over that tune, like Moose the Mooch by Charlie Parker and Anthropology by Charlie Parker, Oleo. So many songs, okay? That song was originally written by George Gershwin. There's a lot of chords in this song, and the most important thing to know is we're in the key of B flat, is that the A sections, which are, the form is actually AABA. The A sections, some people play it just one scale there usually, but to be able to play on the changes, you should know all your scales to be able to play on the changes. So what Barry actually does, he actually simplifies the changes. So in my exercise in the music here, I'm going to be playing you first the chord progression of rhythm changes. Then I'm going to play you the simplified version that Barry Harris uses, okay? Which is eliminating all the chords and just making them one chord per measure. Now, usually in rhythm changes, the first two bars are B flat major 7, G minor 7, C minor 7, F7, okay? But Barry actually just plays a B flat for one bar, B flat major 7, and an F7 for one bar, okay? So he eliminates the second chord, which is a 6 minor, and he eliminates the 2 minor to the F7 because those are really just substitutions. So like that, he'll just do this: 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that's what he actually does. So you're gonna actually learn how to take a solo just on the simplified changes, which is much easier than playing an arpeggio or whatever notes you can get through the A section with chords in every 2 beats of the measure. Let me show you how rhythm changes goes all the way through the whole song just with the regular changes. I'm going to put the metronome on. Here we go. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's regular rhythm changes, basically. There's slight variations, but that's regular B-flat rhythm changes, AABA form. I did the tempo of 140 for you. So I'm going to simplify them for you the way that's written on the music here, where Barry eliminates every chord, just makes every chord one whole bar and eliminates the substitutions. Instead of playing a G minor 7 right after the B flat chord, you could just play a B flat all the way through for one bar and eliminate the G minor, because the G minor is just a substitution for the B flat, and also the C minor is a substitution for the F7 for one bar. Okay, so we're going to eliminate the G minor and the C minor and play one bar of each chord, B flat major 7 to F7. And also we're going to substitute like a 2-5 going to the 4 chord, which could be an F minor to B flat, or you can play a B flat major 7 and go to the E flat dominant and go to E diminished. We're going to eliminate all that and just play straight B flat 7 for one measure, then E flat 7 for one measure, go back to the B flat major 7 to F7 for 1 bar each. So we're eliminating all those extra chords, and the bridge, of course, there's no eliminations because it's all dominant all the way through, 2 bars each, okay? And then we're doing the same thing on the C section, which is basically like the A section going to the second ending, which is the ending of the song. Let me play you the chord progression that's simplified that Barry wrote, okay? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's how Barry simplifies the chords of rhythm changes. So now, what he does, especially when you're playing this really fast, instead of playing over each chord, playing a lick every time, doing a lick like that, or sounds very mechanical. But also, I'm arpeggiating the chord or doing a 1, 2, 3, 5 pattern, and I don't have to actually do that. I can do that pattern to get through the changes, a 1, 2, 3, 5 pattern on each chord. When you get to the minor, it's a 1, 2, flat, 3, 5 pattern. But Barry actually just does a scale going up in eighth notes, like the B flat major scale on the B flat chord, ends on the 4th beat as a quarter note. Okay? 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Now, it's very important because that's how you learn how to improvise and play over each change and play in time. Remember to practice this every possible fingering. Like that, okay? So I'm going to play you this exercise all the way through to the end, and this is how it goes. Ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's actually how you play the Barry Harris rhythm changes right on each chord on a rhythm change song that's simplified. So what he's doing is actually replacing all the notes that you would play in between and just simplifying it to play the scale that actually works for both chords. But when you're actually playing fast, that's when you start using this, because then you don't have to think about all those other chords. This will work. That's how I did my intro. I was thinking just playing 1, 5 in my solo, and made it much easier for me to play over each change. So that's the Barry Harris method. So if you have any questions, please email me. And This is Ron Jackson. My Patreon page is www.patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. And thanks a lot for listening. Have a great day.
But at least I have a little gauge on it.
Hey everybody, it's Ron Jackson. I'm live. Let me go over here to TikTok as well. And I'm going live on TikTok. I'm going to do like a little session about chord melody today. So let me take one of my books out so I can go live, do some stuff on chord melody. This is an impromptu live. I've been doing a lot of these sessions recently where I just go live all of a sudden and do some little subjects about different different aspects of the guitar playing. So today I'm actually gonna go over how you do chord melody, guys. And thank you everybody I'm actually transmitting to YouTube and TikTok at the same time. For all my fans on TikTok, I need to go live more often on TikTok as well. So I'm in tune right now. I'm using my 6-string guitar, and there's a couple of people right now on YouTube. Okay. So what I'm going to do is actually this. I'm going to take questions sometimes, but I'm going to try to actually. Can you give me some water? A bottle of water. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to be talking about chord melody. So I'm going to do a chord melody on a song I don't know. I have this song right here called, I don't even know this song. It's called A Fine Romance. You see that? And it's like a jazz standard. And I don't really know this song at all. So I'm going to do a chord melody on it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play the melody. So I'm a pretty good sight reader. And I practice it, as much as I can. And I'm actually going to play the melody one time through. And, then I'm going to try to do chord melody on it. It's a ballad. So it sounds like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. So that's the melody so far. That's the first 8 bars. One, two, three. So that's the melody, basically. That's called A Fine Romance. I don't really know this song. I probably heard it. I was just playing that melody. What I did was I actually transposed this up an octave, okay? So the way it's written for guitar is a little too low to play chord melody. So I'm just sight reading this, okay? So what I did was I just played the melody, and if I played the melody where it's written, it would sound like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, so you see, I play the melody. If you can read, I play the melody up at the way it's written, but on the guitar it sounds low. So what I'll do is I'll just actually play this up an octave now, which I did earlier. So it's like this: 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Okay, etc. So that's basically the melody. But now, what I want to do is I want to do chord melodies. So the first chord is actually a C6. Okay, if you can see that on YouTube, it's kind of hard to see, and on TikTok, you see that there's a C6 chord. It's backwards for you guys, unfortunately. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually try to play this up an octave and play chord melody with it. So to play chord melody, you have to know what the note is in relationship to the chords. So the first note is actually E, and it's a C6 chord. So I'm gonna have to play this chord, and then it goes to C sharp diminished. So this is this chord. Then the B, I put a B on top of the D minor 6 chord. So it goes C6, then C sharp diminished 7, then D minor 6, sorry, and then D sharp diminished 7. So I'm sight reading this, and then it's E minor 7, then A minor 7, and then D minor 7, then G7. So I'm just playing through this song like this, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a chord melody with it now. So it's like 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. A minor 7. 2, 3, 4. So that's the whole thing. That's the first 8 bars as a chord melody. So I was able to do that. Actually, just some basic chord melody stuff. If there's any questions, please send them to me. Actually, hey everybody, hey Marcelo from Brazil. Your parents hate you, Storm. Okay, good job. Nice guitar. What model is it? So just so you guys know, this is an Eastman guitar. If you can see this, Eastman, and I have like a Peterson tuner on this thing to keep myself in tune. It's a great strobe tuner. I'm an Eastman endorser, so I like to use to be on tune with this. I play this guitar. So this is my 6-string Eastman. It's actually an what they call a T49D V guitar. Okay, it's like an ES175. So what I'm doing is I'm doing a thing about chord melody. So this is a song I really don't know. So what I'm doing is I'm sight reading, but I'm playing when I get to that C sharp diminished. I can do that chord. So I can go like this actually. Instead of playing that C sharp diminished with that weird chord like this, I can do it here. That's easier to do than here. So the melody goes. If I did here, then it goes to the C sharp diminished. That's easier to play. I can do it here. Then it goes up. E, I gotta play E on top. Then A minor 7. I can play it that way. Then I could go. Then the next part goes like this. that, I'm going to play that up an octave higher like this. So the melody's written like this. If you look closely on the second ending, there are all these notes: C, B, C, etc. So to be able to play that chord melody, I have to play it up an octave, not the way it's written. So a lot of people, I know a lot of guitar players don't know how to read. So you know, if you want to be a professional musician these days, it's very important to know how to read notation and not only tabs. I use tabs as a guide, but tabs are only a guide. You should know the notes on the guitar if you're going to play, okay? It's very important. So what I'm doing is I'm doing this from sight. And, you know, this is not a hard melody. This is all quarter notes and stuff like that and quarter note triplets. When I'm actually playing, you know, I'm actually sight reading. So I'm playing this up an octave. So that melody goes like this. So if I'm going to do chord melody with that, I'm going to go. And then I'm going to go. So I can do it that way. I can do all kinds of cool things with the melody. I can go. I can do it like the way to the G7. So that's the melody. The next part goes like this. So the chords for that part is C6, then A7, and then G flat, F7, G flat 7, F7, then E7, A7, D minor 7, G7. So I'm going to go like this with that melody. That's what's written actually. So this is a fine romance. I'm actually doing the melody for this. Okay, if you look closely on YouTube, I'm playing all that as chord melody now, a song I don't know. You should be able to do this on your own. Hey, someone says, hi, Ron. Hi, how's it going? So I'm actually doing a chord melody on teaching how to do chord melody. So what I'm doing, when I do chord melody, I know what the note is against the chord. So if the C note is like the root, so that's against the C6, so that's just the C on top. Then on the C diminished, that's like the that's actually like the 6th degree going up the scale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 notes away from the bottom. Okay, and then you know, on the D minor 6, that's the 6th, the B, etc. So I mean, you have to really know your chord scale relationships when you're actually playing chord melody. Now let me answer a couple of questions here while I'm doing this. I see a bunch of messages now on TikTok. I thank you guys for, you know, if there's any cool questions you want to ask me. Nice piece of strings on your lap. Thank you. Is there a reason why there are multiple fingerings for the same note, or is it just the way it is? So everybody, so if I'm playing a chord melody song and I'm going like this. Okay, now you know how many ways I can play that. Watch it. See how many ways I just played that? That's the thing that's a pain in the butt with the guitar. So I really know the neck pretty well. I mean, you know, just because I'm not no genius, I just practice. I still practice. I need to practice more actually. Like everybody, you need to practice and really learn the neck and be able to find all the notes. They all repeat a million times on the guitar because the strings kind of like are the same. You have to know how the strings are tuned. Here's an E, and there's another E, there's another E, there's another E, all the same note. Okay, G. You have to be able to find the notes. You can't reach this one here. And etc. See all the notes I hit. So you know what I'm doing is I'm actually trying to you know, I mean, you have to really know the notes on the guitar neck. Those are really easy notes I actually hit. So they actually repeat. So, I mean, we talk about Cage. Someone meant Cage, Victor Ribeiro. Yeah, that's kind of the same concept. So, if I'm playing a C chord, people do the K system where you can go. Now the thing is, that looks easy, but it's not because. I mean, this is a really basic concept, but you have to be able to do this not only in the key of C, you have to do it in all keys. So right now, I'm only in the key of C. So Victor was asking about the K system. That's how it works. So the basic of the K system is actually like open string chords, moved up the neck like a C chord, and move it up to an F chord, for example. And you're kind of playing the K system like that. But you know, K system is limited because you're gonna have to be able to play all the chords in the same key, all the notes and chords all over the fingerboard. So it's a lot of work to know the neck like that, okay? You know, that's what I actually do. So let's get back to chord melody. And, you know, guys, I appreciate you watching. And, you know, if you're enjoying this practice session, you know, I'm going to make a little chat here. You know, you could actually, I'm going to put something right here. Venmo. If you could, you know, give a donation if you want to me at Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal at Ron Jackson Music, which is right here. If I can put this up correctly, I'm going to set this on a comment. Okay. So you can actually do that if you want. Everybody, I don't know how you make a comment on TikTok when I'm actually doing something, but anyway. Let me see what's going on. Let me see. Oh, I can't share this right now. But anyway, on TikTok, if you want to give a donation or more, you know, you can do this on my. You can give me a donation at PayPal, you know, or you know, or gift me on actually on TikTok, you know, so you can go to Venmo or Cash App, PayPal, all that stuff, and also on YouTube if you like. Okay, thank you. So let me see. That's all Ron Jackson Music, so you know, on YouTube too. Okay, all those. So if you know for you know, helping me out during the pandemic and stuff. So anyway, so let's continue. So I'm working on this song right now due to chord melody called A Fine Romance. So there's so many ways to play the chords like this, okay, and the melody. So I'm going to harmonize this melody now as a chord melody. I've never done this before in the song, so I'm kind of doing it by sight. So it goes like this: 1, 2, 3. Okay. So that's me basically harmonizing the chord melody right now. And if you have any questions about how you do that, that's great. So right now I'm going to play the second ending, which is this. I'm going to sight read this. Okay. You know, you can look up this song. I don't even know this song. But, you know, thank you, Live Action, for Brandon, for liking my short mini lessons, okay? Those are actually from my TikTok. And thank you, TikTok, for following me. I just got to 25,000 on TikTok, so I'm celebrating. Also on YouTube, I have about almost you know, over 11,000 followers, and I got another 1,000 this week. I went over 10,000 actually at the beginning of the week. So thank you, everybody. So this is the last 8 bars. So I'm sight reading this. This is kind of tricky. Nothing's easy to me. So I can play the last 8 bars of this. Goes like this. The melody goes like this. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. So the chords go melody. And what I'm going to do now, I'm going to add, here's what the chords are to those last 8 bars, just like this. C6, C7, then goes F major 7, then A7 with the E in the bass, D minor 7, D sharp diminished 7, E minor 7, E flat 7, D6, D minor 6, G7, then C6. You can play like this. So the chords and the melody together like this will sound like this, guys. Watch this. So here's what's gonna happen. So that's the whole song, chord melody, A Fine Romance. Let me play the whole song as a chord melody. So this is a song I've never played chord melody or hardly ever played the song. I don't think I might have read through this one time. I'm going to play this through as a chord melody piece now. Okay, and I'll answer some of your questions after. Okay, I'll go through and answer them for you. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go and play A Fine Romance. You can look that song up, chord melody that I just learned right now for you guys to play. Ready? Here we go. 2, 3, 4. Almost perfect. I'll play a little different now. I'm playing it a little different now. Second ending. So that's the first time I ever played this song as a chord melody, and I'm doing it from sight. You know, it's not perfect, I don't think, the way I could play it better. I could play maybe this better. So like the second ending, I'm kind of sight reading still. I can go. I'm trying to use the chords that are written. Okay, so I was just doing chord melody, and I'm just actually just trying to show you how you guys can learn chord melody. Let me take a few questions now. Oh, love the online lessons, Ron. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Jeff Brooks. And let me see. Let me say hi to some of my friends on TikTok. Do you have any tips on how to learn scales faster? Learn scales faster. Well, you have to kind of like use your scales, as best you can on chords and learn the chord scales. That's what I would suggest. So, like I'm saying, let's say I'm playing a A flat 7 chord. You should know the scale for an A flat 7. It's an A flat dominant scale or mixolydian. So you just go. So it's actually a major scale. You should know your major scales first. All over the neck, every possible thing. See what I'm doing? I'm kind of doing like kind of too fast, but so what I'm doing is I'm just making sure that I know it a little bit. And what happens too is you got to know basic theory, everybody. So when I'm actually playing, I'm actually doing basic. I know all my key signatures. you have to know, you have to know the staff, you have to know the keys you're in. So if I'm in the key of A flat, I know there's 4 flats. Now this takes a long time to learn because I learned this from memory. So I mean I know all my flats and sharps. So if I'm in the key of B, I know that's the most sharps. And you have to know the order of the sharps and flats, okay? So like the order of sharps and flats in the is like I remember it's a formula. F, C sharp, G sharp, A, etc. When I have this formula, so Fred chases girls down at Eddie's bar. So those are all the sharps, and all the flats are beat, for example. Those are shortcuts. But I know automatically when I'm reading the music how many sharps, the key of B gets. That's the most sharps. Oh no, actually, no, I'm sorry. The key of B has 5 sharps. I'm sorry about that. The key of C sharp has the most sharps. I'm sorry. C sharp has the most sharps. Actually, I'm sorry about that. And then the key of C flat has the most flats, etc. So you have to memorize all that and be able to change all the keys. It's really it's all theoretical. But I mean, when you're playing guitar or any instrument, you don't really have time to say what the sharps and flats are. You just got to be able to play actually. So I'm not thinking about that when I'm actually playing. But if I'm reading, I have to think about it because I have to find the right notes if you're sight reading. Okay, so it's very important to get that together. Let me answer some questions here. So that's how you get better at scales and learn scales faster. Actually, if there's any other questions, please send them to me. I'm going live on TikTok too as well because I don't go live enough for you guys. Okay, someone's asking me, Ron, how does someone approach jazz chords when starting to learn jazz guitar? Well, you have to know all your basics, everybody, when you're playing chords. So I was just doing chord melody, but to do chord melody, you have to know all your chord shapes, okay? So there are 4 basic chord shapes, everybody. There's the major, the minor. So I'm going to do it here because it's a little easier. There's the major shape, C, E, G, then the minor, diminished, and augmented. Okay, so that's C, E, G, C, E flat, G, C, E flat, G flat, and C, E, G sharp. So those chord shapes make up the foundation of all these altered chords and flat 9 chords and all that. You have to really know your basic triads, though, because they're stacked up on top of each other, actually, these triads in different chords. So you have to kind of be able to figure these out all over the neck. And you have to see it on the neck easily. So I know I can see easily, like, I know I can change that note there. Or if I'm doing it here. You have to be able to change major to minor really easily. See how I'm changing the major to minor? It depends on the neck and what key you're in. So I'm changing C major to C minor all over the neck like this. You have to know all your inversions as well. On major, for example, just all your inversions like this on same string. See how I'm doing that? I have exercises like this actually on my website, okay, everybody? If you go to www.ronjacksonmusic.com, I have lessons on my website that I sell for $1.99 on all the inversions and scales and everything. They're all written out in the right order. And, they're really cool. Oh, yeah, someone's asking for a request. Can you play I Remember Clifford? I don't know that by heart, but I can play a little bit as chord melody because this is a chord melody class. H-I-J-K. So let me see if I have it in here. I think it's in this book. I hope so. I Remember Clifford. Maybe not. Someone's asking for a request, and I don't know if it's in this book like this. I Remember April. It might not be in this book, unfortunately. Oh, yes, I do. So I'm going to play this for somebody a little bit. So, we're going to pull out my 7 string now, just for fun. It will take me a second to set up. So I'm going to pull out my 7 string guitar. So this is an impromptu session about chord melody. And if you have any other questions, let me know. I'm going to take out my 7 string guitar right now, which is this one. Let me unplug this for a second. Actually, let me plug this in. Take my 7 string out. so I can play for you. So you know what? I'm also transmitting on YouTube because you know I have a lot of followers on YouTube, but I need more views and I need to actually what's the word? I need to get longer videos. So I'm doing lives now, and you know that's helping my viewership. And people love my live online like practice sessions like this, and you know checking out what I do. And I appreciate you guys for following me and being into what I'm doing. And you know, please do me a favor if you like what I'm doing. You know, I have a new album out that came out about a year ago, and I have a new one coming out soon. Please pick one up. It's Ron Jackson Music Standards and Other Songs. It's a great record. You know, and I'll be coming out with a record. You know, go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, and you know, and check out my music. And please follow me if you're not following me right now on YouTube, etc. Yeah. Thank you, Lemmy Brezzi, for so much for your assurance. You're welcome. So I'm gonna do this little request from I can't see his name. I remember Clifford, you know, and if you guys enjoy what I'm doing, you know, please send me a donation at Ron Jackson Music on PayPal everywhere. Ron Jackson Music, everybody. That's okay. The same as my page on YouTube. So let me play a little bit of I Remember Clifford. So let me make sure I'm tuned. So remember, it's important to be tuned. So let me do that real quick. Now, if you have any questions about the 7th string, let me know too. So I'm going to do a little bit of this song right now. Yeah, so that was actually, I remember Clifford. That's a great song. I'm going to turn the highs down on this a little bit. There's too many highs on this. I was checking that out. So that was a request, and thank you for asking that. I don't know who that, I couldn't read what they were saying, but thank you everybody for watching. What's the way, now someone's asking me, what's the fastest way? Are you looking at staff notes or tabs? So everybody, this is a question from Machine Daddy. Machine Daddy? No, I'm not. I'm reading notes. I don't, you know what? I know how to use tabs, but I'm a notation guy. And you should know how to read notation, everybody, actually, on the guitar. But most people, you know, they don't take the time to learn how to read on the guitar because it's really hard to read on the guitar. So no, I'm not using tabs at all. I know, you know, I write for a magazine, actually, acoustic guitar. Let me show you something. So I write for this magazine, acoustic guitar magazine. You see this? I have a new article out, guys. You can check it out if you want. You're welcome, Machine Daddy. And look, so when I read an article for Acoustic Guitar Magazine, since most guitar players can't read notes, I have to write tabs for you guys too. And I know, I mean, and, you know, it's actually helpful for certain things. Like, so here's my new article right now. It's called Chord Calisthenics. It's about the harmonic and melodic minor. It's the latest issue of Acoustic Guitar. If you want to pick it up, you know, it's a great, you know, it's a great magazine. I've been working for them for like about 7-8 years now. This is, you know, you see how the music is written out? The music is written out with tabs and notes. Now, I think the tabs are really important to be able to tell you how to play this. But I know how to read this. I can read it different ways since I can read on the guitar. So that's what I actually do. Okay, so so what, you know what I do? You know, if I'm reading, like I remember Clifford, I played this before. This is the song I just played for you guys, and I did chord melody. But I'm basically sight reading this. I mean, you know, not sight reading, but I've read this before, but I don't know this song by heart, so I have to kind of look at it. If I have a request, and if I happen to have the music, I can read it and play from you, and kind of do chord melody. It's kind of hard to do it perfect on the spot, but I try the best I can. So that's how you get your stuff together. You know, I'm a professional musician, so sometimes people ask me to do this on gigs, and I have to be able to do it. So, I mean, you should be able to do chord melody like that in general because it's really good to be able to do this stuff. But you should learn how to read, but it takes a lot of time to do this. I used to practice 8 hours a day, and, you know, it's not easy. So let me ask you some question here. Tabs aren't good for yeah. So someone's saying tabs aren't good for stuttering, but I feel like they are. They give you more info on technique. So tabs are good to tell you how to play the phrase, but the problem with tabs is you have to know the song to be able to play tabs. If I put some music in front of you with tabs and you don't know what the song sounds like, it's just a bunch of notes that are written out. So that's the problem with tabs. With reading music, you don't even have to know what the song is. You could just read it. And, you know, if you're a good reader, you can play the song without the tabs. You know, the tabs don't tell you what the rhythms are. You know, I mean, it'll be written below, like sometimes it'll be written below the music, but if you have just pure tabs, there's no rhythms. And, you know, if you don't know how to count rhythms, how are you going to play the song in time? So that's the problem with tabs. You know, so tabs are cool, though, because, I mean, if I want to show somebody how to play something, I can write it out the way I want him to play it on the tabs, but they have to be able to hear it. So that's the problem with tabs. It's a great question, but guitar players are the worst readers. You know, I have this joke on TikTok and on Instagram that's called "Put some music in front of." How you stop a guitar player from reading? Put some music in front of them. That's how from playing. Excuse me. So you know that's the problem. Is you gotta have your stuff together when you're reading on the guitar, and you know it's hard. I mean, I'm a good reader, and I still think it's hard. You know, I have to practice this stuff all the time. So let me see. There's a lot of questions here. So let me see. Came from TikTok. Hey, okay, Carmen. What's the fastest way to learn arpeggios for jazz soloing? So you know what? Okay, someone's asking me about jazz soloing arpeggios. So let me do something here. So you should be able to arpeggiate any kind of progression, any kind of chord. So when I was doing this song, I remember Clifford. you know, it has all kinds of arpeggio things like this: E flat major 7, G7. So if I'm playing through this, you should be able to arpeggiate major triads. So I'm doing the 7 string. So I'm just doing basic E flat major triad. Now this chord is actually E flat major 7, so you have to be able to do that. Those are basic things you have to know about soloing. So I'm doing a major 7, and I mean now if I'm going through a song, I should be able to arpeggiate every chord. So the first chord is E flat major 7, G7, A flat major 7, A diminished, B diminished, B dominant, B flat dominant, B diminished. Now C minor 7, then go C minor 7 with the B flat in the bass, which is the third inversion. And then it goes to A minor 7 flat 5. Now I'm doing it in 1 octave. You should be able to play it everywhere like this. You know how long it took me to learn just to do that? It took me years, actually. So it's not easy to be able just to do the arpeggio. I'm just doing like the basic arpeggio, 7th arpeggio, 7th chords. I'm playing through this song right now in front of you guys. You know, just arpeggio, okay? And the 7th arpeggio is exactly the way the chord is written. Okay, well, I remember Clifford. So if you find that in like a real book or one of these stolen real books you have on the computer, you can do that. And that's a real basic skill you have to learn. Hey, random user. Random user says, I'm pure class. Thank you. I need to go to class, actually. I'm pure class. I need to go to class. But if you're enjoying this, please definitely, you know, please send me a donation of $1 or more if you can afford it at Ron Jackson Music at PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App if you can. Ron Jackson Music. I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you. If you're learning some new stuff and I'm helping you out, I appreciate the donation. Also, just so you know, go to my website and I sell a lot of lessons like this at ronjacksonmusic.com. Of course, follow me here, Ron Jackson Music on YouTube. It's everywhere. Ron Jackson Music, TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. I can't think of anything else. So let me see. Let me look at some of the other questions here. How do you understand and memorize the modes? Practice, guys. You know, I mean, you have to be able to use the modes. If I'm playing through a song, like I'm playing through this song right now, I know that this is E flat major. E flat major 7 takes an Ionian mode or the major scale. Then when it goes to G7, diminish. Diminish. So I'm playing through those chords I played earlier, just a few minutes ago, playing the scales through them. Now you have to be able to play through the scales. So what I'm doing is I'm playing through these chords right now as scales too as well. So I mean, you know what? Some of these scales I wouldn't use really when I'm soloing. So, but you have to be able to know the scale, the basic scale. I use a lot of different scales on chords in general because I'm a jazz musician. So we reharmonize a lot. So we're actually putting extra scales in there that are more interesting than what are written. Like if I play over like a G7, so that's actually a G7. In this key, this is a G7 flat, a sharp 5. So I'll play like what you call an altered scale. Leading, then diminish. So what I'm doing is I'm just basically playing. I'm just running up the scales. I'm not playing anything fancy. It sounds like I'm playing some fast stuff. I am, but I'm just running through them so I can get through the scale. But when I'm soloing, I'll use different patterns and stuff. I'll use lines, what we call in jazz. So if I'm taking a solo, I'm using lines now in my solo. So I'm just basically playing lines through the chords now. As a solo, as a jazz musician, we don't really play scales. You learn scales in the beginning to be able to get through the changes of arpeggios, but you actually learn how to play lines. Now, lines are the language of jazz, actually. So, that's what you do in jazz. You learn lines. So let me see. How do you learn advanced jazz? Do you need theory, or do you need to become a successful musician? Hey, Monty. That's from Divine on Crack. The best way to learn jazz is learn tunes, everybody. So you have to learn tunes, and you have to learn solos from the greats. If you're a guitar player, learn from Wes Montgomery, Charlie Christian, all the modern cats too, John Scofield, whoever. Just learn their solos, okay? Learn their solos and learn the theory and the harmony and the chords. But the language is actually in the music itself, so you have to learn tunes, okay? So that's why I've been doing this for a long time. So that's what it really takes, and you got to play with people, and you got to jam with people to get to. It's all trial and error too when you're taking solos. So it's very important to get all this stuff together. It takes a long time to get this together, So let me see. Do you need any simple jazz songs? Yeah. So you know what, guys? There's some of these questions are already are videos that are posted. Someone's asking me, Divine on Crack, is you need simple jazz songs that sound great? Yeah. Yeah. So you just learn the basic jazz songs first. I have some videos already on YouTube and on TikTok about what songs to learn, basic ones. I mean, I do like 5 at a time, but everybody's saying, "But I'll do these other songs." Sure, I only have 1 minute to put a short. So, but there's like tons of songs that are standards. You should learn the basic, simple ones first. Then eventually, you add the repertoire. Let me see some of these questions here. I never say never. You'd be surprised what you're capable of. Okay. Arpeggios. This makes my brain seriously hurt. Yes, everybody, my brain hurts right now. Lots of luck. I ain't good enough for all this. Everybody, you can be good enough if you practice. Remember, all this stuff. And you know what's very important? I teach too. I forgot to tell you guys, since I'm doing a live and I have to advertise myself. I have a Patreon account where you can get these lessons like this for $3 and up at patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. Okay. And you need to study with somebody. I forgot to tell you. So if you want to study with me, you can contact me. You can find me everywhere. Go to my link tree that I have on YouTube. If you go to my Patreon, I have a lot of these lessons up there too. And you need to study with somebody because it's hard to learn without somebody telling you something. But a lot of people go on YouTube and TikTok for free lessons. But free lessons only take you so far, because I have a lot of students who go on YouTube and TikTok on my pages, and they end up studying with me because they can't do it by themselves because they don't know what they're doing. It's hard to judge yourself. I take lessons. I'm taking lessons right now, just so you know. I'm taking lessons with a drummer because I have to work on my rhythm. So I take lessons with this drummer who's actually a great drummer. He has a great TikTok page. He got 1 million views on one of his videos actually recently, over 1 million. And it's called the Drummer's Almanac. He's Jay Finishow. He's a great drummer, and he has a lot of subscribers on YouTube. But I take lessons on rhythm with him. So this all kind of, you need to study. I've studied with a lot of great guitar players: Pat Martino, Ted Dunbar, Bucky Pizzarelli. That's why I play 7-string guitar. I've hung out with George Benson. He showed me a lot of stuff about his playing. You got to study with people. You can't just do this by yourself. It doesn't help. So let me see. Thank you, Sam. I'm glad I'm inspired by you. So everybody, I'm going to be ending soon because I've been up for about an hour, I think now. 47 minutes. So please follow me. I went over a chord melody with you, and it's good to explain these things to you. I appreciate you guys watching me. And again, please share these videos to everybody. Please share my page. Please follow me everywhere. There's a playback I don't know if I can put a playback on TikTok for my lives. They don't let you do that, but you can watch the same thing, everybody, on TikTok, on YouTube at Ron Jackson Music. When we went over today, you can watch that back. And I'm trying to put more views on YouTube because I need more hours for my YouTube channel. And they don't let you do it with short form videos on YouTube. Just so you guys know that if you're trying to develop your YouTube channel, you need to do a lot of things. Hold on, let me answer a couple more questions because I got to eat dinner soon and it's late in New York here. So what was I gonna say? Okay, hey, it's Beatrice. I'm with Beatrice Bakari and Eugenia Silva. Just sending you saludos. Who's this? Oh, that's amazing. I haven't seen those guys in years. You know what, guys? Let's keep in touch. Send me a message or something. There's some people I haven't seen in years. They're watching me right now live on YouTube. Hold on. Let me see. There's some more messages here. I'm trying to get everybody, trying to spread the love here. So everybody, I'm going to be leaving in a second. I might play you one more song. And then, again, if you enjoy what I'm doing, please donate $1 or more here to PayPal at Ron Jackson Music, Venmo and Cash App at Ron Jackson Music, just for you guys. It's all right here. Okay. If you'd like to donate $1 or more, and you learned a lot today. Okay. And I appreciate you guys, to support me during these rough times, if I answered your questions. Someone just said, I don't like tabs or sheet music. I'm like learning so, just so you guys know, I read music and I do tabs, but I also, of course, I know how to learn things by ear. So I'm good at writing things down and playing them back, all kinds of stuff. You have to have all those skills if you want to play guitar or any instrument. You should have to be able to have good ears. You have to be able to read and look at music. So I know how to do all that stuff. And that's how I started playing guitar. I started doing things by ear as a kid, and learning songs. So you have to actually do that to be a good musician. You have to have all those skills to be a professional musician. So sometimes I used to be in this band in New York, and we used to do this Sunday brunch, like a gospel brunch. And I'd go up, we do all these fancy arrangements, and the guy would there was no music. He would just count the song off, 1, 2, and there was no music. I had to learn this. I had to just find the notes and play through the whole gig, 4-hour long gig, and they paid no money, not hardly any money. And I was at the Cotton Club in New York. It was a gospel brunch, and I had to learn all these tunes with no sheet music, complicated tunes. It was just weird. But so I'm used to doing that. So you have to be able to have all those skills when you're actually playing. So anyway, guys, let me play you one more song before I get off. And thank you very much. I'm going to do another live session soon. Let me see if I can. What am I going to play here? I'm going to try to think of a song. Thank you, everybody. Yeah. Thank you, everybody. Some more comments here before I get out. And oh wow, there's so many questions I can't answer them. But I see you use hybrid picking. Yeah, I use hybrid picking. Everybody, we'll do it like I'll do a live practice session about hybrid picking and all kinds of picking styles next time. But this was mostly about chord melody today, and I'm using 7-string guitar. But I use all styles of picking: finger picking, hybrid picking, economy picking, alternate picking. I do all the picking, finger picking, and finger licking good at Kentucky Fried Chicken. So, thank you everybody for watching. So keep in touch. Again, I'll put my website on the comments. There's sheet music there and all kinds of stuff. It's ronjacksonmusic.com. All my handles are Ron Jackson Music, everybody. Okay. And just so you know, and if you enjoyed this, you could I'll put this up right now too. And I'm putting these notes here. It's Ron Jackson Music. And if you have any questions, just direct message me. You can find me on YouTube. On my link tree is Ron Jackson Music. And if you want to take lessons or you have any questions or anything, buy my CDs or whatever, it's all there. You can find it on my website at ronjacksonmusic.com. Please keep in touch. Join my mailing list on my website, whatever. And thank you guys for watching. And you can watch the playback after this. I'll talk to you guys soon. Okay. I'm going to end the videos right now on TikTok. I'm ending the video now, and I'm ending now on YouTube. Thanks. Today I'm going to talk about practicing things that you don't know. Like one of the things I've been practicing recently is actually the harmonic minor scale. And I'm going to be doing a lesson about this very soon. And, about going, using the harmonic minor scale in jazz particularly. So, I've been working a lot with the harmonic minor, and trying to use it more in my jazz playing. It's funny, I was doing one of these workshops on Patreon, and actually what happened was on Patreon, I actually had to, one of my students there wanted, to know about, was asking these questions about the harmonic minor. So do you use a lot of harmonic minor harmony? I was like, oh, really? Harmonic minor, harmony in my playing? I was thinking, I do, but I don't use it as much as I'd like to. So what's happening is, so I started working on that kind of stuff. And if you have any comments or questions, please send them to me right now. I'm going to be taking them during the live stream, as I usually do, okay? And let me see if I can see any comments here. You can ask about my new guitar here. which is my new D'Angelico XL1, where I just actually got this from D'Angelico. I'm a D'Angelico ambassador now, and basically that means I promote the guitars. And hey, hello, Jose. How are you? So you know what? Let's get back. Let's get into this now. So I like to use the harmonic minor scale. So look at this. So I'm going to keep A harmonic minor. So you know what? I'm using the A harmonic minor scale, but it's just a scale. But if you want to use it in jazz, you have to really know how to use this scale. Hey, Kevin, how are you? Oh, great to see everybody here. I'm going to be doing this live workshop right now because I'm practicing. So when I practice, basically, I only practice things I cannot do. Like if I forget a melody or I'm working on a scale or all kinds of stuff. I only practice things I don't know. So one thing I don't know as well as advanced scale in jazz, but I use a lot of scales. I know the melodic minor modes really well. I mean, pretty good. And of course the major ones, but the harmonic minor modes, I'm going to be doing a video, like a real, lesson about it. But in general, I need to work on the harmonic minor. Hey, Reynold Alexander. So if you guys have any questions, please send them to me. I see a bunch of people showing up right now, and it's funny. What I wanted to say was, I write for Acoustic Guitar magazine, and this magazine right here, and I actually did a whole lesson about a harmonic and melodic minor in the March-April issue of this magazine. And it was just mainly chords. I did some exercises and mixed up the harmonic and melodic minors, but only the harmony. So, the harmony is tricky on the harmonic minor. So if you start doing thirds, so I'm working on this as a practice thing. So I practice things I don't know. So if you have any questions about that, please send them to me. So I didn't know that, like the harmonic minor harmony as well as I like to. So you have to know the triads. So the harmonic minor scale is basically 1, 2, 3, flat 3, 4, 5, flat 7, natural 7. So it's actually A, B, C, D, E, F, G sharp. So I can play this all over the neck and in different keys. So I practice that scale like that, but the thing is, the tricky part is actually, hey Dario, oh yeah, Dario, I always see you up here. How you doing? Not much. I'm trying to cook the guitar neck. So so what I'm trying to do actually is just try to make sure I know the chords of the harmonic minor. So if you play just the triads, I just practice these things. So I try to play them through like this without naming them. And play them down the scale. See that? So that's the harmonic minor in triads. Okay, now if I'm playing this, we're only in the key in A. Yeah, very good, Grant. Very good. So yeah, you would go 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, 6. Flat 6, 7. Okay. The thing is to know the harmony about this on these chords. So what I've been doing is I've been practicing these things I don't know as well as I should. I can play these over. I use this on my jazz playing a lot, but to get really deep into this, I have to really practice this stuff. So now, thank you, Palmer. What it is like now I try to name the triads. So it's A minor, Now it's B diminished. And then, now it's C augmented. D minor. Okay, then I have E. E triad. F triad. And then F diminished triad. So, you know, that's great. So, I mean, I know how to play this. Now, you have to be able to play this when you're actually taking a solo or doing chord melody. And play all over the neck, just like I'm doing. Now, when you're practicing the guitar, you should be able to play up and down the neck and across the neck. Things you cannot do, you should always practice. Don't practice the same stuff you do know. You have to practice things you don't know. So that's why I'm playing real slow, because I need to practice this. So I'm going up the strings now. Watch this. Watch this. I'm trying that this way. And then I'm going to try from here, maybe backwards. So let's go backwards. Yeah. What's this? What's this? I mean, here's some cool comments here. Watching you made me want to buy a guitar. Oh, I'm so glad about that, everybody. That's great. Your gear has a lovely sound. Thank you very much. I'm playing soft too. Playing that descending diminished SpongeBob progression. Oh, that's what that is? Oh, cool. So I guess it's harmonic minor SpongeBob. Yeah, so I'm practicing these things like this. I'm only in the key of A minor, but I try to practice these things in keys I don't know. See what I'm doing right now? So you have to know that if you're going to practice a scale really well, you're going to have to know how to harmonize the scale in thirds. Also, you know, things you cannot do. So when I'm practicing this scale, I'll do things like this. I'll do triads now. So I went up the scale like this. Now what I'm gonna do now. Hope your night has been nice. Yeah, thank you, Tool. So what's happening is now, let me go to a key of D minor instead, so I'll do a different key. So I practice everything in different keys. I played all kinds of keys. I'm playing the D harmonic minor now in the key of D. So what I'll do now, instead of playing up and down the scale, like a lot of guitar players just play up and down the scale, if you're a beginner especially, the most important thing to do is like to do, like, for example, thirds now. I'm doing the harmonic minor because that's practicing something I don't know as well. I know how to play the harmonic minor scale, but the thing I don't know how to do, and this lesson's all about doing things you can't do. That's what you're supposed to do in your practice, is playing the scale in a deeper level. So I'm going to go up like the harmonic minor scale now in thirds. See what I'm doing? Now you're supposed to practice slow. Oh yeah, someone's asking a question here. How do you do that transition? Does it have a formula? No. What I'm doing is I memorize the neck pretty good, so I know what the intervals and the shapes are on my fingers. You have to memorize one of the most important things, everybody, when you want to play guitar in general, or any, you know, particularly the guitar, is seeing the pattern on the fingerboard, you know, and then knowing what you're actually playing. So I'm actually, I know all the notation, the names. I don't need tabs to find this, but when I need to show somebody my finger, I use tabs as a guide to find the notes. But the problem with tabs is you have to know what it sounds like to be able to play it. If you don't know what it sounds like, you can't play the rhythm or timing or anything. So that's the problem with tabs. It's important to know how to read first, then add tabs later, like I do in Acoustic Guitar Magazine when I write for them. So, so for example, when I'm playing these patterns, what I'm doing is I practice much slower. When you practice something you don't know, you practice slow. I'm playing kind of fast. What I'm doing is I know the neck so well that I need to just basically just make sure I don't miss. what I'm doing is I'm playing up and down across the neck. And I make sure when you practice that you practice up the neck, like play, for example, on the same strings. Watch this. See, I'm going up the scale. You should be able to play up and down the neck like that. I'm practicing warming. Okay, and across. I'll do it across the neck now. So I'm missing the notes. So that's what I'm actually doing when I practice the harmonic minor. So I'm just playing the scale in thirds. So you should be able to do any interval when you're practicing. You should be able to do fourths. It's much harder. Watch this. That's really weird. So I'm doing fourths now going down the scale. You should be able to do fifths. Oops, I dropped my pick. I dropped my pick of the guitar. Can you believe it? I'll get it out later. So watch this. I'm going to go up like this. Now you can do fifths. So that gets really weird on the harmonic minor. That's it. Now I'm going to E. Now when I play something like this, everybody, just so you know, I'm trying to use my ear and find the fingering. But then if I have to think about it, I know what the notes are too. I just have to think about it and stop. So it's a lot of stuff. Yeah, you'll find all that stuff in drills with G. Oh yeah, you know what? G. Bruce is a great guitar player. Thank you, Grant Harris. Are you related to Grant Green? I'm just kidding. So, yeah. So, what do you mean the harmonic minor scale sounds like the blues mixed in? How would it sound? Would it sound more like a chromatic scale? The harmonic minor scale, everybody, is just basically, it's a regular minor scale, the natural minor. So I'm playing a D nat. Let's say I'm playing a D natural minor. So that has 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, flat 6, flat 7, 1. All you do is raise the 7. It's a real exotic sound. Okay? I use it a lot in jazz for certain chords, particularly altered chords. You'll hear Wes Montgomery, Barry Harris was showing me when I studied with him a lot, where you use it on like a dominant 7, flat 9 chord like this. So let's say I'm playing A7 chord with a flat 9 and flat 13 like this. If I want, I could, before, when I play over that chord, I'm going to a D minor chord. So it's a 5, 1, D, A7, flat 13, flat 9 to a D minor 7. I'll use harmonic minor here, but a D harmonic minor. Watch this. And resolve it to the D minor, you see? So when I play that A7 like this, I'll go to that chord just like this, okay? So it has an exotic sound, but it's not bluesy, just so you know, Palmer. It's more like, it's more exotic sounding to me, okay? Yeah, harmonic, oh yeah, let me see. So Grant says there's some, I'm trying to see that new comment. Harmonic minor maintains a half step between the 7th and the tonic, which is a stronger resolution than a flat 7. Yeah, good, Grant. Yeah, Grant Harris music. Good to know you. I'm Ron Jackson music. So, I'm actually, what I'm doing, Grant, and everybody else who's watching. I need coffee at 8 o'clock at night, okay? Is that I'm actually, what's the word? I'm actually just showing you things I need to practice myself. and incorporate more in my playing, but not particularly that I don't know the harmonic minor, but I need to know more about how to use it more adventurously, at a higher level. That's all. So, for example, another thing I need to do, you should learn when you're doing the harmonic minor, when I'm practicing, because I'm still learning this harmonic minor. So I remember I just did thirds. I'm going to go into key G minor this time. So remember to play your scales all over the neck. In any position, any kind of interval. Everywhere on the fingerboard. So you have to really practice hours and hours to get this together. What's really hard is me playing this and talking to you at the same time. That's the hard part. And concentrate, you know what I mean? And be accurate, because it's hard to actually talk and play like I'm doing and teach you guys at the same time. So I'm practicing things I don't know. So what I'm doing is actually I'm going. So the next thing I would do, I did everything in thirds. I went from the key of A minor to D minor, now I'm in G minor. So I practice things in all keys. Oh, you're welcome, Palmer. Thanks for all your lessons. I keep watching your videos as I practice on my new guitar. Good. Just so you guys know, I don't know where this little booklet is. Of course, when I'm doing the live stream, I can't find anything. but oh, yeah, here it is. Let me get you something, guys. Let me show you something. So when I'm, if you want to learn more stuff from me, definitely go to my website at Ron Jackson Music. But I have a lot of stuff about chords in this book. You can go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, and this book is really good for all kinds of chord stuff. I do bass lines and everything. It's a book I wrote with a bunch of different writers for Acoustic Guitar Magazine, for who I write for, and it's called Chords at Your Fingertips, okay? And it's published by Acoustic Guitar Magazine and Hal Leonard Music. And get your copy on my website at ronjacksonmusic.com /shop, okay? And you can get the book here, and I can send an autographed copy. And it comes with video and everything, video lessons and all kinds of stuff. So it's a great book to learn about all kinds of chord voicing, bass lines. I teach you everything, harmonizing, melodies, all kinds of stuff, reharmonizing, doing jazz, chord melody, and everything. Okay? So anyway, if you want to study with me, let me know during this lesson. I'll show you some other stuff in a minute. So let's get back to the lesson here. So the workshop's all about practicing things you don't know. Okay. Oh, someone's asking, what's the best thing to get better at the blues? The best thing to do in anything, Vide Sharma, is to actually, learn blues solos off of records. Just like jazz or anything else. Learn things by ear, learn the solos, learn the blues scale, and make sure you know what the, what key you're in, etc. And you start transcribing. Those are great ways of getting anything together. And also get a good teacher to help you in the beginning. When I was a kid, I didn't have any help. So when I got to Berkeley, there was a lot of things I had missing in my playing. There's some other things. This may be a stupid question. What's the difference between a hollow body and solid body guitars? Hollow body guitars, you can't play them acoustically. I mean, solid bodies you can, because they're made out of solid wood. So if you play with no amp, there's no sound. And, they're made out of solid block of wood. Hollow bodies like this is completely hollow in between. You see that? I can put my finger in here. It's like an acoustic guitar. And, and this one's called an arch top. The back is arched and everything. This is a D'Angelico XL1 that I got from D'Angelico. And, I can play this with no amp. You still can hear it. Watch. You can hear that pretty good. So it sounds acoustic. You see that? So that's the difference. With a solid body, I have a solid body over there, but I'm not going to take it out right now because it's too much work. So that's the difference. Have you ever heard of Christian Van Hammer? He's a very controversial jazz guitar method, which you don't play at your scales or modes or anything like that. No, I don't know him, but that's cool too. I used to hang out with. So Pablo Cordana said, "Have you heard of Christian Van Helmer?" No, I never heard of him. But you know what? I'll tell you something. Another person that's like that, Pablo, is James Blood Ulmer, and he played with Ornette Coleman, and I used to hang out with him. His whole thing was not that either. So I'm not. I'm kind of used to hearing that. How are you playing? How are you playing Coltrane changes? I'm okay at that. So I mean, I play Coltrane changes. I could do all those. Yeah, so I play Coltrane changes. Of course, I need to practice them more, like everybody else. So I mean, I'm practicing things like that, like like the. So I'm doing a bunch of Coltrane changes right now. So I use Coltrane harmonizations in my soloing sometimes. So if I'm playing, let's say I'm playing an F, I'll go through the cycles of the Coltrane changes. I'll go like this. And I use that in my solo. I'll go. So I'm using Coltrane changes right there. Okay, so yeah, I practice them somewhat. What's this? So that was Beans. Okay, good. Coach just learns phrases from good solos and moves them around the fretboard to apply the different chordal changes. That's what basically, just actually Pablo. That's what basically great players do. They basically take the phrase and move them up and down the fingerboard. What I do is I move them up and down and across the fingerboard. So just so you know, I studied with Pat Martino, and he had me doing these exercises like this. So you should be able to take a phrase. Let's take harmonic minor, for example. So if I go like this. So that phrase, this is G minor. I'm just going to 7. I'm going 7, 1, 2, flat 3. Now, your goal, one of the things you have to learn as a guitar player to master the guitar is to be able to take that phrase and play it so many ways. That's what Pat Martino had me do. See what I'm doing? Watch me. See what I just did, everybody? I basically played the same phrase. How many times did I do that? I mean, I could do it so many different. I could do it on the same string. I can only get up to there now in that register. Then if I put it up an octave, you have to be able to do that too. So let me do it. See what I just did? So you have to be able to do that with any phrase, though. So like you have to be able to find every possible fingering in the same register to really master the guitar neck. That's one thing to do. Hold on. Let me see some of these questions. Yeah, Pablo. The timbre changes, but it's not only the timbre that changes when you do these different phrases. It's also you really master the fingerboard when you practice this way. So if I'm practicing any kind of phrase like this, let's say, let me see. So let's just take a more complicated phrase. more ways, I'm sure, to do that phrase. So when I was studying with Pat Martino, he would make me he would just take a phrase like this. He would do that phrase, for example. That's a very common Pat Martino phrase. So you would practice every possible fingering. Now, you could do it actually on the guitar. You could do it. You could do it on the same string. That's how hard the guitar is. You could go. Now I did open strings that time. I could do it on the same string. Simple cross string. See what I did? I'm trying to reach all the. That's really hard to reach up there, but I'm reaching up there. So what I'm doing is I'm taking the same phrase, playing it every possible way. You can play it on the same string, across the strings, skip this. You don't skip the strings when you're playing the same phrase. So that's how you really master the fingerboard. Let me see. There's some questions here. Ron, I'm a kind of a beginner to jazz, but I really want to learn more, mainly chords, probably rhythm stuff. Maybe you could play some rhythm guitar on Cantaloupe Island. I can play that a little bit. Mark, you're an inspiration to me. Thank you. So rhythm guitar. So if you're doing Cantaloupe Island, I'll do that real quick for you guys. So that if you want to learn like rhythm parts, listen to the original recordings of rhythm guitar. I've learned a lot of funk rhythm guitars, for example. So like Cantaloupe Island is like this. I think that's what Herbie does. But it's always good to go back and listen to the original recordings, everybody, and listen to what people are actually playing and then learn it. I think Herbie was doing this. That's the basic rhythm. So that he's playing on the record, you can also go like this. There's all kinds of rhythms you can do. You got to make sure the rhythm matches the bass line. Now, I don't quite remember if that bass line was actually that bass line, but that's the basic copy rhythm he was actually doing in that song. And then you have to change that phrase to go to D flat. So that's the basic rhythm they were using, actually, everybody. So that's Cantaloupe Island by Herbie Hancock. Someone was asking about that. So this is an arch top right here, actually. Ruben, just making sure. Do you learn this by learning all the notes on the strings, all the frets by learning shapes, regardless of knowing which note you're playing or not? Oh, Pablo, really great question. Okay, so Pablo's asking. What I'm doing is I know the notes of the guitar neck already. So when I'm doing these shapes, I'm learning the patterns and not necessarily the fingerings. Remember, everybody, this is something no one ever tells you. Whenever you're learning a song or anything, even chords, they lock you into these fingerings. Let's say play a C chord like this. This is a really important thing to learn about. Now remember, this C chord, you don't have to play with these three fingers. You can play with these three fingers. But they make you learn it like this. So it's not only the chord, it's the shape. Okay. Oh, someone's asked me if I ever studied with Howland Holdsworth. I wish I could have. When he came to Berkeley years ago and gave lessons, and I was stupid enough not to take a lesson with him. There's a lot of people I should study with. But anyway, it's a long story. But I studied with a lot of people, but I would have loved to study with Howland Holdsworth. Okay. So here's the thing. When you're playing, it's not only the notes. You have to know the notes, but you have to know the shapes and patterns. Because I could do everything with just one finger. Good example is Django Reinhardt. So let's say I'm playing. Remember this phrase I was doing earlier? Let me see. All the ways I can play that. I'll go like this. Now watch me. I'm doing it one finger. You have to know your fingerboard from the patterns. Your fingers don't matter eventually, because you're going to try to find it when you're actually playing. So I can use my fourth finger. See, I can jump around. It's kind of hard with your fourth finger, but anyway. You get the point? So your fingers don't matter. It's the patterns. You have to know how to find the notes. And I know the names of the notes, of course. I mean, to know the names of the fingerboard, notes on the fingerboard is tricky. B flat, B flat, E flat, A flat. Or it could be A flat or G sharp. There's all kinds of things. You have to learn your fingerboard, and you have to learn the basics of the guitar. So when I'm actually playing, and I'm going up the neck, when I get past the 12th fret, I know the notes double. Okay, but also I know I can read pretty good the notation above the 12th fret. It gets kind of weird when you get past the third ledger line above the staff. But you should know where the notes are on the guitar. If I'm up here, I know that's a B flat. I know it's a C. That's a D. So you see that? You should be able to find the note. See what I'm doing? You should know the neck that. Oh, that's tricky. You should be able to jump around the neck without getting lost like that, everybody. I mean, so your fingering is less important, and knowing the notes is not that important, because when you're actually playing, there's no time to even think when you're actually executing. You just have to play. And a great example like that is George Benson. Or, I don't even think Django Reinhardt knew how to read. They knew how to play. And the most important thing is not knowing how to read, it's knowing how to play at the end. If you're jamming with anybody, you have to know how to play. And it's really important to know where your notes are. And the fingerings don't matter at the end. It's your timing, your feel, finding the notes. Let me see. Oh, wow, there's so much stuff here. Yeah, I would love to say any software to score guitar parts over every song. You know what? I use Sibelius. So Sibelius actually does, there's a guitar program I heard. I forget the name. If someone knows it, just send me a comment. There's a guitar program that scores. But I've been using Sibelius because I don't only score for guitar. I score for all instruments. Saxophone, guitars, pianos, basses, everything, drums. I use Sibelius, and there's good tabs there and everything. So but it's an expensive program. So all my lessons like this, I have a lesson like this that I put up on my website. If you go to my website, I have all kinds of lessons about all the stuff I'm talking about. I use this and I use tabs. Yeah, Guitar Tab Pro, that's the one. I don't use it, but I heard it's a good program. I don't just do guitar. So I do 6-string and my 7-string guitar stuff here, that I use. Because I play 7-string too. I'm actually known as a 7-string guitar player now. So if you want to get into 7-string, we can talk about that in a minute. So, what's the difference between A flat and G sharp? It's the same note. But, I heard years ago it was slightly different because of tempered tuning. Equal tempered tuning had changed, and they just named the notes the same. So that's what I heard. So it's the same note. It's called enharmonic spelling, okay, in music theory. So let me keep going here. Yeah, so if you're in the key of A flat, and A flat, it's an A flat. If you're in the key of G sharp is G sharp. It's the same note. Okay. Let me see. Do you think sight reading is essential for guitar players? Oh, yes. Okay, sight reading, everybody. This is the thing guitar players are terrible at. You know what? I don't want to joke about it, but it's really true. When you put what's the joke that I put on my I put it on my TikTok and my Instagram reels. How do you stop a guitar player from reading? Put some John Coltrane music in front of them. No, it's true. The only way you learn how to read is by practicing your reading, everybody. And I use this book over here. Let me show you the book. This is how I learned how to read, everybody. This book, A Modern Method for Guitar by William Levitt. It's a really great book to learn how to read out of. Starts you from the very top. You could be just like a beginner guitar player. Well, or you could be a beginner guitar player or advanced. You'll learn how to read out of this book. It's position playing. It's called a modern method because the modern method is not the classical method, okay? And that way, the classical method has a very, very, I don't want to say rigid way of learning how to read. This book really teaches you the whole neck, okay? So, I mean, remember, reading has nothing to do with playing, everybody. Just so you know. Reading is just a skill. You have to know how to play. And, and people, I know some great readers on Broadway shows. I've done a lot of Broadway shows. And these guys can read all the stuff in the world, but then you put them to play jazz or something, they'll be like, huh? You know songs? I've had Broadway musicians come to like my gigs, my jazz gigs in New York, and they say, wow, you're a real musician, man. You can read and you can improvise. No, you can play, songs, and you can improvise. So reading is important, but it doesn't teach you how to play jazz or improvise or other things, other skills about guitar playing. So, but reading is great because you learn the notes on the guitar neck, which is very important. So let me keep answering some questions here. So how do you visualize the chords under your single note playing? Oh, that's a great question. Oh, you know what? Yeah. How do you practice sight reading? So sight reading, Pablo, just so you know, just start reading music. That's what you have to do. You got to practice reading music all the time to get into it. Okay. There's no no cutting corners. Just put some music in front of you. Start reading. It's going to take time. You gotta study a little bit. You got to get a teacher to help you. Maybe I'm a good teacher, so if you need anybody, I'll help you read. And you know what? I'll tell you something. I wasn't a good reader when I was 18 years old. When I went to Berkeley, I got my butt kicked. But I started practicing, and the only way you can get into good reading is to practice every day. You're reading and just do it a little bit. And after a while, it really helped me when I started really doing Broadway shows. All the reading you have to do, it's like really hard, and it was really funny. I got to tell the story later, but let me keep going now. So, do you know how to do rhythm technique for a song, the Colcha? I don't know that one. We'll have to skip that one. So how do you visualize chords under single note playing? So when I want to tell you, everybody, I have this lesson on my website. Go to my website, www.ronjacksonmusic.com, and I have printable lessons there. Okay, I'm going to show you the website in a minute. But what you have to do is if you want to really learn how to read notes and everything else, everybody, you have to actually, to be able to play chords under scales, you have to be able to go like this. C major. I'm playing E major 7 sharp 5. Play the chord. You have to be able to play the chord and then know the scale right on top of it. That's how you practice your chords. So when I'm actually improvising, I'll go. I'm just giving you an example. I'm just trying to show you real quick. So when I'm playing a C major, like that was a 1-6-2-5 in the key of C major. Let's make it B flat. I'll make it A flat. So let's say I want to key of A flat. I'll go A flat major 7, F minor 7, B flat minor 7, E flat 7 or dominant 9. So I'll just be able to play the scale. Dorian, A flat, F minor, natural minor, then B flat minor, B flat Dorian, then E flat dominant. So that's how you actually learn how to play your chord scales. You got to be able to play them everywhere too. See what I did? I did all possible fingering, and, for that scale particularly. Just like I showed you earlier, everybody, you have to be able to play these scales. So when you start learning how to match your chord scale to the chord, that's how you start really learning how to play over jazz changes. So right now I'm just practicing for you guys. That's how I would do it, okay? So this is all about practicing things you don't know, but I know how to do that. So, there's things I don't know, so I try to practice those things I don't know. So I have these kind of lessons on my website. If you go to my website right here, ronjacksonmusic.com. Let me show you. Oh, I have it here. Oh, I don't have it right here. It's okay. If you want to go to my Patreon and join, though, I have those lessons there too. So my Patreon is www.patreon.com/ronjacksonmusic. And you can get lessons there for $3 or less and become a patron at the same time. You know, help support me and my channel and everything I'm doing as a musician. Okay. And also on another announcement, I don't have it tonight. I'm playing a gig in New Jersey Friday. My first live performance as a leader in about a year, more than a year. It's going to be at, what was that place called? Oh my God. What's it called? Oh yeah, Brothers Smokehouse in what town? In Ramsey, New Jersey. Brothers Smokehouse in Ramsey, New Jersey. I'm playing my own first gig this Friday if you're in New Jersey. And it's going to be a great gig with one of the best drummers in New York City and bassists, and me on 7-string guitar. So come by this Friday. So I'm just going to make that announcement. You're going to see me announce this on YouTube tomorrow. Okay, you're going to come out and watch it. Okay, so let me keep going here. So here's some other questions. Hey, from Indonesia. Oh yeah, thank you. Someone from Indonesia, thank you for liking my method. Melody lines in pop music are typically harmonized in thirds. Are there any other intervals you think that are sounding good for harmonic lines? So I use thirds a lot. Watch this. So let's say I play a scale. Let's go to key of G flat. I can go fourths. I like to use sixths. Do you get that sixth chord? That's a very common sixth thing. I'm from Jersey. I would like to see you play. If I can, I'm playing at Brothers Smokehouse on Friday, 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. Can someone put it in the comments for me? And I'm playing there this Friday. It's in Ramsey, New Jersey. This Friday, May 14th, with my jazz trio. Okay, I just got the gig this weekend. I'm actually doing a big emailing tomorrow, and I'll be posting it on YouTube. Actually, I'll put a little post on it so you can see me. Get like an ad for my gig on Friday. But come on out, everybody. I know people have been dying to go see music, so come out and come die and see me play. No, I'm just kidding. Come by and see me play with my trio this Friday. So let me keep going here. How do you explain the difference between Dorian and melodic minor? Oh, that's a big question. So let me keep going down the list. Oh, hold on here. I just skipped a couple things. So I did harmonic lines for everybody. William Levin has got me so many gigs over the years. Great recommendation. Oh, William Levin got Grant Harris a lot of gigs. Oh, really? I didn't know that. You knew William Levin? How old are you, man? He died a while ago. Now, you tell me about that later. Please drop the link to download the book so I can start learning to read. Okay, what I'll do is I'll go to my Amazon store. Let me show you this. This is my Amazon store. You can get the book on my Amazon store. Okay, if someone could write that in, like my friend over here. You can go to amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music, and there you can get the book on my Amazon store. Just look for books, okay? Go to amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music and pick up that book, okay? And that's how you can start learning how to read. It's a great book, okay? And you can pick up guitars like this D'Angelico. I have a D'Angelico store on my Amazon store, okay? So you can go there. You can get guitar straps like Moody straps, all kinds of Seymour Duncan pickups, everything that I endorse. Okay, let me keep going. What do you think of George Harrison's guitars? I think he was great. George Harrison was great, Dave. Sebastian, how can you explain the difference between Dorian and melodic minor? So Dorian, let me just tell you, Dorian is basically, now Dorian has a 1, 2, so if you're playing D Dorian, it's E, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, okay, to D. So that's 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, 6, flat 7, 1. Now here's the difference. So harmonic minor or melodic minor is okay. What you do is you just raise a 7. There's one note difference between the melodic minor and the Dorian mode. So it's actually 1, 2, 3, 4. No, so 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. Natural 7 and natural 6. So I use this scales a lot. So you have to be able to play these everywhere on the neck of go. So I'm just messing around. I'm just practicing for you guys. I haven't practiced all day. So so you have to be able to play those. So let me keep going. So Christian, I'm gonna be putting an ad up for the gig on Friday. So come on by. Bro, you're better than Eddie Van Halen. No, I'm not. I love Eddie Van Halen is one of my heroes, guys. Just so you know, when I was a kid, no one knows this. I was a rocker. So I saw Eddie Van Halen. I saw Van Halen 7 times when I was a kid. 7. He was one of my heroes. When he first came out, man, I was like, oh my God, this guy's amazing. You know, it's really sad that he actually passed away. He was a really amazing guitar. When he came out, there was no one that sounded like him. He just broke barriers. And he didn't know how to read, and he was self-taught. So that's a great example of not knowing how to read and you have to have good ears. You have to have all the skills, everybody. You have to have good ears. You have to be able to read. You have to know, how to play with people. There's a lot involved now with playing music. So let me keep going. Let me answer a few more questions. You guys have a lot of questions. So today was about practicing. So always practice things you can't do. So remember that. So we were working on a harmonic minor today, and I was working on that. So let me see. How do you improve your relative pitch? One way is just transcribing. You can so for example, let me see something. I like to use this tuner. So for example, I'm used to hearing like so that's the E note. I know that because I play guitar all the time. Oops, I dropped my tuner. So so I go like that. D A E. So so one good way is learning solfege, everybody. Do re mi fa sol la ti do. Now, being in a tune is a whole different story when you're singing, but you have to be able to hear these pitches in your head. Now, when you're singing something, that's another skill. To sing in tune, you have to practice your singing. So, but to be able to hear pitches, that's a whole different story. You can be able to hear pitches and not be a good singer. You have to be able to find the notes on the guitar. And the best way is actually to learn, transcribe, take off solos from records. That's how I started playing. I didn't know how to read anything, but I was good at learning solos and stealing stuff off records. So I would learn whole solo, I would learn Jimmy Page solos, Jimi Hendrix. I was a rocker. So, and then you move up to jazz, you go to blues through jazz, and all the modern jazz stuff. And it's just a lot of practice. You have to basically spend hours and hours, guys. Remember, the guitar is not like on YouTube when you watch on YouTube and you listen to me on YouTube all the time and you look at videos. The thing is, all the work I put in is because I practice a lot and did it myself. Looking at YouTube videos only takes you so far. I just want to let you know that. And some of my students, like, they'll study with me for a while, then they go on YouTube and start trying to practice, and then they come back to me and say, Ron, I'm looking at all these YouTube videos, but I'm still not learning anything because I need your help because I don't even know what I'm doing. And you have to actually go, practice yourself and get a teacher to really help you. It's really important. I didn't have that help. And, in my case, I know how to judge myself. I've been teaching long enough. I can listen to myself. I record myself. I do all kinds of stuff to help myself improve. And I have had a lot of students who have gone through my, study with me and become professional musicians. So it's a lot involved. You got to do a lot of practicing. It's a lot of practice, guys. I used to practice 5-8 hours a day. So just so you know. So let me keep going here. Yes, lots of love. What do you mean by playing scale of thirds or fourths? So Dario's asking me how you play scales of thirds or fourths. So basically, when you go up the scale, one note at a time, that's called a second. 1, 2, etc. Going up the scale. But when you go from, like, let's say if you're going from G to So if I'm going from G to A, then A to B, they call it a second because it's one note to the second note. Now, if you go to the third, you're going to go 1, 2, 3. So I'm going to go from G, A to B. I'm going to skip the A and go a third away, which is 1, 2, 3. So that's G, B. And then I go up the scale like that. So those are thirds, okay? I'm skipping every 3 notes. Now, fourths are skipping every 4 notes. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 4. So I'm going to that note now. So these are fourths. And then fifth, sixth, seventh. This gets harder. Sorry. Those are 7. We could do it this way. So you have different ways of playing notes like that. 7, 6. So you can practice your notes like that. You can practice your chords like that. You can go like this. Watch. It gets weird. Those are 7. 6. You hear that a lot in guitar playing now. So that's Brown Eyed Girl. Okay, so that's like that's a very common, easy thing to play on guitar. It gets weird when you get to sevenths. You could do like octave and second. So that's an octave and a second away. An octave. Okay, etc. So that's what I like to do. I like to mix them up like that. That's how you do little harmonies and stuff. So I'm gonna keep answering these questions. Dang, I was playing today and I wasn't feeling it. You know what I mean? Oh, that's too bad. Okay. What are some tips for connecting scales together when improvising? Oh, that's a great idea. That's a great question, Rocky. So when I'm playing through a song, you got to be able to change your scale as soon as you get to the next chord, okay? Let me see if I can show you something. Like if I'm playing the only way I can really show you is if I play you something. You might not be able to hear it that well, but if I play through some chord changes like of a song, I'm going to try to play this through my computer. Oh, yeah. I'm going to try to play this through my computer. The problem is it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to do this. I can't do this really through my computer. So if, let's say I'm playing through a song like, let's say I'm playing from F major 7 to an E flat 7. So what I'm doing is, so that's four beats each. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I should have a loop pedal, but anyway. So if I'm playing through that, if I'm going to play that, I'm going to play an F major scale through that. When I get to the E flat, it'll be here. E flat dominant scale. So if I'm playing a solo, I'm not going to jump to the root. I'm going to go like this. What I did was I just switched the scale without actually, changing my position to go to the root. So I'm actually doing something else different. I need my other phone. And so what I did was you have to be able to play through the chord without switching the scale. That's called the continuous scale exercise. I actually have that as an exercise. I'm going to be putting it on my website for sale as a lesson. It's called the continuous scale exercise. Basically, when you play through a song, you should be able to change the scale without having to jump to the next note. Just go continuously through the scale. Like if I'm playing the Days of Wine and Roses, it'll be like this. Oh, I need a charger. I need a charger for my computer. Can you get that for me? It's about to run out. Close. Don't worry about it. Okay, so that's what happens. I'm going to do that. Let me go back to the questions. So that's what you have to do. I'm going to go back here and look at what I'm talking about with you guys. Oh, What's your favorite Eddie Van Halen song solo? Someone's asking. That's a great question. So everybody, one of my favorite is I forgot it actually. Unchained, whatever you call that. Let me plug this in. Yeah, great. Is it? Oh yeah, great. My computer was about to die. So with all the comments, but there's so many songs. I don't have any distortion on this archtop guitar, guys. So anyway, even a harmonic minor or even a harmonic minor or melodic minor, Matthew's saying, that's actually a great way to practice. If you can afford it, get a loop pedal. Yeah, you know what? I have a loop pedal, everybody, actually. I have like tons of pedals in here, but I don't use them like I do. I try not to use loop pedals. I try to play everything myself if I can. Okay? So, you know, I mean, to demo something, I should get a loop pedal just to play some changes and then play them back. So I'm going to work on that. I need to get all this stuff out, actually. Light Up the Sky by Space Ted. So Tulsa Oklahoma was watching you. I got my first bass today. Great, Mahan Lee. What electric guitar and amp would you recommend for a beginner who's been playing a cheap Fender acoustic for a year? You know what? Go to my Amazon store, Carlston, and you can get. I have some beginner guitars and amps in that store. Go to Ron Jackson Music, www.amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music. And I have a bunch of recommendations there for my beginner students or people who want to get into jazz guitar or better guitars than they're with, okay? And you can get some decent guitars there already, okay? So I would try that. Go to my store because there's a ton of them. I have them listed right there, okay? Some are not in stock. If they're not in stock, I'm going to have to restock the store. But I have my own Amazon store, so check it out. Let me see if I can play this. I'm going to have to go out of this if I do this, though. Oh, yeah. I'm going to mute some. Where's that? Right here. No. This one. That's the mute. Oh, here. Oh, okay. So show me. You go ahead. So everybody, I'm going to actually play you an example of the. I have I'm going to actually play now. You need the cord. Where is it? It's not plugged in. This is not though. So let me show you, everybody. I'm going to play you like an example of the. I'm going to do a little practicing right now for you guys. Let me show you. I'm going to show you that continuous scale exercise. Let me show you real quick. I'm going to put a song on. Is it on? It's not on, is it? It's not on. Okay, so I'm going to do this. I'm going to show you this continuous scale exercise with this song. Let me see if it's working. It's not on yet. Okay, so I'm going to show you this right now, everybody. Okay, let me see. Okay, it should be on. Let me see. Let me see. So here, I'm going to play you a song right now where I use the continuous scale exercise, The Days of Wine and Roses. So listen to this. I'm going to slow it down just a little bit so you can listen. Here's a good exercise. Watch this. See what I just did? So I mean, it was kind of weird, but I'm not used to playing like that. But what I just tried to do, I was trying to play the scale all the way through the song. So you know, so what happens is, let's start from the top. So when I get to the F major 7, I was playing this song called "Days of Wine and Roses." I went from F major 7 to E flat 7 sharp 11, and then A minor 7, to D7 flat 9, then G minor, then E flat 7, then A minor, D minor, G minor, to G minor over F, and then E minor 7, A7, E minor 7 flat 5, G7. So if I'm playing through the scale through that, you have to be able to play over each chord without stopping the scale. So watch me from the top again. Watch this. Here we go. One more time. What I did was, so I started doing my jazz stuff there. So what I'm doing is actually, it's hard to play those scales all the way through and make them sound like musical. So what happens is I start resorting to my jazz guitar lines, which I'm much better at than just trying to play a scale all the way through. So let me see something here. Someone's making some comments. Let me go back to the comment stream here. But you get the idea, everybody. I'm just trying to, if you're learning how to improvise jazz, you got to learn how to be able to play the scale over the neck and not get lost and get through the changes. You know, it's kind of hard to do like that, but it's a good way of starting off. What's a good time to use melodic minor, and how would you practice that? So, for example, there's a whole lesson on my YouTube channel here. I just put up a couple of lessons, everybody. Jared Elks asked that question. So, Jared, I have a couple of melodic minor guitar lessons here already posted. So please go on my YouTube and search for melodic minor. I did a whole short lesson and a long lesson. So you usually use the melodic minor in jazz over an altered scale. For example, if I'm playing like let's say I'm playing a D7 sharp 9 flat 13. So in that scale, I use a D altered scale, which is actually E flat melodic minor. So that's what it sounds like. See? So that's an altered scale. So you have to pay. Also on let's say on G7. 7 sharp 11. You get the Lydian dominant scale, which is actually D melodic minor. Also on the minor 7 flat 5. Let's do an F minor 7. F minor 7 flat 5 with a natural 9. So you use a Locrian natural 9, which is actually A flat melodic minor in this case. So it's A flat melodic minor. So those are the most important cases, okay, for the melodic minor to use in jazz. Thank you. The bebop scale, oh man, that's a whole different lesson. I know all the bebop scales too. So just so you know, there's a bunch of bebop scales. There's the major bebop. Let's do it in the key of A flat. Okay, and then you have the Dorian bebop, which comes from the dominant bebop. And then let's go to the key of G minor. Then there's the melodic minor bebop, which is a melodic minor, and you have the passing tones. So there's different passing tones for each chord. The major bebop has a passing tone between the 6th and the 5th. And the melodic minor is like the major scale, like the major bebop scale, but with a flatted 3. So if I'm doing G minor, G major scale for example, then put the passing tone between the 5 and 6. Then make it minor. So that's called the Dorian. That's called the melodic minor bebop. So that's a whole lesson. I have a lesson about that too on my YouTube channel. So everybody, there's a lot of questions, but I went through a lot of material tonight, and I'm getting tired and I have to eat dinner. So please, everybody, please follow me. Maybe you're doing this, but let me understand. You're playing a scale in thirds, for example, and fourths. Okay. Oh, let me see. Maybe you're doing this. Let me see, Dario. I'm going to answer a couple more questions, and I have to go eat dinner now. But of course, everybody, just in case, if you're enjoying this, please subscribe to me. And if you like my lessons and stuff, please go to my Patreon and join my Patreon. I have a lot of these lessons already on there. And you can start for $3 a month and become a patron, okay? And up to becoming like me, becoming a mentor to you. There's levels up to that high. And as little as $3 a month for one lesson, okay? And etc. on up. And also, if you're enjoying this and you learned a lot today, I'm also taking donations. You can just go to my PayPal, which is at Ron Jackson Music, and Venmo and Cash App are exactly the same. So just write this down if you'd like to. It's Ron Jackson Music. Is my PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. If you'd like to donate, $1 or more, that would be great. Yeah. Someone's trying to help my friend Dario here. If you read, go back to the video, Dario, you'll understand it better. So if you want to donate $1 or more, that would be great. You don't have to, but if you would like to, that'd be great. I'd be grateful. To these things. And I have a gig coming up this Friday here in New Jersey, here in New York City area. If you want to come by, I'm going to be playing at what's it called again? Yeah, Brothers Smokehouse in Ramsey, New Jersey this Friday. Brothers Smokehouse at 8 p.m. this Friday with my jazz trio with the best drummer in New York and the best bass player. And it starts at 8 p.m. And we do 2 sets, 8 p.m. and 9:45 p.m. It's free entry. You have to get a drink or eat or do both. Okay, and you listen to some great music. Please come on by. I'm gonna be posting something later on about it. The link is in the comments, everybody. So check out the comments. The link is in the comments for my performance this Friday. I appreciate everybody. I was here just to practice and try to get my stuff better, and not take questions. But you guys had so much, And remember, all these videos I do for you guys is great, but the best thing to do is really study with a teacher. So I also teach, and you can contact me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And what else was I going to say to you? I have some other announcements. If you like all the stuff I'm playing, go to my Amazon store at Ron Jackson Music, and Amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music. You can pick up any of the gear I'm using there. I don't know what I'm eating for dinner, but I'm going to try to eat something. There's rabbit running around over here. What was I going to say? Just in case some people, are wondering what amp I use, I've been using the Henriksen amp. And you can use my discount code to get a Henriksen amp, which are those smallest amps you can buy on the market. Okay, and you can use code Ron Jackson and save 5% on the amp. You can share this code everywhere. Share it to all your friends, everybody. Go to Henriksen Amplifiers, HenriksenAmps.com, and and you can save 5% on anything on the website. Use my code Ron Jackson. Okay, that's HenriksenAmps.com/ and then use code Ron Jackson. Save 5% on any amp. Also, one more announcement. If you want to learn about all the chord stuff, and Dario's wondering about that, I have a book out. Go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. And right now, I was having a sale last week. I might start it up again. But you can get this book and also all my printable lessons. A lot of things I talked about today on my website. You can buy a lesson as little as $1.49, actually. You know, you could just go there and download these printables. And thank you. I got this guitar from D'Angelico. I'm one of their artist ambassadors. So whenever I play 6-string, I use this guitar. When I play 7-string, I use my Eastman. Today I was playing 6-string because most people can't play 7-string. So, but I'll be playing my 7-string guitar on Friday at my performance. So you guys should have to come by. I'll probably do another live stream before that. But if you want to get my book, go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. I sell lessons there, printable lessons, downloadable lessons actually, and you can print them out. And this book called Chords at Your Fingertips, that's released through Acoustic Guitar Magazine, who I write for, I'm a writer, and Hal Leonard Music. You know, so you'll really enjoy this book. There's a lot of cool stuff, like you learn how to do walking bass lines, chord melody, all kinds of stuff that I teach. So thank you everybody for watching. I see yeah, you found out about my YouTube short videos. Big fan. Thank you, buddy. Ha ha. Someone said ha ha. Sebastian says ha ha. Thanks. Yeah, so Dario, I'm sorry I couldn't help you, man. So you know, thirds and fourths are just basically skipping notes, just so you know. That's why you got to get a teacher to help you, because you know, doing it online only takes you so far. Remember that. You got to have a really good teacher to show you, because that's how I learned. I went to Berklee College of Music, and I learned all this stuff when I was 18 years old. So I kind of understand it now. I learned all this stuff years ago, and after, you know, I'm trying to be gifted. Thank you. What was this? Oh man, that's a really nice comment. I love your taste in guitars. Thank you. Ron does it specifically gifted musician to be able to play proficiently at jazz, or can an old SRV clone convert? You know what? Anybody can learn any age, so you can learn how jazz at any age. Everybody, you just gotta, you know, all of this is really, there's no ifs, ands, or buts around. You gotta practice. Unless you're a genius, you need to practice, and it's that simple. You know, and if you need help, get a teacher. If you're a genius like Wes Montgomery, who was completely self-taught, then you know, you could do it. But the most important thing is getting a good teacher and practicing and listening to your teacher. Some of my students, they'll study with me and they don't listen. So, you know, if you don't listen to your teacher and the teacher is good, then getting a guitar teacher, I teach, just so you know. So you contact me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. I'm going to, let me make a comment somehow. Let me make a comment. Can I make a comment? I don't know if I can, but go to my email is ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. It's Ron Jackson Music everywhere, everybody. So just follow me everywhere: YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. Subscribe here, and you know, you can take lessons with me. You can contact me everywhere. Go to my website. You can actually send me an email there. It's ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. If you want to study with me and you're serious, you know, I welcome you to be a student. So, you know, please contact me. You're welcome. Let me see. Can you explain this one? Let me see. Let me see. Yeah, so anyway, everybody, I'm going to get going. I was just looking at the questions. Have a great night, and I'll see you guys soon, okay? Thanks for watching. I'll have some new videos coming up, actually, probably tomorrow too. Great. Okay, thank you. Got it, metal fan. Okay, we'll talk, everybody. Keep in touch. Go to my email, Ron Jackson Music. Thank you for you're welcome, Brazil. You know, Marcelo, you're welcome. And thank you for watching, everybody. It was a really great show. You know, it's hard to talk and play the guitar and try to explain things and answer questions, but, you know, I'm trying to do more of these lives to help all my students out, help all my subscribers out. And, you know, if you want to study with me or, you know, or anything, or come to one of my gigs, that would be great. Come by my gig Thursday, Jared. Brothers Smokehouse, Ramsey, New Jersey, Friday, 8 p.m. No cover. It's but you have to get a drink or eat or something. It should be fun. I'm a good guitar teacher, so someone keeps asking that question. So contact me. Hey, Jared. Oh, it's UK here, 2 p.m. Oh, really? Okay. So we'll talk, guys. Okay, we'll talk. See you guys. Bye-bye.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Hey. Hey, everybody. It's Ron Jackson. How are you? So, do me a favor. If you're live with me right now, please go to the chat box and ask anything about guitar picking. Today's subject is about picking on the guitar. You know, you could be left-handed or right-handed. And I used primarily the George Benson technique. So you can actually, you know, we could talk about that technique, and also you can also talk about other techniques like sweeping, you know, picking all down or picking all up. There's so many different methods to picking. So one of the best things to do is obviously, like right now I'm using, it depends on the guitar too. So right now I'm using a guitar that has round mound strings. I just got the guitar from Eastman. It's a Eastman T49D guitar, and you can actually, the strings are round wound. So when I play round wound strings, okay, now if you have a problem hearing me, let me know. So I'm actually playing through my audio sound card. When I hit round wound strings, I tend to pick, what's the word? Straight on or perpendicular. Because if you start, I like to pick sideways like that. But to pick sideways on a round wound string, you get a lot of scraping sound. You hear that? So I learned how to pick on both types of strings, so I'll adjust. You see that? So on round wound strings, you hit straight on, like perpendicular. And I use the George Benson technique where like I turn my pick like this. Let me go closer to the, I want to move a little bit closer to the computer here so you can see. And you could, and I actually turn my pick like this. My pick is almost like this when I hit the strings. You see that? It's like sideways, but I'm going inside, like my wrist is going up. Some people pick like this. I think Pat Metheny picks like that. A lot of guitar players, I know Mark Whitfield does this way, picks this way. George Benson, a lot of people like Bobby Broom, Rodney Jones, that's who I studied with too. I hung out with George Benson, and they held the pick this way. Okay. No. You hear this? You hear that? Now, if you hit straight on, hear the difference. That's a warmer sound when I go sideways. When I turn up like that. You hear a treblier sounding. So, if you have any questions, let me know. I'm going to put this in the chat box. There's a chat box here. We're going live. And what was I going to say? I'm going to put this in the chat box. Send me questions. Okay. So, one of my warm-ups I like to do actually is what I call the open string tremolo. So I like to go really fast as possible. Just hit like the first string, go down and up, but you gotta go fast as possible. So I'm hitting this pick straight on. Now, I don't like hitting the pick straight on because it's too much. When you hit the pick straight on the string, it's really hard to control. But when I go sideways like this, I can play much faster because there's a lot less tension. And I'm going inside of the pick. So you could do this exercise. If you're not warmed up, you can get a lot of tension on your picking hand. See that? So my right arm. Some people are left-handed, so that's why I call it picking hand. You could do that for a while, fast as you possibly can. Now you can use dynamics, soft, loud, etc. Okay, then you can move to the second string and do the same thing. You do this with me. Now the problem is when I get to the round strings, I'm going to switch guitars in a minute. Go to my second string. You're going to have a problem with round strings doing this because to be able to play sideways, it's better to use flat wound strings. Now, some people don't know what flat wound strings, but flat wound strings are the ones where the strings are all the winding is actually ground down flat, so you don't have any issues. Now the next one is now I'm using the round wound string here. It's not that bad because these are kind of polished down. Now the sixth string, you can hear the scraping. If I hit it straight on, you hear the scraping. So this is a really good warm-up exercise because this makes your left hand do a lot less work. You can play this fast. Now you could do different little exercises too between strings. Now good exercise is going down and up or up and down between two strings like this. Things like that. See? Okay, and then that's one thing you could actually do. And then we're gonna start working on arpeggios and all that stuff too, and how to sweep with those. I'm trying to see if there's anybody sending me questions while we're talking or texting me about this. Okay, good. So that's a great warm up. Now you could do the skipping strings. Hey, Reggie. Oh, Reggie Hagee has a question. How long would you suggest the strumming practice? You mean the tremolo practice? Is that what you mean? Let me write that down. Sorry, tremolo. I mean, I would suggest doing that for 5 minutes or something. It should just be a warm up, like that. The thing is, when you do that exercise, you just got to make sure you're completely relaxed. My hand's already stiff because I'm not really warmed up. Yeah. Yeah, I would do that to warm up, maybe 2 or 3 minutes. Just a little bit to start. Now you could do skipping strings too. That's much harder. So I'm going. You could go. You could go. You can make up little exercises. I'm going 2 notes or triplet. Triplets are interesting because you can go down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up. You know, you can switch between it, or you can just go down, up, down, down, up, down. We could go 4 notes. Now you can skip like 2 strings. So now you notice too that I'm not. I'm primarily focusing on just getting those notes out. But you know, the thing is, like if you're actually playing, you're gonna have to actually, what's the word? Block the strings to get sound with your left hand eventually, and your right hand. There's a lot of ringing. So, you know, the most important thing is now is that I'm actually using alternate picking, which is down, up, and you should be able to practice your scales and your runs with those kind of with alternate picking mostly. So when I'm actually playing a line, let's say I'm playing a C major scale. Let me adjust this right so you can go. Let's just do a different key, like let's say A flat. So what I'm doing is I'm doing all alternate picking. I mean, obviously, and see now you got to coordinate your left hand and right hand. So the thing is now you can do different exercises with that. You can go, you can do, you know, 8th note. Or you can, now I'm doing, you could make up different kinds of exercises with that. You can go in thirds and go, use alternate picking. Any position. I mean, any possible fingering that you do, you should try to use alternate picking. Now, but another rule is, let's say you have an arpeggio. Okay, arpeggios like let's say like even 2 notes. I can use sweeping now. Sweeping is when you go across 2 strings, 2 or more strings in the same direction. It could be going down this direction, even though the pitch is going up, or going up this way, even though the pitch is going down. Go back to A flat. Now, what I can actually do too is I can do like a phrase with the chords where I can just go, I can do 3 note voicings and go up the scale this way, up the neck, up the neck. I'm doing diatonic chords in the A flat, just thirds. So I'm going 1, 3, you know, A, B minor, C minor. So if I'm going to sweep up, I can go. See what I'm doing? So I can mix them up actually now. See? I'm sorry. I'm only going one direction, but you could actually sweep backwards too. You can sweep like this. I'll move the mic a little closer. You can sweep like this. Now, if you look at my picking hand, if you have any questions about the picking hand and how I'm doing this, I'm actually still keeping the pick. I'm not hitting the pick straight. I'm not hitting the pick straight anymore. I'm still going like this sideways. You know, this exaggerated upward, wrist motion here or wrist placement. You know, it's not straight like this, and the pick's straight. The pick is going against the string like this. You can see that. More like that if you see the pick. Okay? So I'm going to go up like this. I can go up. Now the thing is not to have the notes bleed into each other. So it doesn't sound like you're actually holding a chord together like this. You want to go. You want to make sure the notes are separated so you can get cool lines like this. So if you want to mix them up, you can go like this. So I'm going to go down, up, or you can go. Now I'm doing that on actually the fourth, second, and third strings, fourth, third, and second string. You could do it from any arpeggio. I'm just doing the diatonic chords in the key of A flat. It's a little harder. So you could do it that way. I'm only doing 3 adjacent notes too, like a chord. But you could actually go. You could actually separate notes in different ways. You can go. You could go 2 notes and then on the same string play the arpeggio instead of going like this. So if I did something like that, I would go sweep, then go up, down, down, up, like that. Backwards, I would go down, down, up, up, down, up. Going up like that, going backward. I mean, there's so many ways you can practice these type of things. You can go, I can use a fifth string root. Going down, sweeping. I like that lick here. I'm going. This sweeping lick, I'm actually going sweep, down, sweep, up, like that. It's a great warm-up exercise for your picking, actually, these type of exercises. Okay, if anybody has any more questions, please let me know. I see 3 people watching so far. That's great. Now, another thing you can actually do is, so you can start doing, there's different kinds of picking. So picking is not only with a pick. You can actually use hybrid picking. Now, hybrid picking is when you hold the pick and you start using your extra fingers to play chords, So I usually do that if I'm comping, like let's say I'm doing a bass line or walking, or I have some other stuff happening. Sometimes I start doing this. Turn up a little bit. So I'll go, if I'm walking a bass line, I'm only playing my 6th string right now, but I can go like this. See, I'm actually using the pick to do the bass line, and then I'm actually I'll do the comping rhythms with my extra fingers. I usually use my second and third. See how I'm using my extra fingers? So sometimes when I'm walking bass lines, I don't necessarily use my pick for everything. I'll mix them up. Now you can use your pick for everything, so you have to play right into the melody note. So now what happens is whenever I'm playing like the bass line and there's an extra place where I can throw the chord in, I'll just hit the pick with no fingers. So you have to be able to what's the word? Be able to change up whenever you want between these picking styles. You notice how the pick when you use the pick, it's a lot louder sounding too. A lot not as nice as sounding, or soft as sounding. This sounds smoother to me. If I use my pick. It's more abrasive sounding. So when I'm picking, that's hybrid picking. So I mean, there's different types of hybrid. I'm just doing a walking bass line, but you could do a melody like this with hybrid picking too. It's coming soon. See how I'm mixing up the fingers now with the picking at the same time. Now, I can still do the same thing with my pick. I have to really play every chord. So pick, actually, when you're actually using your fingers, you can get a lot more independence with both hands. I mean, I do a little. So that's one way of playing. So I'm using my pick on this one, and fingers called hybrid picking. But also, you should know how to do some finger picking stuff too. I mean, you should start. Picking is a big world, Like Tommy Emmanuel is a great guy to check out, man. He's like a real master of like the finger picking and playing melodies together. And some people are really great at just picking. I saw Julian Lodge, guitar player, play really quick picking just on acoustic guitar, kind of like mixing it up, just playing all picking with no hybrid picking, just picking every note. So you can actually get this stuff really, really together. So another thing is just to learn how to do fingerstyle guitar. Classical is a really good thing. Now that's a whole different world because now you gotta learn how to get every note clean with every finger. So I used to study classical guitar. One of the things they do is have you play a C chord, do all these different kinds of patterns. And holding that C chord was just as hard as playing the picking. Or different patterns. I mean, there's so many things you can do with just finger picking. And another good thing to do is actually I used to study Chet Atkins, and he was great. You could do ragtime guitar stuff. Oops. So I'm doing like a ragtime finger picking thing. That's one of my old songs called Old Country Road. And I'm into this kind of stuff too, but you gotta keep you have to keep practicing these things to keep up all these techniques, left hand independence. Right hand independence with your picking, left hand at the same time with the bass line going. And sometimes I get like, I have the missing string syndrome, like missing limb. So I play 7-string a lot. So sometimes I feel it's a 7-string, then I start trying to play it. It's not the right note. So it can get kind of tricky. Does anybody have any questions? Please send me questions. Hold on. I'm going to say, send me questions, please. Send me questions, please. Send me questions. In the chat box on this live stream, please send me a question. So now, some people ask me, there's some other techniques too to play. Like, picking is really important because sometimes when I'm picking, I don't play every note. I don't pick every note. I also phrase with my left hand when I'm taking a solo. Excuse me, and I'm making sure that I don't pick every note because sometimes it can sound really heavy. So if I'm playing really fast, I'm not necessarily playing picking every note. Oh, what is this? Hold on. There's a question right here. How does picking vary between 6 and 7-string in layman's terms? Oh, so when you're picking with a 7-string guitar, I should get the 7-string guitar out. It's a little different. You have a lot more strings to try to block and cover with your right hand too. Now, picking your technique is also learning how to mute strings. Let me get my 7-string out. Real quick. Hold on. Oh, where's that chord? Here it is. So here's my 7-string. Yeah, that's a good question. So when I'm playing a 7-string, it's a little different because, not technically speaking, but you have to block a lot of strings now. Also, I have flat wound string on this, so I can play sideways, except for the 7-string, which is, you can hear that scraping sound. On the 7-string is round wound, but the rest, they're all taped. Only thing, the problem is with the 7-string is that there's so many more notes to block. So if I'm playing that ragtime piece with my right hand. So it's tricky to play that ragtime piece now because I have that low note. I'm not used to playing ragtime on a 7-string. So I could actually go up here now. See, I can get that low note there that I didn't have before, the D. So this is the A, this is a D. So when I'm doing the finger picking now, it's tricky because the spacing is different with the 7-string as well. Now, so I can put that low note in there. I really love that low A string. So what happens is I'm actually I have to compensate to use that 7th string now when I'm actually doing fingerstyle. Now with the bass line, it's the same thing. If I'm doing, I was playing the key of C earlier, like this, just like a rhythm changes in the key of C. So I was kind of doing this on the 6th string. Now, when I'm doing the hybrid picking, it's actually I get all those notes down, but I have to compensate with the 7th string. See that? So I'm actually have to compensate with the hybrid picking. Now, if I'm going to do the same thing with strumming, I can actually go. I can go. See, so you should be able to compensate with the pick. You should be able to play with and without a pick. And what if you lose your pick? I mean, I used to actually at one time I used to play with my thumb. Oh yeah, we never talked about the thumb playing. So another picking technique is playing with your thumb. So you know, one of my biggest influences, I guess, like everybody else, is Wes Montgomery. So I used to play with my thumb. That's a whole different thing too. I forgot about that part. So no, I used to see Wes, and he used to, I think, hold his thumb kind of like this, like a real pick. I had some friends that actually seen him play, and he would actually look like his thumb was so worn out. It was shaped like a pick. I heard. So the thing is now, most artists are done like, well, you know, he used to pick with his thumb too, obviously. So you would actually do the same kind of thing you would do with a pick. You would actually, what's the word? Pick down and up, like alternate picking with your thumb. You could do the sweeping thing too with your thumb. You know who's really amazing with playing with his thumb and as well as his pick is too is George Benson. He can play just as fast with his thumb. He doesn't even need a pick. You know, sometimes he'll just play with his thumb. He's really good at that. Now I heard this guy. If you read about George Benson, you know, he learned how to pick with the thumb going with the pick going up like this because I heard he used to just practice, you know, on tour. And he used to be cramped in the car, so he was picking like, you know, he had to hold his guitar up like this, and his picking technique, you know, would go up. Now he was really, you know, a child prodigy. He was playing that good, you know, when he was like, I saw videos of him playing 18 years old with who's that guy? Which organ player? You know, some great organ players back then, you know, and he knew how to pick like that quick. And one thing about George Benson, I was reading an interview with, watching an interview with Marcus Miller. He said that George Benson practices all the time. He has a guitar all over the house and just practices, whatever, all the time. You know, that's why he's so good. And I even had friends who toured with him, and he just practiced all the time. And that's how his picking technique was so good. Because, you know, he's one of those kind of guys, you know, you just keep practicing all the time, and you get so good at it. It just becomes so second nature. He just picks up any guitar, makes it sound good. I've heard him play a Stratocaster and it sounds good, or Telecaster, any of those, you know, even a solid body guitar. So, you know, so when you're playing a 7 string, you know, this guitar particularly has these black flat wound strings, nylon tape, and they're really good. You know, they don't make any noise when you're playing them. They're just like, you know, they're regular round, flat wound string. So there's no, you hear no noise. See that? This string you hear, the 7th string, but the rest are all flat. So there's absolutely no noise. So it's really good for sweeping and stuff, you know, like this. So when we were talking about playing fast. So when I'm actually playing fast, I'm trying to not just pick every note. I'm trying to use more legato with my left hand. So you got to learn how to do that too. See, when I'm actually playing really quick, my left hand's doing a lot of work. So my picking, I don't have to pick every note. Not like Pat Martino would pick every note. You know, like, you know, you have to, I mean, it's like, playing that fast, picking every note, sounds too abrasive to me personally. I like to mix it up. I'll go like. See what I'm doing is I'm kind of mixing up the picking with the legato with the left hand. You know, more using. I'm not talking about with legato with your left hand. You're doing more hammer on. You know, slides. You know, just not relying only on the pick. Like someone like John McLaughlin picks every note all the time. It sounds abrasive. I like to make it sound more legato, like a saxophone player. Mix up the picking with, you know, with legato, left hand hammer on, pull off kind of things on the left hand. I'll go like this. I'll go things like. That's a nice thing. See how I'm mixing the legato with the picking? I'm going. See it. See how the pick's coming right off. I might do a hammer on. See, I might go. See, I take my picking hand out. So my left hand's doing some of the work too. So I'm just trying to show you that you don't have to pick every note. I think that they're all picking stuff. It will sound like that. It sounds like when it's picked every note. So you know, you want to get a nice clean sound when you're actually playing. And that's my opinion. Now, some people like the picking sound like that. So I think that's your preference. What else? So let's get back to the thumb a little bit. So when Wes was playing the thumb, so I mean, I was playing with my thumb for a while, what, maybe 15, 20 years ago, a lot. I was playing with my thumb. So now, I think playing with the thumb has such a warm sound. So I mean, I would just do exercises like. See, I'm not used to playing with my thumb going down and up, but you can practice down and up picking and picking notes. I think a lot when you're playing with your thumb, also you have to rely a lot on your left hand. At least in my case. I was doing West Montgomery's Road Song. You have to do a lot of with your left hand and right hand this time, because for me to compensate for the it's not as loud as like West would do it, because he really played it. He used to probably flick if you hit your thumb like this, you can kind of flick the string and get a more sound, almost like what we call rest stroke in classical. A rest stroke is when you hit a string and you rest on the next string, and you get more of a sound of it. You get the bouncing of the string like elastic. Actually, we never talked about that with the pick, so you can do the same thing with the pick. Sometimes when I pick a note, I'll rest on the next string to get more response from the string. Another good technique I forgot to mention, there's so many techniques with picking. The sweeping. I mean, one great guy who's really great at sweeping is Frank Gambale. He had this like video years ago that was all sweep picking that I actually have somewhere on a video that can't work anymore. And basically those videos were like, what's the word? You know, eventually get stuck in your video machine. So you can actually order the DVDs now for this stuff. So they're so much more reliable. But he had a great video about sweeping. He did all kinds of weird stuff with sweeping, really advanced stuff, you know. And another good technique is learn how to mute the strings when you're picking. Because when you start recording of stuff, you can hear the string. There's a lot of string noise that strings ringing. So one good technique is actually playing like a scale. Like a good exercise I like to do is like to learn how to pick and mute with your left hand, so you don't. But to also play one note at a time. This one good technique is playing the A minor pentatonic. Let's say the fifth position like this. Okay, and I can just hit every note and every string like this. And learn how to block every note. I'm hitting all 7 strings. Oh, this is the hard part. This is the first string. I have a lot more strings to cover here. So what I'm actually doing is learning how to block the strings with my left hand and playing all 7 strings on this, in this case, with my pick, and try to get a clean sound. So you could actually start doing the funky percussive stuff when you're doing funk. So you can actually get that muted sound in between strings. Another good technique for picking is learn how to mute with your left hand when you're picking, like I was just doing. See how I'm doing muting and that kind of stuff. There's so many picking techniques. So let's do a little review. So so you remember the most important thing, Reggie. Oh, Reggie, thanks for the question. Reggie's asking, do you keep your nails in any condition for finger style? You know what? When I do finger style, you know, I have friends that I had this guitar teacher, Ben Scher, Berkeley, you know, professor, come over. I did like a duet with him at my place, you know, for Mike's master classes. And Ben actually has like fingernails or finger picks attached to his fingers. And so, I mean, I basically just use skin when I'm doing picking. I think you're talking about my picking hand, I hope. And I don't use any kind of conditioning. I just use my skin on my fingers. But people actually grow their nails to play classical. Now, when you do the classical stuff, thanks, Reggie. You know, when you do the classical stuff, you're using nylon strings mostly. So it's kind of hard to put your nails on steel strings. That's the problem. So you know, we haven't even talked about how to pick on a nylon string. That's a whole different world too, and on steel string guitars. So you have to adjust your picking a little bit to get used to these things because they're round strings. But no, I don't do anything to my nails. I just try to keep them short for my left hands because if they get a little too long, it starts to interfere with my left hand technique. But as far as my picking, I just have my nails short, and I use skin basically. So I can use my thumb. Sometimes when I use my thumb, most of the time I'm just hitting downstroke on using my thumb. But also I know how to use my fingers a bit. I used to do it a lot at one time, practice like. So I'll use my thumb and first finger, like down, up, down, up. You know, a lot of classical guys do that. some classical guys, like I see Paco de Lucia, they'll use like their first, the index and middle finger to play like play like crazy fast runs, but they're using nails too. So the nail, when Paco de Lucia was using nails, it had a really strong sound. I mean, they put super glue on there so there's a break and all that. It's really like a whole world that I'm not saying I'm lazy, but I didn't want to keep up with all that upkeep for your nails to play this stuff. But flamenco guys and all that, they have stuff like that. And classical guys, they have nails. But if you want to see some technique, you should check out the videos with John McLaughlin, Al Di Milo, and Paco de Lucia when they had this trio for fast picking technique. They're not particularly playing jazz, but that's fine. I mean, I saw these guys in high school. And they had so many chops. They go, they're doing really fast scales. Stuff like that. Crazy runs. I mean, they're just like scale runs. This really played fast. And I really like this. That's a whole different kind of technique. Now, jazz is, I don't want to say it's more sophisticated. It's just like, I love John McLaughlin and all these guys, but I like to play with more sophisticated legato kind of playing technique. So you got to kind of switch that up together. So, I mean, I'm going to be putting some picking exercises on Patreon soon, that I use for warm-ups. There's different warm-ups you can use, like the tremolo. There's sweeping. There's all kinds of different techniques. So if there's any questions, let me know. You can send a comment, put a comment on this video after. I might finish up here. I mean, there's so many more. I think I got basically all the techniques. We talked about hybrid picking, finger picking, thumb picking, a sweeping. We didn't talk much about sweeping down. So you can sweep down, like, especially with licks. Like one of my favorite licks to sweep down with is like the 9. Picking a minor 9, like a G minor 9. It's a great. I like to use that sweeping lick. I like to use it also on the that's on the first string. I could use it. When I do it on the second string, a lot of the guitar players put that. So you hit that major 7 there, which is this. Here's a little different. You're hitting the root there. On the second string, you're going. See that? I can do it that way too. So sweeping down is a really cool thing to do too. All sweeping down. Also, one rule that I forgot to mention was that when you're doing alternate picking, you alternate going. One rule is to go sweep. Is to alternate going up, and sweep and alternate going down. I mean, that's a rule I heard about that George Benson actually used. You sweep and alternate and do alternate picking going down this direction and do up. When going up this direction, you use alternate picking. Is one rule. I mean, in my case, I just do anything I possibly can to play the phrase the best I can. So if it's some kind of arpeggio, I use sweeping. But sometimes I'll mix up an arpeggio with alternate picking. So the rules you can break the rules once you learn them. But the most important thing is to get that picking going and using dynamics and every possible thing that you can actually do with your picking. So I suggest listening to different people and trying to learn their picking styles. Not only like just with your pick, just learn how to play. Guitarists. I think jazz guitarists are very limited with limits you to use just a pick and play one note at a time, basically. So if you can do hybrid picking and fingerstyle and learn those techniques too, it opens up your whole world. And what happens is sometimes when you're trying to cover all the parts, it limits you too. So when you're playing just all solo, your solos are really good because you're only playing just one line. And when you start trying to do a solo when you're playing chords, that's a whole, when I had my guest Sean McGowan on acoustic guitars, on an acoustic guitar takeover I had about a month ago. Sean's great, man. He does the walking bass lines, the chords, and solos at the same time. Now I can kind of do that, but he has it really worked out, and you can hear it's really worked out too, So and it's really a skill to do that. But sometimes when you're doing it that way, it limits your soloing because obviously when you're trying to do everything, your solos can't be as strong. I think I'm not saying his are in general, but I'm just saying at least in my case, I can't solo as strong because I'm doing all this other stuff and I'm trying to worry about playing the bass line, the chord over the whatever I'll be going. See how I'm mixing everything up? Like what I want to actually, one good thing to learn is see if you can keep all the bass line, everything going without stopping while you're taking these solos. And that's really hard for me to do. I have to really work out everything to a detail to do that. And so that's part of arranging, Joe Paz kind of did it that way, but not exactly. He would do it like, if you listen to his record, I started listening to him recently again. And he was a master of like playing solo stuff, but he's not exactly playing like all the time like a solo and with the chords and bass line going at the same time, You have to have that really worked out. He had a lot of stuff worked out. Sometimes he would do that, but not all the time. He'd start filling in and just play lines and mix them all up. So, I think I covered a lot of stuff today on picking. And if there's any questions, or after this live stream, please send a comment on the live stream. And let me know if there's any questions there, and I'll respond on the live stream. Who is your favorite fingerstyle picking song? Can you play it? Fingerstyle picking song. What do you think? Oh, I gotta think about. What is your favorite fingerstyle picking song? Oh, I don't even know. Oh, one of them is. I don't know. One of my favorite fingerstyle songs is Classical Gas. And I have the music, and I used to know the song, but of course I need to practice. But that's one of my favorite, like, fingerstyle kind of like, it was a big hit too by Mason. What's his name? Mason Williams, I think? That's Classical Gas. I like this song. I mean, I don't remember the song too well, so but that's one of my favorite classical, like fingerstyle kind of songs, and these type of things you have to keep up with practice, But that's one of my favorite. So that's a good song for everybody to learn. So, Classical Gas, you remember that one by Mason Williams? I think that's his name. I'll have to look it up after. But thank you everybody for having me. This a Patreon workshop. I'm going to start. I haven't made any of these videos public yet, but I'm going to start releasing these live. Oh, I see another person join. Thank you. For people who joined just now, I just went over all these techniques: thumb picking, playing with your thumb, hybrid, pick style, finger style picking. So at the end of this video, you can actually watch the you can go back and watch the video again about all the techniques I just went over. And if you have any questions, please post a comment to the video. Hold on. At the end, hold on. Let's see. Comment on playback. So please comment on playback. After you watch the video. Okay. So thank you, everybody. And we'll talk to you soon. Please send me questions on Patreon, and that's www.patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic. And I'll see you guys soon. Bye-bye. I'm going to be demoing these 7-string guitars for you guys. I have actually a bunch of 7-string guitars, but let me turn this down. Let me turn my volume down so there's no delay here. But I'm going to be just showing you my 4 of them. They're all different styles. I want to see all the messages coming in. So let me make sure it's placed correctly here, my camera. Make sure I don't get my head cut off too much. Minor adjustments. Oh yeah, good. So let me plug in my my Cremona 7-string first. See this? So I have like 4 different guitars right now that I'm going to be showing you. I'm going to be showing you the PRS SE Custom 7-string. Okay, the Cremona Fiesta F65CW, a great guitar that I endorse out of Bulgaria. They're from Bulgaria. And Ibanez 7-string steel string guitar as well. So let me I'll make adjustments here with my camera a little bit. Let me turn the amp on. So you can hear me through the amp. Now remember, everybody, how's it going, everybody? If you have any questions, please send them to me. So right now, hi, Thad. How are you? I like their last name. You know, there's a place in Switzerland that I played at years ago, and I don't know how you say your last name, if you're American or not. But just so you guys know, this is a Cremona 7-string that I endorse, and if you like this, contact me. I'm a dealer. I actually can get you a great deal directly through me at Cremona Guitars. They're from Bulgaria, and they make wonderful guitars. So this is basically in tune. So this is a 7-string Cremona nylon. Now, usually you're supposed to play nylon with your fingers. Hey, Anthony. You're welcome, Anthony from Ireland. Great to see you guys. So these are really nice guitars for the price point. This has full EQ. If you look carefully, I'm still trying to learn how to use the EQs. It has blend, volume, notch, contour, frequency, pickup, and mic. Now, if I put it toward the mic, you hear the mic, it's coming through right now. It's pretty powerful mic. And when you use the mic, there's a lot of issues with feedback I noticed. So it sounds better with the mic though. So let me play you something on this 7-string Eastman. If you have any questions about the guitars, please let me know. So you actually can hear the mic pick my voice up. So, it has a really trebly sound when you put the mic on, too. Let's see if I can turn it down a little bit. Turn the treble down and turn the bass up. Okay. Okay, I'm going to turn the volume up. See, I don't like that sound as much as when I blend it in and actually just so you guys know, the best way to play a guitar, acoustic guitar, is with no amp at all. So we'll play with this amp a little bit, then I'm going to take it off the amp. See, now it's with the pickup sounds better to me. It has a better sound. You hear that? I can turn it up a little bit. So, and also they say that you should not be so it really sounds great. Now, this is a 7-string nylon. If you get these low notes now, this is with the amp right now, everybody, just so you know I'm plugged in. Okay, but I'm gonna take it off the amp in a second. So it has, I think the amp just makes it sound doesn't sound as nice. That sounds a little better. I got a decent sound this time. So what I've got to learn how to use is all these contours and notches and stuff. The notch, I think, brings down the feedback. So I'm not an expert at this stuff. That might sound a little better. See that? So this is my Cremona. So just in case you want to know, after this video, I'm going to actually post the names and the brands of these guitars. Yeah, this has EQ sliders. Look, someone's asking a question. Take a look. Look carefully. See that? It has all kinds of good effects. So you got to learn how to use it. That's a great question. Someone's asking how you get rid of the flying fingers. Well, my fingers fly, but I try to keep them close. That's a technical exercise. So this is like so this has EQ. It has a blend, mic, Sorry, it has pickup and mic blend, then treble, and then contour. Okay. So, with the bass coming on and off. As far as flying fingers, everybody, that's a technical question. So if I'm playing like an acoustic guitar, I'll give you a good example of somewhat flying fingers. John McLaughlin. Oh yeah, sorry. Someone was asking about the price. Let me look it up real quick, but I think the price is basically is pretty reasonable. Let me see a Cremona. I forgot to tell you guys about. I forgot to mention prices. So this is the Cremona 7-string. If you look it up, I think it lists for like about. I'll tell you right now. The 7-string at Guitar Center lists for about. They say $1,200, $1,200 to $1,500. Okay. No, sorry, not $1,300. So this guitar lists for about $1,300 minimum, and the maximum you can buy it for is about $1,500. If you talk to me directly, I'm a dealer, so I can get you a good price. You can save you a little bit, another maybe 10% or 15%. So email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com, or or go to my website or send me a message or whatever here, and I can get you a deal on these guitars. And all the guitars on the Cremona website, okay? Because I'm an endorser, and I've got the guitars for my students and fans before, okay? So let me go back to the chat here. Yeah, so it's about that price. Oh, yeah, and this is a nice guitar. So let me play without an amp. So that's with the amp. I might turn it up. If you turn this guitar way too loud for a concert, of course it feeds back. I was playing in Bulgaria, where this guitar is from, about 4 years ago. I did a concert in the summer. It was about 4 years ago, actually. And we had to put like a tape on the sound hole so it wouldn't feedback. It sounded great after that, To play with a full band, it's like a lot of So talking about flying fingers, the best thing to do is practice close to the fingerboard. Yeah, we can export outside the country, actually. I have to talk to Cremona. Cremona's in Bulgaria, and also, but there's Cremona USA, just in case you guys don't know. Cremona USA exists, and I deal with Cremona USA. They're based in Sacramento, California. So just so you know how I met Cremona, I met them at the NAMM show in 2013, when I was, they were next to the acoustic guitar magazine booth, and I'm a writer for acoustic guitar. So, like for example, one of my books out right now is Chords at Your Fingertips, and I'm having a sale. We'll talk about that. I'm having a sale right now through Sunday. And you can get this book out for 20% off, autographed, and it comes with videos and everything. But I write for Acoustic Guitar Magazine, and this is from Hal Leonard too. And they actually were next to my booth, and I saw they had a 7-string guitar, and I was starting to play 7-string at that time. I started in 2012. So they don't, it's hard to find a nylon string 7-string. Nice sound, huh? Oh, you want to get this book? Go to my website. I'll show you, Yuli. Is your name Udenyet? Sorry about that. I can't say your name. But if you want to get the book, I'll show you. It's right here. Go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. Go here. You can get anything on my website at ronjacksonmusic.com. Use code Sunday. Okay, ronjacksonmusic.com. Also, that's for the printables I have on the end. But you go to ronjacksonmusic.com. Use code Sunday, and you save 20%. Okay. If you want to get that book and other stuff too, all my lessons, printable lessons, CDs, everything. Oh, does a string wrap around the tuning pegs change the feel and tension? No, it doesn't actually. No, it's actually pretty loose, really. Now the strings I'm using on this are let's see if I can find them. They are actually called Royal. Yeah, these strings. So on this guitar, since there's 7-string, I use the Royals strings. Okay, that's what they look like. Okay, these are Royal guitar strings. Actually, Cremona gave me these because these are the ones they use on their guitars for 7 strings on their Fiestas. So these are really great strings, everybody. And that's what I use on this guitar. So let me play without, I haven't been playing the guitar much. So let me play this song with it so you get an idea. Okay, let me play you something like a bossa nova or something. I'll try to use my fingers, okay?